Good morning, everyone. No big intro today. We don't need it. All we need to tell you is it's day 5 of Worlds, and it is the biggest day of the Magic year. It's Christmas, Easter, every festival you've ever celebrated in one easy-to-digest Sunday morning through Sunday afternoon through Sunday night package. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, welcoming you to Nice, France, sitting alongside the mighty booth that is the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, and the Hall of Famer, Mr. Randy Buehler. Cast of thousands waiting in the wings. What a day it's going to be. BDM, pick out one thing that you want to see today.
I would like to see some people waving the American flag at the end of the day.
Fine. Randy Buehler, assuming you can't have that, something else that you would look for today?
First ever 2-time world champion.
Right, so
Shahar versus Yuya in the semis. One of them is going to get to play to be the first ever repeat world champion.
Okay, well, why don't we take a look at the top 4 bracket for the World Championship. 4 players will be here this afternoon battling it out in the best 3 out of 5 in the standard format. So there you see, we will have Yuya Watanabe, already a world champion 2012, up against the 2013 iteration, the reigning champion, Shahar Shenhar of Israel, who so nearly made it to the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. And our second semi-final sees the innovator Patrick Chapin, who qualified for the World Championship by winning the last Pro Tour, up against the second Japanese player in the top 4, Kentaro Yamamoto. And BDM, they are going to be 2 fantastic matches. Talking to William Jensen last night, he said there is literally no combination of results in the semis and some version of the final that would surprise him. It's wide open.
Yeah, you're going to see these players 3-card Montying their sideboards throughout all these matches, or best 3 out of 5 Montying their sideboards. Really, that's where this battle is going to be fought. One of the most exciting decks in this top 4 is clearly Yuya Watanabe's deck. He came in with this deck that nobody was expecting, this Jeskai Ascendancy aggro deck that kind of blew up the metagame and really sent teams scrambling for the World Magic Cup to figure out how they could incorporate that deck into their lineup of 3 decks in Unified Standard.
It's going to be great stuff, but that's hours and hours of amazing Magic away. Because first, we have the top 8, the top 4, and the final of the World Magic Cup. Let's show you the bracket for our top 8 this morning. So there you see it. Now, first up on the docket, we have South Korea against Greece. And BDM, you're going to go and see what's going on in that match for us.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching this. This is a battle between 2 huge not necessarily country rivals, but 2 Magic Online players who are tremendous superstar. Oh, I'm sorry. NSW.
Yeah.
Right, for South Korea.
But Greece has been the sort of Cinderella story in this.
Yeah, they are absolutely the Cinderella. They finished 32nd after day 1, snuck in by the barest of margins, knocking out Japan, who we thought Yuya Watanabe had won his bubble match to sort of win it in, but he was on the wrong side of the bubble. The Greeks took full advantage, going not only from 32nd into the top 16, but now into the top 8.
Okay, now I think we shouldn't tease people at home any longer because everyone wants to know what will be on camera. Let's look at the bracket once again. We've seen South Korea against Greece. BDM is going to go and look at that. Slovak Republic against the United States, that is our feature match here in the quarterfinals. And with good reason, because Randy, you have some of the best players left in this competition who are on a collision course in this.
Oh, absolutely. This is 2 of the pre-tournament favorites. The Slovak Republic was one of only 2 teams that could field a lineup with 3 different Pro Tour top 8 competitors. But then interestingly, they choose not to. Matej Zadokai is actually sitting in the coach role so that he can keep an eye on all the matches. I mean, Ivan Floch probably not going to need much help, but he'll be watching both Michael Godin's match and Jan Tomczany's match in the coach role for Big Z.
Well, the way they described it actually is you'll have Matej Zadokai sitting on one player, and you'll have Ivan Floch playing his match and keeping an eye on the other. That was how they tried to split things up optimally throughout the Swiss rounds. They really wanted both of their most experienced and most recently experienced players keeping an eye on the other 2.
And then Team USA, of course. Owen Turtenwald, #1 ranked player in the world, and fitfully so. Everyone believes he's well deserving of that mark. And the rest of the team can play too. I mean, Neil Oliver is a truly great player with 3 awesome Grand Prix results. Everyone's expecting him to break through in the Pro Tour any day now. And then you've also got Grand Prix top 8s, both from Isaac Sears and from Andrew Beckstrom.
All right, back to the bracket, and our third quarterfinal will see Serbia up against Denmark. And Randy, you're going to keep an eye on this one for us.
I am. Yeah, no, should be an interesting match.
Yep, and then, well, England against Brazil. Strangely enough, I thought I might pop my head in and see what's going on there.
Are you sure you're up to it? Can you handle it?
I think I'm going to manage. All I have to say is, England, you must do well, otherwise the end of day wrap could be just terrible, terrible, terrible. Please win, please win. So England, Brazil, a fantastic performance, and BDM, let's talk in that match. Of course I want England to win, but boy, oh boy, what a great story. Team Brazil, Willie Adel.
Yeah, Willie Adel has been talking a lot over the last year about his legacy, and he's bringing 2 more players onto the Pro Tour with him in February at Pro Tour Fate Reforged by virtue of their top 8 finish. And it means a lot to him personally to have an opportunity to win the World Magic Cup for Brazil. He's always talking about how he can advance Magic in his country, and this was a very emotional moment for him.
Yeah, I saw him say that this was the happiest day of his Magic life.
Yeah.
This is a guy with 4 Pro Tour top 8s, but getting 2 more Brazilians qualified for the Pro Tour, going into the top 8, representing his country, this, in his mind, is his biggest accomplishment ever.
Randy, last year, he lost Game 3, Match 3, to jump from the round of 32 to from the round of 16 to the round of top 8. And he said that every single day, since he lost that match, every single day, up until probably last night, he thought about that match and just getting into the top 8 again.
Incredible. Why don't we focus in on the matchup that is going to define the morning? It is the Slovak Republic against Team USA. And we're going to take a little look at the Slovak Republic team for you. We've got Ivan Flock. There you see them. Mikhail Guldan, the giant on the left of screen. Looks like that's been photoshopped. It really
has. Not a trick of perspective. He is actually just gigantic.
I believe it's actually Dr. Guldan, by the way.
Well, if that's what he wants, that's absolutely fine.
He is the only member of the team with a PhD.
Fantastic.
Wow.
So why don't we take a look at what they are playing? And there you see, that's the setup. Randy, what do you like about the decks?
Yeah, it's interesting. They've got the blue-black control in Ivan Flock's hand, so they're trying to feast on the mid-range decks they expected everybody to go, but then Black-Green Constellation, that came straight out of the World Champs from what Team Pantheon played, and then Jeskai Token, straight out of the World Champs. That's Yu Yu Watanabe's deck.
All right, let's take a look at their opponents. It is Team USA. There you see them. Owen Turtenwald, the captain, looking extremely happy, and his teammates Beckstrom, Oliver, and Sears. Are those names going to be, BDM, names that American Magic fans remember forever in the likes of Black, Cheon, Jacob, Finkel, and co?
I love their chances in this event. I really, I think Owen has had a tremendous influence on them. I mean, Neil Oliver, obviously, as we talked about, already a very successful player, but, you can watch Sears and Beckstrom just sort of soaking up the experience and, really getting stronger as the tournament's gone along. They got off to a little bit of a rocky start, and they had to fight their way uphill through both rounds of pool play, and I think they're stronger for it.
Let's take a look at the decks that USA will be brandishing in the feature match area. There's the team. Let's move to their decks for you, and we'll see what the 3 configuration is going to be. There we are. Andy Beckstrom with Blue-White Heroic, Black-Green Constellation for Owen, and Jeskai Tokens for Neil. Randy, does it look like this matches up well for USA?
Yeah, we watched the US play the Slovak Republic yesterday. That was the one where Owen had the sort of blistering, almost ran out of time, just barely managed to win in the end. But they've got the edge in 2 of these 3 matchups. So it is, I think, edge Team USA on the decks.
All right. Those are the decks, those are the players, but now it's time for the cards. Welcome to day 5 of Worlds Week. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the World Magic Cup, and a welcome on this Super Sunday of Magic to Marshall Sutcliffe and Ben Stark.
Hello and welcome to the booth here in Nice, France. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ben Stark, and we are very happy and even honored to bring you what is going to be a fantastic day of the highest level Magic. We're starting things off with the World Magic Cup, and the players are ready to go. Let's head down to the feature match area for our first round. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. We are in Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Hall of Famer Ben Stark. It's been a long road here, Ben, but we are finally ready to start action. Team USA versus Team Slovak Republic. You get a look at Andrew Beckstrom. We're going to start on that match. There's 3 matches happening in the feature match area here. Andrew Beckstrom on white-blue heroic. He's going to play against Jan Tomkani. You get a look at Jan there. He's on Jeskai Token. So we're going to start off on this match. Quick update. We've also got Owen Turtenwald versus Michael Gul'dan and Neil Oliver versus Ivan Floch, all in our feature match area. This is a team event. 3 players are playing per team, plus there's 1 additional player who will be acting as a coach or advisor in between, kind of bouncing between matches. But, Ben, how do you see this match going? This is white-blue for the United States versus Jeskai Tokens for Slovak Republic.
Well, it's definitely a close matchup. This Jeskai Tokens deck, was kind of invented by Yuya for Worlds, so it's kind of a brand new deck. So I don't think anybody's too sure how the matchup's even going to go. Yeah,
we've got a fairly new deck to the scene here, and it's going to be interesting. Now, safe assumption these teams have been testing these matchups.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Last night.
Yeah.
So they should have probably the better idea out of almost anybody how it's going to go.
Well, the blue-white heroic deck is, trying to put out a couple creatures and make them really big with a bunch of enchantments. The Jeskai Tokens deck is kind of trying to go wide. It wants to put out a lot of tokens and use Jeskai Ascendancy and Treasure Cruise to really pump them up. So they kind of have completely different game plans.
Yeah, it does feel like they're kind of at odds with what each other's trying to do. Now, one thing you'll see from the white-blue heroic as well is that it attempts to not let you interact with the creatures via protecting them through a bunch of different instant speed spells that give the creature protection from a color or make it too big to get burned out.
And those should all be pretty effective because the Jeskai deck's ways to interact are Lightning Strike, Stoke the Flames, couple Jeskai Charms, pretty much all ways that target a creature.
And here's an Aqueous form on the hero of Iroas. Flooded Strand getting cracked here as well. So the hero grows a little bit, gets a +1/+1 counter thanks to the heroic ability. And you can see what Aqueous form does. Not a card that we've seen get much play in Standard.
No.
Sometimes got play in Limited. Decent limited card on a good day, but it seems to have found a home here in Standard. It makes the creature unblockable. That's the huge upside. And wow, speaking of huge upside, what a great start for Beckstrom. He's also got Ordeal of Thassa here, which he gets to play for 1 cheaper thanks to the static ability of Hero of Iroas. And this is going to allow a massive attack for him here and draw 2 cards, plus he has a plane sitting there representing something like maybe a God's Willing.
And assuming he has the God's Willing, this is exactly where he wants to be.
I think he just drew one if he didn't have it before that.
Generally, people think that Mardu has a better matchup than Jeskai against Blue-White Heroic because of Crackling Doom. But since all of Jeskai's decks, cards have to target, God's Willing and Feet of Resistance are really effective at protecting Heroic's creatures.
So raise the alarm on end step there for Jan. What were you going to say, Ben?
We can see that Andrew Beckstrom has 2 Feet of Resistance and 4 God's Willing.
16.
And if you look at Jan Tomkani's hand, you see there's not much he can do. He's got one of his removal spells, Stoke the Flames, but the hero's already a 5/5.
Right. It also can't be blocked, so the game plan of chumping with tokens isn't going to come into play this game. The question is just, can Andrew Beckstrom close the door quick enough on Jan Tomkani to pick up the first game? I mentioned it a minute ago, but in our middle table, we have Owen Turtenwald versus Michael Gul'dan. They're both actually on the same type of deck, Black-Green Constellation, very similar lists. And at the far end of the table, Neil Oliver is playing Jeskai Tokens himself. He's up against Ivan Floch playing, maybe his signature deck, Blue-Black Control. I guess Blue-White's probably his signature, but he loves those slow controlling decks, and he certainly knows how to pilot them. We're going to be keeping an eye, of course, on those matches as we go as well. And here's Heliod's Pilgrim, Ben.
Another card that saw a little bit more limited play than standard play.
Absolutely. Not a bad little card, though.
It's a card that LSV referred to as Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, I heard him say that. It's perhaps hyperbolic. It does have some similarities with it. And it looks like he is going to dig up an Ordeal of Heliod, another card that I just didn't think we would see play in Standard, but here it is.
It's interesting because with the God's Willing in his hand, I'd be inclined not to cast that here. Even though Jan only has 2 Jeskai Charms, that is one of the few ways that he could win this game.
It does seem unnecessarily risky, and I think Andrew Beckstrom agrees there. He's going to get a scry from the Aqueous Form trigger, but he does not play it. This is going to signal to Jan Tonkani that he's either bluffing it or that he has it, and more likely that he has it.
Yeah, and Jan pretty much knows he has a God's Willing or Feat of Resistance here. The problem is Jan doesn't have any sweepers in the main deck. Jan's removal all targets, so there's not really a whole lot he can do here. Jan's plan to stop big creatures is generally to block them with tokens or to Jeskai Charm them, and he's not going to be able to do either of those, so he's really in a rough spot right now. After sideboard, he might have some more options. We can see that he has 2 Anger of the Gods, 3 End Hostilities, 3 Glare of Heresy in his sideboard. So he will have better ways to target and remove Andrew's creatures. But for right now, I think Jan's back is really to the wall.
It absolutely is. Now, Andrew right now is certainly representing that he has God's Willing. And he certainly does have it, as we can see on the screen there.
Yet if he didn't have it, I'm pretty sure he would have cast the Ordeal last turn. So I think Jan knows that he has it. I don't think Jan can do anything with that information,
It just doesn't change it, though, right? It's just something that he has to accept. Jan's trying to figure out a way. Now, one thing I have seen from this tokens deck is that it does have the ability to do much larger chunks of damage than it initially seems, but I've only seen it do that when it actually has the Ascendancy in play.
Right. It can go big with Jeskai Ascendancy, but Jan just doesn't have access to that right now.
Yeah, it looks like this could be a quick one for the United States picking up game 1. The way that this works, of course, is that all 3 matches are playing. The first team to win 2 of their matches wins the entire match for their country. So a game win here basically would just be a good start for the United States.
Sure, 16.
But not much more. Long way to go before you actually win a match here at the World Magic Cup. All right, and here's the Ordeal. Now, again, it's only going to cost 1 because of Hero of Erois. It has an ability that says auras that target it cost 1 less to cast.
And that's why it's so clear even to Jan that Andrew has the God's Willing or Feat. Because,
he actually didn't leave up Feat last time.
Right, specifically God's Willing. Because he could have cast the Ordeal last turn, and he chose not to and instead left up exactly 1 Plains, so he's representing God's Willing.
That's right. Now, is Andrew considering whether he wants to just go for a win here? I mean, what is he? He's attacking for 7. Going to gain 10 life.
Well, if he has Feat and God's Willing in hand, he probably will go for the win, because Jan really can't do 2 Jeskai Charms here, and Jeskai Charm is pretty much the only card he could use here that would be relevant.
So walk us through it. So you fire 1 off, name a color.
Right, and then if he responds with Jeskai Charm, you name the other. You fire specifically the Feat off, because that gives it +2, taking it to 9, which is where it needs to be. And then Jan would have to Jeskai Charm, and you still have the God's Willing to stop that.
There you go.
If you use the God's Willing, that would only take it to 8, so then that wouldn't really work.
Right. All right, well, he didn't have that play, though. He attacks in, and it looks like, Jan has now conceded the game, and United States takes game 1. Andrew Beckstrom with Blue-White Heroic has put the U.S. on the scoreboard here. All right, why don't we jump up to the far table on your screen there? Yvonne Flock versus Neil Oliver. Now this matchup features one of the decks that we just saw, Ben. It is Jeskai tokens in the hand of Neil Oliver. He's playing against a much different opponent, though. Yvonne Flock has blue-black control, and it looks like he's already got a Pearl Lake Ancient on the battlefield as well.
Yeah, almost a directly opposite deck from Blue-White Heroic. Blue-Black Control, the most controlling deck that's commonly played in this format. Blue-White Heroic, one of the most aggressive. So this matchup could have a completely different dynamic. It appears like right now, Yvonne's trying to decide whether to bounce Pearl Lake Ancient by returning 3 lands, or to let the Jeskai Charm put it back on top of his library. And it looks like he chose to return the 3 lands to bounce it to his hand. So
this is going to be a lot of damage, Ben. That was a Jeskai Charm and a Lightning Strike targeting Yvonne there, and so that's going to be at least 2 triggers.
Right, and the Seeker has prowess already,
Wow.
so I think that's lethal.
That was actually lethal there. So Neil Oliver picks up a game as well. Right when we jump in, we see the Pearl Lake Ancient jump back into the hand of Yvonne Flock, which clears the way for the kill. So United States up 2 games early here over the Slovak Republic. You get a look, big coverage fans will see Matej Zadelkai sitting there in the middle. He's sitting next to Mikhail Goldan, and he's actually coaching him. He's helping him play the match, as Big Z, as he's known, is not actually playing in this part.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strategy that the Slovak Republic went with. They had probably their second best player and, a top pro, roughly equivalent to Yvonne Flock, to sit out to be able to help and coach, the 2 less experienced players. Whereas by contrast, USA has their 2 more experienced players, Neil Oliver and Owen Turtenwald, both playing. So kind of opposite approaches to the team strategy here. I think now we're seeing a mirror match. Owen Turtenwald and Mikhail Goldan on Black-Green Constellation, a deck that I know Owen loved, that all of PGO, Owen, Huey, and Reed ran in Worlds, and then they chose to run right back here. Taking a look at their deck lists, they're very similar.
A virtual mirror match here, Ben?
Yeah, there's very subtle differences. Somebody, Owen has 2 Commune with the Gods, McCall has 3. But, I mean, for the most part, basically the exact same deck. 3 Hornet Queen, 3 Doomwake Giant. A lot of the same numbers in both of these decks. They both have 2 Farika, which I know is one of the best cards in these mirrors. You see 1 in play for McCall. Owen looks to have a little bit more going on, though, so I would suspect this game favors Owen a little bit.
Do you think the match favors Owen a little bit?
Well, I think the matchup's pretty much a mirror, but with Owen, probably being the best player of, the 8 available in this match, and McCall maybe being one of the lesser experienced players, of course you have to take Owen.
I mean, Owen might be the best player of the players available in the world. He is currently number 1, and it doesn't necessarily mean, but it means he's been playing really, really well lately.
Yeah, I mean, in this day and age of Magic, I don't feel like we have a clear number 1, like back when it was Kai Bude or John Finkel, but I feel like it's a very short list of people in the debate for who's the best player in the world, and Owen is definitely in that debate. And this is a fun one. I mean, just look at the battlefield here. You got Doomwake Giant, 3 Courser of Crufix in play, Whip, Farika. These players have access to all different kinds of resources. These games are very grindy. They have a lot of different options. This is the kind of match that, I love to play.
You want as many variables as possible.
I mean, just look at the battlefield right now.
I know, I looked up and I had to look away for a moment because I was overwhelmed. This is just insane.
With Whip's ability to gain life, you can have some really sweet, really long, really grindy games. So with McCall choosing to cast that Satar Wayfinder, I wonder if he might have a Whip in hand. Whip is one of the best cards, and it was his top card, but he just chose to send it to the graveyard by looking at the top 4 cards. With the Wayfinder, being able to put a land into his hand, but the other 3 go to the yard. So if I were Owen, that would make me believe that McCall probably has a Whip in hand. Whip is amazing, but you can only have 1 in play. It's legendary. So you probably wouldn't mill it unless you had another one in your hand.
Right. I've got some updates coming in here as well, Ben. I want to keep people apprised of what's going on, not only on the match that we're watching, USA versus Slovak Republic, but also on our other matches. And I've got 1 match win already. England is up a match over in Brazil. That was David Inglis defeating Thiago Saporito 2-0 to give England a 1-0 match lead.
Well, that was fast. You see McCall kind of going off here. Eidolon of Blossoms lets you draw a card whenever an enchantment comes into play, and Pharika makes 1/1 enchantment creatures. So basically, McCall is paying 2 mana now to get a 1/1 Death Touch and draw a card. Owen's going to have to put an end to this quickly if this game is going to stay close. The good thing for Owen is that he should be able to, because all he has to do is get an enchantment into play on his turn, and his Doomwake Giant should be able to take care of some of that. I mean, he does need to actually get 2 enchantments into play, I guess, to be able to kill the Eidolon. He can probably do that, but not definitely. He doesn't seem to have too many cards in his hand.
Speaking of updates, I've got another one. We have our first team through. Yes, already.
Didn't
there
we
was
just
a
start?
2-0. We did. We just started 2-0-2-0 for Denmark. They have defeated Serbia to advance. So congratulations to Denmark. They're into the next round, and they can probably go get a sandwich or something because they're going to have a lot of time here. That was quick.
And we see, in response to Owen activating the whip, McCall used Pharika on whatever Owen targeted to exile it, so it doesn't get to come into play. And instead, Owen gets just a 1/1 Death Touch enchantment creature. But that will still trigger his Doomwake Giant. So he needs to be able to play 1 more enchantment here to be able to take care of that Eidolon of Blossoms and stop McCall's combo. If he lets McCall on tap with Pharika Eidolon of Blossoms, this could get really, really bad for Owen. And you see, he plays another whip, which does almost nothing because only 1 can stay in play. It comes into play and goes right to the yard, but it's a second trigger for Doomwake Giant, so it does kill the Eidolon of Blossoms and stop McCall from drawing who knows how many cards on his next turn.
That's a sweet play.
Yeah.
He's also getting in for an attack here.
Yeah, not that bad a spot for Owen.
Another match, Panagiotis has won a match for Greece in their match versus South Korea. So the updates are coming in furiously here now as we have Denmark through, Brazil and England still battling, Greece and South Korea still battling, and of course USA versus Slovak Republic here still in the midst of a fight.
And you see,
sorry, Ben, this is game 1, by the way, Owen Turnwald versus Mikhail Gul'dan. Go ahead, Ben.
you really see the advantage of Courser. Sometimes that's one of those cards that's very powerful, but it's subtle. It doesn't win the game. You know, it doesn't look like it won the game.
It's not that over-the-top
Right,
card.
but in reality, you know, it's going a long way towards winning the game because this game is going long, turn after turn after turn. Instead of drawing land, McCall is putting the lands from the top of his library into play, which greatly increases the chances he'll draw a spell every turn.
On the match that we first started on, Andrew Beckstrom versus Jan Tomkani. Tomkani is on a mulligan to 5. You can see it on the upper right part of your screen there. So not good news for Team Slovak Republic. Remember, Beckstrom's already up a game in that match as well.
Good news for Team USA.
That is correct. If you're rooting for the U.S. at home, that is a good sign.
You been to this tournament a few times before?
We won in 2010.
2010?
Yeah, but it wasn't the World Cup back then, it was
Just Worlds. Yeah, it was the side thing.
And watching this game, I have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah, this is one of those things where even the players themselves have to take each turn as they come because things change so dramatically from turn to turn. And Owen currently tapped out. He's got 1 blocker. Like there's not. He just sort of has to sit here and watch, try to get any information he can from his opponent about what might be in his hand, and hope that he doesn't do anything completely ridiculous.
This is awesome. They both have whip in play.
Yes.
McCall has Pharika, which is somewhat of an advantage, but Owen has Doomwake Giant, so he's able to mitigate the damage that Pharika can do. They both have Courser, so they're both playing lands from the top of their deck directly into play. And the thing that would really blow this open was if one of them was able to keep an Eidolon around, but neither of them seems to have access to that. So it's McCall with more lands and a few more things going on. But the things going on aren't going to end the game quickly. They aren't overwhelming. If neither player, you know, if they drew the exact same thing for the rest of the game, I think McCall would win. But I don't think this is insurmountable by any means. Looking back at Tomcani and Backstrom, Tomcani on the Multi 5, it's a tough spot, but Backstrom doesn't seem to have that much. He has one Laguna banned Trailblazer and a bunch of ways to target it. So this game could easily come down to whether or not Tomcani has a way to remove it. If he has a Glare of Heresy or something of that nature and can get rid of it, if Backstrom doesn't find another creature, Tomcani might be able to stabilize. If he does have more creatures, he'll probably be at a pretty big advantage against the Mulligan of 5.
How about Defiant Strike?
Yeah, it looks like he's got a couple of those, a couple of Ordeal of Thassa's. So a good hand, but not necessarily backup creatures.
And our main big picture match here, still a slew of permanents. This matchup is highly skill intensive. So many things to consider.
Yeah. You know when Owen Turtenwald is thinking that there's a lot going on in a game, because he processes so much so fast. Backstrom right now drawing 2 cards, and if he finds a Plains, it looks like he found a God's Willing, so he'll be in really good shape to be able to protect his creature. If he did not find a Plains, it will come down to whether Tomcani does find a Plains, because I see Tomcani is holding that Glare of Heresy, but he can't cast it because he only has blue and red mana. And it looks like Backstrom chooses to tap out knowing that Tomcani can't cast his Glare of Heresy. And even though he'd rather keep the big one in play, he drew a second Laguna Pen Trailblazer. So even if he draws the Plains to Glare the first one, I think Backstrom with plenty of cards in hand now can just go to work making the second one big. So, I mean, Backstrom really in a commanding position in this game, I think. It might look...
In this game.
Yes, it might look pretty close on board, but knowing that Tomcani doesn't have access to white mana and that Backstrom now has 2 creatures, so removing one won't really, destroy him, I think that, he's an overwhelming favorite right now. Unfortunately, in this Owen Turtenwald match, I cannot tell you who's an overwhelming favorite because there are just way too many things at play.
And we've seen huge swings, too. We saw this match yesterday as well when these teams played each other. In a really exciting finish due to clock considerations, Owen Turtenwald had to play really, really quickly and also had to have some things go right for him as far as the draw steps and mulligans from Gul'dan, and he did. He not only played quickly, but those mulligans and draw steps kind of came through for Owen, and he was able to pick up the match in just a couple of minutes. That's obviously not going to be the case here, as this is game 1 still.
Yeah. And what you see happening in the Backstrom-Jan Tomcani match.
So up in the upper right-hand side.
In the upper right-hand side. Since Tomcani can't really remove the creatures, he's choosing to go wide. He played a Hordling Outburst. He's got a really big Rabblemaster that's going to have to be blocked almost every turn for the rest of the game now. So Backstrom's going to have to kill him very quickly. Luckily for Backstrom, that's exactly what his deck wants to do.
Yes, he is well suited to do that. Another update here. South Korea versus Greece, they're tied at 1 match apiece. England versus Brazil still favors England 1-0 currently.
And you see in the front match here, Owen and McCall, the life totals swing back and forth almost every turn. That's because Whip gives all creatures lifelink, and both players have a Whip in play. So you might see 30-9 and think, oh, McCall's really pulling away with it. Then after Owen's turn, suddenly it's 24-15 again. And I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth like that turn after turn, with the players not really that worried about the life totals, because most likely not going to be able to kill somebody in one attack when the other person's gaining life on their turn. What the players are trying to do is really grind ahead with resources. If somebody can get extra cards, get an Eidolon of Blossoms going, get multiple Doomwake Giants in play to the point where they can kill off a lot of their opponent's creatures, this is what they're digging for. This is what they're trying to accomplish.
Okay, so we'll see who can get it. Another update from our other matches. There's a decider being played, South Korea versus Greece. South Korea's up a game in that decider. Rosa Chaos versus Ju-Hoon Oh, and Oh is up a game in that decider. So I'm sure it's very intense over there. As it is here in our feature match area, every single game counts. What do you see happening in the upper right in the Bäckström versus Tom Connie game there, Ben? Is it still the same scenario? It looks like players are kind of conferring.
Well, Tom Connie did draw the planes, so now he has access to a Glare of Heresy. Bäckström has a bunch of cards in hand and some mana open, so I can see he has God's Willing. So most likely, he's going to protect his creatures here from Tom Connie's removal. He is going to have to chump that Rabblemaster, unless he wants to use his second God's Willing on it, and he does have 2. And then he's going to have to try and deal 9 to Tom Connie on his next turn.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he probably can, but it's pretty close.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Look at all those goblins.
Yeah, and he's at 13, so he can take the hit from all those 1/1s. But I don't know if he can take the hit from the Rabblemaster, and he definitely can't take 2 hits from that Rabblemaster. So he does need to be producing blockers.
Yeah, I think it's actually exactly lethal, right? With the extra token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
13.
and it's 8, yeah.
Yeah, but
So
he
it's
could
actually
block
14.
1/1/1, and then it would only be 12. The thing is, he would never be able to block all the goblins on the following turn, so he would have to deal the final 9 to Tom Connie on his turn.
Now, he also could have a card like Ordeal of Heliod, which could gain him 10 life, though with the amount of damage that Tom Connie's capable of dealing, I don't know if 10's going to be enough.
Right. I mean, can we maybe make out...
Oh.
What's up?
So he only attacks with the tokens?
Yeah, that's an interesting play. It's possible that it's exactly lethal with the second Laguna Band Trailblazer, so he needed to hold back a blocker. I can't really see the die, because that's the second match we're looking at right now, to be able to tell if it's exactly lethal. I think with a Defiant Strike and an Ordeal of Thassa in Bäckström's hand, he's probably going to have 9 here, but he easily might be 1 or 2 short of ending the game. Oh, there's your card.
There it is. Ordeal of Heliod hits.
And now, even if it's not lethal, with the extra 10 life, it's going to be very difficult for Tom Connie.
I think it is lethal because that's a Defiant Strike, which is going to get a counter +1/+1, so that's 6, 7, 8, and here's a trigger to make it 9, and the hand is extended. Andrew Bäckström.
And that was exactly lethal. Look how close that was.
Wow. Andrew Bäckström wins the match for the United States, so U.S. up 1 match over the Slovak Republic here. That's a huge win. You can see Isaac Sears helping out as well, and Jan Tom Connie 0-2. So let's go big picture on our middle match here. You guys are familiar with this one. It's Owen Turtenwald. It's Mikhail Gul'dan. Dr. Gul'dan, as we found out.
Oh, congratulations to him.
Yeah, that is a massive accomplishment. He's looking to add another massive accomplishment to his resume, being a World Magic Cup champion.
And I don't know if he's going to do that or not, but I think he is going to be the champion of this game, most likely. Not only do we see the life total way in his favor now, but we see that he's got a lot of mana untapped on this turn with Doomwake Giant and Pharika.
And Owen's got nothing.
And Owen's kind of been whittled down. So I think that Mikhail will either be able to win the game this turn or at least put it really far out of reach for Owen. Assuming he has a couple creatures in that graveyard to bring back with Pharika, and each one will trigger the Doomwake Giant. So he's really going to be able to clear away Owen's board, or at least make Owen's creatures much smaller. And if they don't have much power, they can't. That means Owen won't be gaining life with the lifelink because they won't be dealing much damage. And you can already see the life totals are way in Mikhail's favor now. So I have a feeling that this turn is really. He might not deal lethal this turn, but this turn is really going to put Mikhail in a position to close out this game.
Okay, another update. England versus Brazil. England is through. Fabrizio Anteri wins his match 2-1, making Willie Adel's match not relevant. England joins Denmark in the next round.
That's disappointing for Team Brazil. They're definitely one of the stronger teams that advanced to the top 8 of this World Magic Cup.
Yes.
Led by Willie Adel with 4 Pro Tour top 8s, and Thiago Saporito, who plays a ton of Magic Online. Belovo on there, one of the top players on Magic Online. And we see Mikhail did have lethal this turn. I think he was able to bring into play 4 enchantments and clear out Owen's board, 3 or 4 enchantments, and attack with everything, and deal Owen the final points of damage.
Okay, so that puts Mikhail Gul'dan up a game over Owen Turtenwald. Last we saw our Table C match. That's the far one that you see Isaac Sears sitting down at. That's Neil Oliver versus Yvonne Floch. Last we saw that, Neil Oliver was up a game. So it looks like we're heading into game 2 here. And if you have a chance to look at the deck list there, Ben, how does this play out host sideboard in your estimation for Jeskai tokens, which is what Neil Oliver's playing, or blue-black control in the deft hands of Ivan Floch?
You know, I actually don't think it changes much from the Game 1 match. Looking at their sideboards, for Neil, it's Anger of the Gods, Elspeth, 2 Magma Spray, 4 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Erase, 3 End Hostilities, 2 Glare of Heresy. Not many of those cards seem that effective against blue-black control. He may want a couple Disdainful Strokes. I don't know. He probably doesn't want all 4. They have the potential to get stranded with not that many real targets. He doesn't have many cards in the main that are really that bad. The burn spells are pretty good for burning them out. You need your creatures because they have removal. Card drawing is always good. For Ivan, you know, his sideboard is Drown in Sorrow, Farika's Cure, Grind Clock, Jerubi, Murklurker, Aether Spouts, Disdainful Stroke, Prognostic Sphinx, and 3 Negate. I mean, I like the negates a lot. Almost all of Neil's cards are non-creatures because he basically makes creatures by casting instants and sorceries that put tokens into play.
Right.
So I think Ivan gains maybe a few percentage points there with the negates, but it's not like he has any dead cards in his main or anything either. So, you know, he'll be boarding out one of his weaker cards. Maybe Despise isn't great in the matchup. Hero's Downfall is probably not great in the matchup. And he'll just be bringing in some cards that are a little bit better in maybe Prognostic Sphinx, Negate, Disdainful Stroke. So I think Ivan gains over Neil after sideboard, but it's not like he has these silver bullets that beat Neil's deck. He just gets to replace a few of his weaker cards with a few cards that will probably perform a little bit better.
Okay, looks like a nice start here for Oliver. He has an end step, Raise the Alarm, to get a couple of tokens going. And, you know, I've played quite a few control decks like the one that Floch is playing in, and when they can cast their threats at instant speed or when their threats all have haste, it's really annoying for a deck like that.
Absolutely, because you want them to play things during their turn so you can counter or remove them and just keep things even and get to the late game where you generally have a better late game than your opponent.
Right, and this way, you know, Neil can force counter spells and sneak through other things. And here's Jeskai Ascendancy. He's just going to test the waters here, and I think the waters are clear.
And
yes, they are.
I love this play. Players are always too hesitant to run things like this out there. Ivan could have a counter, but if he does, it's just a 1-for-1. If he does not, then Neil will start to gain an advantage for the rest of the game because Ivan really can't remove that. He's got Perilous Vault, but that's really slow and, you know, very committing. And other than that, if he has to tap out main phase to do it, if that stays in play, every time Neil casts a spell, he gets to, you know, draw and discard now, which could be a huge advantage in finding his best cards and sculpting the perfect hand.
I like that play. You see that Jan has popped over to sit next to Ivan.
I always talk about, you know, you don't just put cards in your opponent's hand. Neil didn't know that Ivan didn't have a counter, but he knows that Ivan could not have a counter.
Right.
And if he runs the Jeskai Ascendancy and gets countered, he doesn't lose the game, but he would prefer it to resolve by a lot. If he runs it and Ivan doesn't have a counter, now he's going to be at a big advantage in this game.
And what are even the counters that he's worried about? Is it like Negate?
Negate and Dissolve.
And Dissolve are the other ones. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, though, Neil Oliver has added to his board again. The 2 Raise the Alarm tokens got Bile Blighted, but immediately back again, Hordling Outburst, bringing 3 goblins, and I think those are going to get Drowned in Sorrow here. But again, you mentioned it a minute ago, Ben, this isn't even that bad for Neil, right? I mean, he doesn't want to have his goblins go away. Ooh, does he have a response? He's got Stoke the Flame, so he's going to... He's going to just use his mana efficiently, essentially, here.
There's nothing wrong with that play, but it's not a big deal because the tokens are still going to die.
Yeah, they still die. But even as it stands, it's a 1-1. It's a 1-for-1, excuse me. Floch gets to take out the tokens made from the Hordling Outburst, but Neil Oliver is slowly generating advantage off of the Jeskai Ascendancy by drawing and discarding. We see a land in his graveyard there. That could have been any other spell, and boom, there's Treasure Cruise off the top.
I was just about to say, I think the reason he made that play is because he really wanted to find a Treasure Cruise. With all the ability to cycle all the cards he plays now, every time he casts a spell, you know, he gets to draw 1, discard 1. Treasure Cruise is what he's really looking for.
And this is so nice because Neil Oliver had the perfect threat in Goblin Rabblemaster, with which Floch wants to kill before combat. That left him just enough to fire off the Treasure Cruise for full value here.
And he's drawing a land, discarding it. He'll almost certainly discard Shivan Reef here. I don't know. Yeah. What there would be to think about, because drawing 3 more cards, even if he wants to make his land drop, you assume you'll probably find 1 in 3 cards.
Yeah, I think he was just double checking with his teammates.
Which is smart, obviously, when you have other great players to talk to. And now you see, so they're 1-for-1ing a lot, And Neil just drew 3 cards.
Yes.
And he's got massive card selection with the Jeskai Ascendancy to help find that Treasure Cruise.
Flock has to be a little jealous when his opponent's the one casting the big card draw spells.
Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, Treasure Cruise. Now, Flock does have a big card draw spell, though. He has a dig through time in his hand, I do believe. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it looked pretty clear that he did.
Yeah, so there's a dig through time. So he is going to be able to find a pair of answers here, maybe even some more card draw of his own, but will it be too late is a question, as Oliver has a stacked hand now.
Well, yeah, the problem is I'm sure Ivan can find answers with Dig Through Time, to the next couple threats Neil's going to play. The problem is that Neil's going to keep drawing one and discarding one, basically allowing him to work through all his lands, and every spell he plays is going to then be something useful. He's going to have no real cards where they're just not effective, and he just has a bad draw for the turn. That's huge if a game is going long.
Yeah, you'll notice that too. You'll see Flock draw a land occasionally, which he kind of wants to. These control decks love to have as many lands as they can get on the battlefield, but those are just not the same level of power draw steps when you get to loot every turn.
Looting is the kind of thing, if the game's going to end quick, it's not a big deal if your opponent loots once or twice, but if a game goes long, it's almost insurmountable.
Now, I do have a question for you here, Ben. I see that in Oliver's hand, you can see he's got a Jeskai Ascendancy there. How important is the second one? Does he hold that? Does he play it?
Well, it depends, because the only way Ivan can remove them is Perilous Vault. So if he ends up in a position where when he plays that, Ivan can resolve a Perilous Vault, that would be devastating to Neil. If he would lose, any tokens that he hadn't played plus both Ascendancies. But if he ends up in a position where if Ivan goes for Perilous Vault, he knows he can counter it, or he knows he can just end the game with all the +1/+1ing from the Ascendancies, then he can play the second Ascendancy.
Okay, so those are the factors that Oliver's going to have to consider when the time comes for that. Meanwhile, Ivan Flock is resolving the dig through time that we saw in his hand a moment ago. So those are not cards in hand. He's just trying to decide which 2 of those 7 he wants to keep.
Yeah, and interestingly, I don't think Ivan's seen a Perilous Vault yet, and he's seen a lot of cards. There's some chance he would board some or all of them out because it doesn't seem amazing in the matchup.
It does seem woefully slow.
Right. Personally, I would think I would rather have at least some of them than some spot removal. Bioblight is very good because it clears a lot of tokens, but Despise and Hero's Downfall don't seem great to me. But it's entirely possible that Ivan boarded some or all of them out. It wouldn't shock me.
So Flock's hand, not amazing here. He's got Drown in Sorrow, Hero's Downfall, Jace's Ingenuity, and only 2 mana up. So the coast is relatively clear here for Neil Oliver. And he's going to start things off with the Goblin Rabblemaster, which resolves.
Oh, wow. So even can't even interact on this turn?
No, he cannot. He's got 2 3-mana spells and a 5-mana spell with only 2 mana up.
Ivan is in trouble. He's just in trouble.
Is the long game for Neil Oliver burn spells? Is that ultimately how it ends up going?
Yeah, the long game for him is, as we've talked about several times, Jeskai Ascendancy. Every time he casts
how does he
spell.
actually win, right? Ascendancy itself won't win the game. Is it finding more burn spells to kill Ivan with? Is it just generating so many actual spells in hand that he just overwhelms Ivan?
Yeah, it's really just keep generating spells. He's gaining an advantage all over the place here. Like you see, Ivan's probably going to go for Drown in Sorrow now, and Neil is going to be able to save the Rabblemaster just by casting a spell and using Ascendancy's ability. He doesn't mind. He'll just lose the 1/1 token, but the Rabblemaster's not dying. The Lightning Strike is almost cycling because Neil will be able to draw a card and discard a card and keep, the more effective spells.
Yeah, now he's discarding actual spells, so Flock knows that he's got all spells in hand.
Yeah, and Ivan Flock did not cast that Drown in Sorrow hoping to kill that 1/1 token.
No.
He's trying to kill a Rabblemaster, and, he's not succeeding due to the strength of Jeskai Ascendancy.
He finds a Disdainful Stroke, which could hit the Stoke the Flames that Neil Oliver has in his hand, but the Stoke the Flames is just one of now 4 spells, Jeskai Ascendancy, and a pair of Razy Alarms as well.
Yeah, and he does have access to Jace's Ingenuity to draw 3 cards and Hero's Downfall to take out that Goblin Rabblemaster. So Neil with a clear advantage. But Ivan is going to see some cards, and he's not dying just yet. Definitely a winnable game for Ivan, but I would rather be on Neil's side of the board.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Flock's life total here, right? And while they're having a pretty even fight as far as cards go on the battlefield, Flock's life total is down to 10.
Well, right. Well,
Oliver already has a burn spell for 4 in his hand. He's got 2 instant speed ways to make creatures. Like, it feels like it doesn't take much more to get Ivan Floch from 10 to 0 here with a few more card draws from Neil.
Right, it doesn't take much, but Ivan's deck isn't really dealing damage. It's the kind of deck that kind of builds a big advantage through cards in powerful late game.
Yeah.
So you can't really look at both players' life totals that much, but as you were saying, you're really just saying Ivan is within reach, maybe.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is that Ivan Floch is down to 10 here, and I'm just wondering if he's going to have the time to set up. Here's the second Jeskai Ascendancy for Neil Oliver. Trigger the first one. Treasure Cruise.
I mean, Ivan isn't going to take any damage this turn. He's definitely going to Hero's Downfall that Rabblemaster. So I don't see him getting burnt out from 10 too quickly. It might happen over the long game if that Treasure Cruise resolves and things like that.
Okay, so that probably isn't the way we're going to see this game end?
No, I think what will happen is Neil will raise the alarm either right now or end of Ivan's turn. Well, for sure he's going to do one or the other. It's a close play between them. I guess he's going with right now. Oh, you have to kill the Rabblemaster pre-combat, so he's still,
So he gets to cruise here.
He gets to cruise, yeah, then that's a better play for sure.
He finds another Rabblemaster, and he is going to have a perfectly sculpted hand after this Treasure Cruise. He discards a Rabblemaster. That was the loot. This is the second loot. He finds Chandra Pyromaster. How important is that card here?
Not terribly important. I mean, it's a good card. All 3 of these are close as far as what you discard, I think. I don't think he'll discard the Raise the Alarm because it's cheap and it'll allow him to do 2 things in one turn. I could definitely see him discarding either the Stoke or the Chandra.
All right, it was Chandra down, and now the Treasure Cruise resolved, so the coast was clear, and here's, looks like a Seeker, a land, and a Jeskai Charm. I mean, he has 8 damage in his hand right now.
Right, and Ivan has Disdainful Stroke that can possibly counter Stoke, but if he has to use that on Stoke, that's just another 1-for-1 that's favoring Neil. You see Neil up in cards now pretty substantially. Ivan can close that card disadvantage gap with Jace's Ingenuity, but he's still going to have to keep answering everything, and with Neil's ability to loot twice now, every time he casts a spell, you know, that advantage, it's just grind.
That's the feel, too. I mean, he is just grinding card advantage out. Now, I want to remind you that Andrew Beckstrom, who you see sitting to Neil Oliver's left, has already won his match. The United States is up a match here. Owen Turtenwald's down a game in his. He's on the middle table there versus Michael Gul'dan. But if Neil Oliver can close this thing out, the United States is through to the next round. As far as our last outstanding match, so England is through, Denmark is through, South Korea versus Greece is still happening. They're tied at a match apiece. And it seems that things have slowed down a little bit there, but they're being urged along, and we'll probably have a result from that one before too long as well.
So Ivan can't Thoughtseize the Raise the Alarm because he would die to Jeskai Charm and Stoke if Neil just draws an on-tap land to cast them both.
Oh, jeez.
So he's debating which burn spell I imagine to take. I mean, I don't think there's a big difference. I think he should take Jeskai Charm because he has Disdainful Stroke for Stoke. He can't cast it now. That's why I said he would die at 8 if he, if he left them both in his hand. But he does have Disdainful Stroke. So assuming that he doesn't get stoked right now, that's the one he'd rather leave in Neil's hand. And Neil draws another Treasure Cruise.
Yes, that would be the third one.
This game
Fox
was
at 8.
Yeah, it was somewhat close, though Neil was at an advantage 2 turns ago. But now with this additional Treasure Cruise, I think Neil just keeps going up on resources, and he's just grinding Ivan Floch out of this game.
He certainly is. And here's Raise the Alarm main phase. The coast is clear. Floch has no available mana, I believe. Is there an Urborg in there? All right, he's got 1 black, but shouldn't be too relevant here either. So Raise the Alarm main phase.
So
Neil triggers.
Neil digging, trying to find a second Stoke, because that would end the game right now. In fact, if he finds a land to cast Jeskai Charm and Stoke, that would end the game right now. And he has Jeskai Charm and Stoke. So I think if he finds an untapped land in that second loot, then the game is over.
I think he found an island.
I think that ends the game.
He plays the island, Jeskai Charms for 4. Here it is. He leaves the 2 red mana sources up. Stoke the flames. Target you. Floch falls down to 4. And you can see the
just
mana,
put the Jeskai Charm on
and there's the Jeskai Charm, and that's going to do it. United States is through. Owen Turtenwald, you can take this round off, buddy.
How would you like to be potentially the best player in the world and your teammates both won?
I would love that feeling. And I'm sure the United States is. Congratulations to the Slovak Republic for a fantastic finish here as well. They are not going to be able to advance, but an absolutely great top 8 finish there for the Slovak Republic. Welcome back to the booth. That's Ben Stark. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. And we're taking a look at if we can move the last match. It kind of depends on how far they are into it. You know, we can't just, look, tournament integrity is important, right? You can't just walk up and say, hey, everybody, pick up your cards and we'll just figure it out when we get there. That doesn't work out. But if there is a good time and an opportunity, we want to show you as much magic as humanly possible, and we will move them if
like
that's
if they're
an
going
option.
to a game 3 or something, then they'll start game 3 on camera.
Exactly. And as an update for that, South Korea versus Greece, so that's the match that we're talking about. South Korea has 1 match win. Greece has 1 match win, and they are playing in that last match right now. Bigger picture perspective on the tournament, England through, they defeat Brazil. Denmark through, Serbia has to go home with the top 8 finish here. And as you just saw on camera, Team United States also through. Looking at the matchups, I mean, it felt to me coming in, Brazil's strong team, but USA and Slovak Republic seem to be the 2 strongest, that leaving just the USA as sort of the pillar.
I don't think anybody would argue that.
Yeah. So the big question here, though, is who's going to make it through from South Korea and Greece? And might be able to get that for you. We might not. We're going to try to scope that out for you here. So once we know that we can get them, and I think we might actually be able to get them in the feature match area 4, which would be fantastic. I love that. So they're on their way now.
Awesome. We get to see maybe the deciding game, the deciding match.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that is the best part, right?
Of course.
You know, when everybody's all huddled around and watching. So that'll be great. I really did find it interesting. Owen Turtenwald didn't even have to win his match. He just got to sit there and shuffle.
And we saw him lose game 1.
He did. He lost game 1 to Gul'dan, and what a sigh of relief for Owen.
Yeah, you think of Owen as the captain, clearly the leader of this team, but he got a little help there.
He certainly did, and it has to feel good when, again, the leader doesn't even have to win it. And maybe he would have. You know, I mean, he still had 2 games to go as well. So I don't know what the decks are yet that we're going to be seeing. So once we get those, we'll be able to figure them out and give you guys some analysis on that as we move the players over. But for now, let's just take a minute here, Ben, to kind of reflect. So England through.
Okay.
I may or may not have seen somebody from England walk by the booth with a big on the way by. I don't know who it was.
Exciting for England. I mean, Brazil was one of the teams with some notable players, in my opinion, Belovo and Willie Adele. But obviously exciting for England.
Yeah, so that's exciting for England. Now, what about Brazil, though? Tough finish there for Brazil.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Slovak Republic and USA were 1 and 2 in this top 8 as far as strength, I think Brazil was probably number 3.
All right, so England through, Denmark through, USA through, South Korea versus Greece, and we're going to add another voice to the booth here in the form of somebody who comes from one of these countries, Rich Hagan. Hey, Rich.
Hello there. Yes, I love Brazil very dearly, but I couldn't root for them, obviously, in the quarterfinals. So we had England-Brazil in the quarters, and it was actually very interesting because England got off to a very quick start. They were 1 up in all 3 matches. By the time, basically, you'd finish shuffling in the feature match area, because obviously it takes a little bit longer to get the guys in the feature match area settled and ready to go. So very quick games, and the big surprise there was that Fabrizio Anteri with blue-black control, I mean, that's never 1-0 up in 5 minutes, but it was here against Gabriel Fair's red-white tokens. And then we had David Inglis with Abzan Whip 1 up over Thiago Saporito with that kind of interesting red-green deck, which is not something you would necessarily see in real standard, but here we are in Team Unified standard. That's part of the answer to the puzzle of where you put the 3 decks. And then Francesco Giorgio with Mardu mid-range was up over Willie Adel's Sidisi Whip. So again, very quickly 1-0 up for England. Game 2s were all about Brazilian aggression. It was right the way across the board. It was like Brazil out the gates, Brazil out the gates, Brazil out the gates. Can England survive and recover in this one? So the answer was, well, the Adel got their way through over Francesco Giorgio because basically in the end he was like, yeah, okay, you've made your Elspeth, but I've got enough power to get her off the board eventually. And then he just powered his way through. So that made that one 1-1. Gabriel Fair on the play, of course, with his red-white tokens against the blue-black control, monstered his way through blue-black control. It was like 3 or 4 minutes for that one, and because you know what blue-black control's like. No, it's like there is a tipping point, and there's a place where there's 2 or 3 turns of real interest, and then you either know blue-black control's going to take it down over the next 20 turns,
yes,
or you're done. And the red-white tokens just didn't let him get anywhere near what he would call the mid-game. So that was 1-1. But David Inglis claimed a 2-0 victory over Saporito, and then in the end it was Fabrizio Anteri. It's what we've been saying all week. Anteri with blue-black control got the job done over Gabriel Fair, and that put England into the semi-finals. And you guys have this match to see who faces Team USA.
That's right. So South Korea versus Greece. And it looks like we're getting a decider here.
So it looks like Solvin Caryatid, Elvish Mystic.
That's right. And is this, Mardu mid-range on the other side?
Yeah.
Is that what you're seeing here, Ben?
Yeah, and probably Black-Green Constellation, like we just saw Owen Turtenwald and Mikhail Gul'dan playing.
Yeah, that looks about right to me. Marios Angelopoulos for Greece.
Yeah, and I feel more confident in that now because I see an erase in Socrates' hand. That's normally a card you board in against those Black-Green Constellation decks, but not necessarily against a normal Courser Caryatid, let's say Abzan midrange or something like that.
All right, Socrates doesn't have much to do here, though. Just a Scryland and chip the turn back. Hyun, though, has some nice stuff. I mean, he's certainly been able to power out a lot of creatures. I don't know that he's done anything really overwhelming yet here.
Right.
This is kind of where I expect like a Nykthos to show up next turn and start doing some dumb stuff. But there's the erase. That's going to strand that Arbor Colossus still on top of the deck where it was going to be anyway.
The problem for Hyun here is all of his creatures in play aren't doing much.
Yeah.
And this Mardu midrange doesn't just have spot removal, it has board sweepers in the form of end hostilities.
Oh, right.
And he's under virtually no pressure, so he can wait for Hyun to cast another creature, say a creature that really pressures him.
Like the Colossus.
Like the Colossus. And then he's going to get a 4-for-1 when he wipes the board with end hostilities. This is not a good spot for Hyun to be in.
So Hyun has access to cards like Thoughtseize, right?
Sure.
He just hasn't seen one yet.
He has ways to potentially disrupt that.
I do see an end hostilities in hand for Socrates. But I think he might have to fire off a Read the Bones here, as I'm not sure that he has another land. Let's take a look at his hand here. No. Wow, look at that hand. So I think he's going to Read the Bones here, Ben.
To find lands.
Yeah, just to dig strictly for lands. He's got enough action in his hand to last him the rest of the game, no problem.
And Read the Bones sees a lot of cards. So most likely if he casts Read the Bones, he gets to scry 2 and then draw 2. He's going to find a land or 2.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, he's just not under that much pressure life total-wise. Sure, he's down to 14. He'll take some more damage next turn, but... Oh, Anger of the Gods is what he decides to do. He's going to just say, you know what, I'll draw those lands in good time. If I'm under absolutely no pressure whatsoever, no problem.
I like that play. If he had land drops to make already, I probably wouldn't. I would probably just wait and end hostilities. But if he had Read the Bones, he would have went up to 9 cards, found a land, played it, and went to 8, and still had to discard.
And taken 2 more damage, and then 2 more on the other side, too. So he ends up being at about 10 life.
Right, and he was going to take damage whenever he cast Read the Bones, but the key there is the discard, because when lands are a resource, that means everything you have basically is a resource. Like at this point, if he discards a card, that card would have had a positive effect on the game for him.
Right.
Even though he's in a commanding position, he can certainly throw away 1 resource and still be a huge favorite in this game. There's no real reason to do that. You just Anger this turn, you can read next turn, and then you never have to discard.
Love it. Nice play there from Socrates. And here is that Arbor Colossus now for Hyun. And Socrates he has any number of ways to deal with it. Crackling Doom being the most obvious.
And since he didn't find the land for End Hostilities, I think he would have cast that had he found the land. With Crackling Doom being an instant and End Hostilities taking out the Caryatid as well, I think that would have been a play he would have rather made. This is still, very comfortable for him.
Yeah, he does have the an Utter End that he can use. He's now pulled a second one. Wow. His hand is just straight up gasoline here. Remember, the players are tied 1-1. The teams are tied 1-1. Whoever wins this game of Magic takes their country into the next round to play against the United States.
Yeah, his hand is really stacked here, but he doesn't have land. That's what he really needs to draw. If he's able to end hostilities into Elspeth with all of that in his hand after he casts the Elspeth, that's going to do it.
I mean, how does this even go wrong for Socrates, though? He has infinite spot removal, and Hune's deck is basically a spot, a target-making machine.
The way it goes wrong for him is if he doesn't draw land. He's got plenty of time.
But if he just never draws lands over like 5 turns or something?
Right, because 1-for-1ing is not necessarily going to win this game. As you see, Hune has some cards that replace themselves, some resilient things. So he could definitely win this game if Socrates doesn't find lands.
All right, well, he's not actually going to get to hit, though, with this Nissa Worldwaker because he's actually stuck on lands as well and has a bunch of spells in hand. So Socrates is going to have to deal with 2 permanents here.
He'll probably Utter End the Nissa.
Right, so Utter End Nissa seems like a good start, but that does leave him taking some damage here. And, if Hune can sort of chain together maybe like another Nissa, if he hits some lands, all right, he did hit a land. There's 4 damage, drop you down to 7.
If Hune has a creature to drop here, and Socrates doesn't find a land for End Hostilities, he's not going to be able to answer both creatures on his turn with 4 mana.
And there's a creature, Polukranos World Eater, and that's lethal damage on the board here. So Socrates, well, let's see. He did find a Chain to the Rocks.
But not a land, so he's only going to be able to really answer one of those 2 creatures this turn. He can get a little bit ahead by Chain and playing Rabblemaster, but he can't actually stop both of the big creatures. If he had drawn a land for End Hostilities, that would have practically been game. He would have wiped out all 3 of Hune's creatures, had a clear board, and that powerful hand. Now, this is still any man's game.
Interesting. So he's going to take out Polukranos here and play Rabblemaster. I wonder, right, so he wants to do that so that he can make sure to have at least some type of block if he wants it, as Polukranos could just eat the Rabblemaster anyway.
In case he doesn't draw the land.
Exactly.
If he does draw the land, he knows he's in such a comfortable position, but if he doesn't want to be in the same position as last turn where he can only do one thing. That, if he wasn't going to draw land, that Chain of the Rocks was one of the better draws he could have, because at least it allowed him to do 2 things.
So Nissa Worldwaker here off the top for Hwyn.
But he's a mana short of being able to play it and make a hasted 4/4.
That's right. So he would rather prioritize getting damage in right now and then play Nissa Worldwaker to make another one, though this upcoming land draw is getting super important.
It's so big right now. If he draws the land, he's going to be able to attack Nissa and kill it, and then end hostilities and clear the board.
Oh my goodness.
If he does not draw the land...
He drew it.
Wow.
He is down to 3. He's got to be careful because one of his white mana sources does damage to him. But
he'll happily go to 2 to cast this end hostilities.
Yes, he will. Wow, so this worked out at the very last minute for Socrates. As he has just enough damage here to kill Nissa and even get a couple of damage in.
Right, and that's exactly what he's doing. So, and then post-combat, when he ends hostilities, he'll wipe this board. He's at a precarious 2 life, but he'll leave Hune with only 3 lands.
3 lands in play.
And now that he's got access to 5 mana, and we see, Socrates' hand, his hand is still that loaded hand, with multiple removal, Elspeth, Wingmate Rock.
Wow. What a huge swing for Greece. Hune is stuck with, Hornet Queen and Elvish Mystic in his hand. And he's got a long road back. He does find a land there, but Socrates, even though he's only at 2 life, Hune doesn't have anything that can just... There's no reach in this deck. So Socrates, he does need to get things moving forward as quickly as possible.
Right, and he doesn't draw land 6 for Elspeth. He does, but it comes into play tapped. So he'll obviously put that land into play, but he has to decide between End Hostilities, Utter End, Stoke the Flames, Wingmate Rock. He can cast any of those cards.
What do you think about Wingmate Rock here?
Yeah, I think personally, I might Stoke the Mystic just to keep him off lands. I also might play the Wingmate. It's close. I mean, if he plays the Wingmate, he would go to 1, but he has the second white that doesn't cause him damage on the following turn because he drew Nomad Outpost.
Right. And he gets to start gaining 1 life a turn from the Wingmate Rock at least.
Yeah. One of the worst things that could happen to him would be a Nissa. So maybe he's going to wait and do the Stoke later. I think he's got a lot of close options here, and I think he's deciding. I think personally I would probably Stoke the Mystic, but I'm not sure if that's correct.
He's decided to wait. I assume he will be stoking the flames on the Mystic. He just... maybe he goes to 1. No, he's got to do it here.
You're not going to fall to 1, because if he plays another Mystic, you're going to end up stoking it anyway, and if that 1 squeaks in and kills you, I mean, you feel real bad.
You feel really bad. All right, so land is the only follow-up for Hyun, so here comes Elspeth. Doesn't have to pay any life to do that, and there's 3 1/1 soldier tokens here. And this is still very close.
Does Hyun only have Hornet Queen in hand?
Let's take a look. Yep.
And we know he can't cast that next turn.
No. I mean, I think that Nissa Worldwaker is the only thing that Socrates would be worried about, and he can survive that even if Hyun went like land Nissa.
It would be 1 point short.
It would still be a point short.
And that's a reason you can't take that 1 from the Mystic on the last turn, that you have to stoke it.
Yes. Yeah, super close.
Yeah.
It's just at the very last minute for Greece, but he is stable.
Yeah, and if the board stays clear for another turn or two, Socrates is going to be able to get that Wingmate Rock online, and then he'll be able to gain a bunch of life with all these tokens.
Yeah.
And then the game will pretty much be put out of reach. But Hyun has a draw step or 2 before then, so these are key right here.
So what does Hyun find with his draw step? We know one of his cards, and he finds a land.
It's not the worst.
Temple of Malady does get him 1 step closer to the rock and gets him a scry.
Yeah, and it's land 6, and Hornet Queen is still a very powerful card. I don't know if it'll be enough to win this game, but, you know, it's 5 creatures,
Yeah.
5 flying Death Touch creatures.
Very, very difficult to deal with without killing off all of your own things. Socrates trying to put his country through to the next round. They've got a tall order. They have to play USA if they win, while South Korea clings here to the hope of making it to the next round as well. All they need to do is win this game. They're 1 game away from advancing, but they are so far away as that Wingmate Rock hits, triggers, brings a friend, and as you said a second ago, Ben, if he's able to attack with all these things and gain a bunch of life with all those spells in his hand still.
Yeah, even the Hornet Queen might not be enough.
It might not be enough. Does he find the land for it? Yes. He does. So Hyun is going to get to cast a Hornet Queen here.
Hornet Queen is awesome.
Huh. There's Nam Sung Wook.
And this game is not over because
feeling the pressure, I'd say.
Hyun will be able to trade 2 of the 1/1 Death Touch flyers from the Queen off for the Wingmate Rock and its token. And then he'll take most of the 1/1s from the Elspeth, and he'll have some flyers in play to try and close out Socrates. But Socrates is going to gain, 8 life this turn. So he'll be at 10, and Hyun's going to have to take a few turns to try and close him out with those flyers, which we know isn't going to work because we know that Socrates is holding an end hostilities. But Hyun doesn't know that.
That's right. And in the meantime, everybody hits the red zone here. Go back up to 10 for Socrates.
And that should be Hyun's plan here. I believe he should block each of the 3/4 flyers with a 1/1 flying Death Touch, Hornet Queen on one of the Elspeth tokens, and probably take the other 5. You don't want to trade off your other flyers because if Socrates had nothing, he could use those other 2 1/1 flyers and the Hornet Queen, so 4 points of flying damage a turn to try and close out Socrates. And then you block the 3/4 with 1/1 flying Death Touch. It can block one of yours anyway later, and you're not going to win the race by taking 3 and then beating back for 1.
No, I mean, this is actually just a huge attack from Socrates as far as Hyun's damage life total goes as well.
So Hyun makes the exact block I would make and that he should make, in my opinion.
Oh, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
We want your opinion.
And looking at Socrates' loaded hand, I don't think Hyun is going to have much of a chance. I mean, there are big draws for him. His deck does pack a lot of powerful spells.
Like another Hornet Queen, right?
Yeah, or maybe a Doomwake Giant.
Yeah.
I mean, we just tagged into this match, so I haven't seen his deck list, but I believe Black-Green usually plays stuff like that. I actually can take a look for everybody now. I know I want
list there.
I know I want to know, so I'm sure everyone at home wants to know also. And he does have 4 Doomwake Giant.
Oh, wow.
So if he drew Doomwake Giant here, that would appear to be a huge draw for him. Socrates would, of course, end hostilizing away everything.
All right, you know what he drew?
Whip of Erebos?
Liliana Vess.
Liliana Vess, that's interesting.
Is that fast enough is the problem. He's now down to 6 life. I mean, he can find running Doomwake Giants or, whatever he wants with Liliana Vess. I don't think the discard would be relevant with his opponent at 4 cards, but it's probably just too slow. I mean, look at all those tokens. He's just going to get bum rushed here.
Marshall, Liliana is not going to do it. He needed a big draw that impacted the board this turn to stay in this game. It needed to be possibly Whip of Erebos. Definitely Doomwake Giant would have been good. But Liliana Vess is not going to do it.
He's going to attack 1 Hornet at Elspeth to keep her off of ultimate range, play Liliana Vess.
Heon had a ton of big draws.
Wow.
See the Unwritten. He's got 4 of those. He could have found Hornet Queen and Doomwake Giant.
That's going to do it, though. Hyun extends the hand, and it means that Team Greece, with smiles and hugs, is going to advance to the next round.
The underdogs.
They are going to be the underdogs because they're playing against Owen Turtenwald and Team USA, but this team from Greece has shown that they have some good stuff, and they're going to put up quite a fight, I would say.
Weren't they the last team to make day 2? 32nd place? Mm-hmm. What an incredible story.
Yeah, so we've got England, Denmark, Greece, USA here as we move on to the semifinals of the World Magic Cup. And we've already had a lot of great excitement. And, of course, we're going to have more as we continue throughout the course of the day. It's going to be a big, long, awesome day of Magic coverage. We certainly hope that you'll join us for the duration of it. Our whole coverage team woke up this morning and we were all excited. We're all eating breakfast. We're talking about the matchups. It's just one of those things that kind of consumes you.
Who can sleep the night before the top 8?
Yeah, especially the players. That's the thing. We'll bump into them because sometimes they'll be in the same lobby, hotel as us. And I just look at them eating breakfast and I just think I'd be sitting there fidgeting and nervous.
I've been there a couple times and believe me, you are.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there ready to go. Yeah. Let's get in the game.
Let's get in there. All right. Speaking of ready to go, the news desk.
All right, thank you so much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Ben Stark completing our semi-final lineup for the World Magic Cup. BDM, that's 1 mighty segment down, 4 incredible sets of Magic still to go.
I'm kind of looking forward to a 3rd segment showdown between
Denmark and Greece.
No.
Denmark and USA.
Half right.
England and Greece.
Getting colder.
England, USA?
Oh, come on. Wouldn't that be fun? Really? Wouldn't that be fun to be on the sidelines rooting along there?
I'd quite like to watch that one for sure. But 4 terrific teams in the semi-final lineup. Let's work out how they got there this morning. If you're just waking up around the world, we know lots of you in America are many hours behind us here in France. Thanks for being with us. It is 10:18 in the morning on Sunday morning here in France. If you're already in Japan, it's already 7 o'clock in the evening for you, 8 o'clock in the evening, and you're going, can't wait for Yuya Watanabe and Kentaro Yamamoto later in the day. Don't forget the top 4 of the World Championship coming up this afternoon. And, Brian David Marshall, sandwiched between the 2 tournaments, a product announcement. That's all, a product announcement with Hélène Bergeau. So, let's take a look at how the 4 teams advanced to the semifinals. Here is our top 8 bracket. And BDM, you spent much of your morning watching the top quarterfinal between South Korea and Greece.
Yeah, it was it was a back and forth affair. South Korea got off to a very quick game. The match we just watched conclude had the first game on the board, I think, before any other result was in anywhere.
Right.
And then the matches evened up over the course very quickly. The red deck found itself outclassed by Courser of Kruphix very early in both games, and Greece took both of those games very quickly. On the far side, Nam Sung-wook took care of business in the middle, and then it came down to that table A match. And your good friend, Socrates.
Yeah, so it looks like Bill Chronopoulos is having a fantastic time. It seems that he met Socrates on his excellent adventure. So that is Greece through to the semi-final. Let's take a look at the board once again. There you see them, they're through, and they would play the winner of the Slovak Republic against the United States. Now, we were very busy out on the floor with other matches, but my sense, and we like to tell the truth to the viewers at home, my sense was that the Slovak-US match was less climactic than we might have hoped. It seemed not quite straightforward for the US, but there were very few points listening to Marshall in my ear that I thought, oh, this is going to come down to the wire. It actually felt like the US were reasonably dominant in that one.
Well, I mean, did Owen lose his match?
I didn't even follow exactly how it played out.
I believe I saw a tweet from Owen that said, "I lose, team wins."
Right.
Awesome.
Okay.
But I know that they really liked their matchups.
Yes, and matchups, as we're discovering, are really key to this unified team standard format. The 8th seed Greece, who began at 32, remember, eliminating Japan overnight, and then were 15 in their second pool, and still made it in as a bottom seed. US were also a bottom seed all the way through. But what about the bottom half of the bracket? Next up, we had Serbia against Denmark. So this one, Randy Buehler kept an eye on, and this was pretty straightforward for Denmark. Serbia, fantastic performance. Now this, of course, you squirreled this out, you news hound you.
Yes.
I've known Alexa Telerov forever as Alexa Telerov, the guy who always represents Serbia at Team Player. This is
7 times, right?
Right, this is his number 7. But you now know him as somebody different.
Yes, Moloku, the unclouded mirror in this case. Moloku, he's a very well-known Magic Online player, recently qualified for the MOCs, and has won multiple online PTQs, and is generally the nightmare of Magic Online grinders everywhere.
Yeah, so congratulations to him for making the top 8, but as we will see, it is Denmark who advanced through to the semi-finals, and you had a chance after their win to chat with the Danes.
I did, and let's get back to that after we talk about the bottom end of the bracket, because that's what we were talking about, that matchup.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so in our final quarterfinal, that saw England against Brazil. England were 1-0 up in all 3 matches very quickly. Brazil fought back through Willie Adel to tie it at 1-1. David Inglis won his match 2-0 fairly swiftly. Fabrizio Anteri playing blue-black control, the team captain, with his 4 Grand Prix top 8s, his over 70% GP win rate. Phenomenal performance by him. He lost game 2 to Gabriel Fair, but game 3 in the end was pretty comfortable for the English captain. Blue-black control advances, England advances, and so we will see an England-Denmark semi-final. So you were saying the Danes were chatting with you about this matchup.
Yeah, Fabrizio Anteri, by the way, the fastest blue-black player I've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, he's so crisp.
He is so crisp, and he plays that deck so quickly, getting 3 games done before most mid-range and aggro decks are done with 2.
And in fact, when I watch him, I'm pretty anxious, because that deck, when it's winning, gets more than 7 cards in hand quite a lot. And discard, I'm like, you've got 10. You need to discard 3. Discard 3. Make sure you're down to 7.
Which card?
Stop it. Moving on. Tell us about the Danes.
So, the Danes. So here's the thing about England, and credit to them. They are 8-0 in Team Unified Standard right now. They are undefeated in this format, including a win over the Danes in pool play.
Now, you would think that might have a psychological edge, certainly because it's in the right format. But remember, England started out 0-2, and one of those 2 O's were Denmark.
That was Denmark
right at the start of the tournament.
Back in Team Sealed. So, obviously England has an excellent configuration for their decks, excellent players playing them. I asked Martin Muller, the captain of the Danish team, if he was worried about the matchup, and he actually feels, and we'll talk about it more when we look at the decks, but he actually feels that they line up very well against England. It felt like obviously, he says, obviously it's close. Obviously we can lose, but I think this one goes this way. I think this one goes this way, which is what happened. But I think when we match up again, a different match goes the other way.
Obviously I spoke to Team England. They have a slightly different take on this.
Okay.
They do also agree that there are some difficulties.
Basically, the blue-black deck is favored in both seats on the other team, right?
England believe that Fabrizio Anteri is well favored in blue-black. We'll take a look at the decks, actually, because I can tell you, Denmark fans, England fans, you will be on camera for the semi-finals. So Danish fans, rejoice. You can have your bacon sandwiches and watch Martin Muller. He is playing Mardu mid-range. There we see his deck on the screen. You see it working its way through. Lots of the usual suspects. And BDM, one of the key points about a deck like this, there is almost no compromise in terms of a full-on 75 standard deck as opposed to team unified standard. So the compromise is next to none.
No, absolutely. This isn't a deck that's going to steal Heroes Downfalls from the blue-black control deck. And, because it's the three-color deck, it really wants the Murderous Cuts and the Chain to the Rocks and the Crackling Dooms as its removal. So it's not really, where sometimes you had a lot of conflict between your two mid-range control-y decks fighting for the Heroes Downfalls. So you saw some decks were like, oh, well, we'll put Silence the Believers in our Obzon deck, or we'll put Heroes Downfall. We'll split the Heroes Downfalls, and you'll get a Murderous Cut, and you'll get a.
Yeah, you see. I was horrified by that because we did a segment at the desk with Nate Price and Ben Stark, and I heard him say, Heroes Downfall are incredibly important, so we're going to put 2 in each of 2 decks. How does that work?
You didn't see that happen very often. What you did see was that the blue-black deck needs its Heroes Downfalls. It needs to deal with Planeswalkers. So what's ended up happening is a lot of times you'll see the Sidisi Whip deck, which can easily use Murderous Cut and can use Murderous Cut more profitably, and has lots of creatures to attack Planeswalkers.
So that was Martin Muller. Let's see what else the Danes are running in this semi-final of the World Magic Cup. Here's Thomas Enevoldsen, the Grand Prix winner in Legacy with Death and Taxes, one of the most dominating, astonishing performances I've ever seen at a Grand Prix level. And here is his blue-black control list. And it goes on and on and on. It kills everything that it doesn't bother to counter. And then it draws some more cards so it can kill more things that it didn't bother to counter.
Heroes Downfall, Bile Blight, Drown in Sorrow, Silence the Believers, Aether Spouts, just a little bit of a time walk there, and 4 Perilous Vault.
Yeah, we believe that the blue-black control deck for Denmark is considerably favored. That is the David Inglis matchup with his Abzan Whip deck. Inglis thinks he's in big trouble, but he also thinks that this will come down to seat C. We'll see a blue-black control winner on the Denmark side against Inglis. We will see a blue-black control winner for Fabrizio Anteri for England, and then seat C is what it could all come down to. But that's just on paper, and they didn't make Magic out of paper, they made it out of cards. So why don't we get to the action? Let's take you to the booth. Here comes Marshall Sutcliffe and Ben Stark.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here at the World Magic Cup. A wild Randy Buehler has appeared. So we've got not one but 2 Hall of Famers, Ben Stark and of course myself, Marshall Sutcliffe. We're going to bring you all the action here. Players are ready. Let's head down to the feature match area right now for Denmark versus England. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. We're in Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Ben Stark, both of them Hall of Famers. And we've got a semifinal match here between Denmark and England. Another semifinal match is also happening between the United States and Greece. But for now, we've got Fabrizio Anteri of England. You get a look at him there. First person you saw, Martin Muller. Take a look at him there. He's got his PT shirt on just to remind everybody.
Yeah, these are the 2 national champions. These are the guys with the most pro points. They both chose to sit in the A seat, interestingly enough. The matchup is Mardu for Muller of Denmark versus blue-black control for Anteri.
Ben, how do you like the Mardu mid-range versus blue-black control matchup?
Well, it does attack from several angles. It's got the ability to make tokens and go wide with Hordeling Outburst. It's got Planeswalkers that, don't die to, Bile Blights or Drown in Sorrows, though Blue-Black does have Dissolve and Hero's Downfall to fight them. But, Sorin comes right into play and makes a creature, so that has the potential to 2-for-1 a Blue-Black deck and be very effective. Sarkhan, not quite as much, though you certainly do have to have an answer for it. It does have a lot of removal, which is pretty bad against Blue-Black, so that certainly favors the Blue-Black player.
Yeah, I feel like the Mardu has really been feasting on the other mid-range decks in this format, and in particular, it feasts on Blue-White Heroic, which, by the way, in our other semifinal, the Greek Mardu deck gets to play against the American Blue-White Heroic deck. That's a big edge for the Greeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Blue-Black control deck here, it's clunky enough that I don't feel like it is a great matchup against anything. My opinion as sort of a long-time control player, but this is actually one of the decks I think it's happier to sit down against. So I think it's Edge and Terry on decks.
Now, what do you like what do you think about Ashiok Nightmare Weaver here on this board state? It looks like Goblin Rabblemaster plus Seeker of the Way could certainly pressure Ashiok, but have chosen not to.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice not to attack the Ashiok.
You just let it sit there?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, I don't mean that it was wrong. I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah, Ashiok's a pretty controversial card amongst control players. Andrew Cuneo hates the card.
Wow.
Andrew Cuneo has been building control decks as long as there have been islands. Basically feels like it just does nothing. It sits there, you can ignore it, you plus it a couple of times, and then it just has no impact on the board state.
Yeah. And now he definitely can't let him get a Butcher of the Horde, so he's got to at least hit it for a couple of points of damage. He doesn't have to knock it out, and especially with a Perilous Vault in play, there isn't that much incentive to knock it out.
Now, he's going to have to hit it for more than a couple as well.
Well, to deal at 7, but if he hits it for 4, he stops him from getting the Butcher.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, something he should do. I don't think you want to leave that option on the table.
Although Muller's got 2 Chain to the Rocks in his hand that do absolutely nothing in the matchup.
That's interesting. So
like Ashiok turns on your opponent's removal.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you're saying maybe just deal a lot of damage. If he
let him put a Butcher into play. What does it do? You spend 1 mana and knock it away. Great. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too much of a Cuneo fanboy here.
It's kind of a problem, Randy, that if you Chain to the Rocks the Butcher and then Perilous Vault happens afterwards, it'll kill all the creatures and Chain to the Rocks. I mean, don't get me wrong. As you point out, the Mardu deck has a lot of removal, and you can just kill it again after that.
Right.
But I'm not sure if that's where you want to go. It's not unreasonable. If he has Burn in hand and he can play the aggressive role, I could definitely see him doing that. Like, if Martin's hand right now is Stoke Lightning Strike or something of that nature, the aggressive line might close out this game.
Now check this out. Hordeling Outburst is going to hit the battlefield here and make
and so
this
is Chain to the Rocks on nothing.
Ridiculous.
Chain to the Rocks is a prowess trigger there.
Wow.
And certainly Martin taking a line like Randy was hinting at.
This is the most aggressive possible line he could take here.
Right. And maybe he has some Burn in his hand to close out this game. He has a Crackling Doom. That's 2 points of damage.
I mean, how much damage is Muller doing here?
It's a lot. Looks like 4, 8, 10.
10, yeah. I think that Fabrizio's down to 7 life now. So he's really forcing him to use this vault.
Yep. Which will deal with the Ashiok.
And he makes
Not a bad result.
He makes this play, but it doesn't leave him anything to put on the board after the vault. And he did just put out a Hordeling Outburst, a card that would have been really good on this turn. So I really don't like this line.
It's too aggressive for you?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, would make this play if my hand was something like Stoke Lightning Strike, and I thought maybe I could deal him the final 7. But his hand only has a Crackling Doom, which is only 2 damage. And right now, he has a Battlefield Forge and a Chain of the Rocks, nothing to put on the board. So unless he top decks something, he's going to just pass the turn back, and Fabrizio's going to get to untap with a clear board post Perilous Vault. I really
this
don't
is
like
going
this
to put
line.
a lot of pressure on Martin Muller's draw steps here over the next few turns to try to find specific spells.
And let's say he doesn't Hordeling Outburst there, and he attacks the Ashiok for a couple of points, 4 points, to prevent it from being able to put anything in play. Fabrizio still has to Perilous Vault away the board. So the end result is...
You don't even need to attack Ashiok to make him Perilous Vault.
You do not.
I think Muller is correct to attack Anteri. I agree with you that the Hordeling Outburst was maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Okay, I could see that. But either way, Fabrizio would have been at around...
Oh, so he activated Ashiok and then Perilous Vaulted as a
with
response.
the ability
Right.
on the stack.
Which is kind of why I wanted to knock out the Ashiok, but knowing that he has Crackling Doom and Chain of the Rocks in hand for post, right? He has a lot more removal that he doesn't need. So I think either of those is fine. I think you could knock out the Ashiok for 4, so you don't have to deal with it, or you could send all the damage to Fabrizio, like you're suggesting. That could definitely be correct. What I really think was bad, though, was playing the Hordeling Outburst, because he would have a Hordeling Outburst to have played on that turn post Perilous Vault. If he just saves that, he can Chain of the Rocks away the Butcher and play Hordling Outburst.
So he's already drawn a lightning strike here, Ben. Let's get up to date on what's going on here. Fabrizio Anteri takes 3 as Martin Muller. His plan apparently was to draw a bunch of burn spells or pressure after making that sort of all-in Hordling Outburst play. But in the meantime, Fabrizio, while he's down to 2 life, was that Sarkon?
It was. There's a dissolve waiting for it, but it's still kind of exciting. Ooh, he wants to bait the dissolve.
Don't do it.
Oh,
Don't
is Fabrizio going to fall for this? He is. Does he have another dissolve in hand? Oh, no. This could be bad. I mean, Mullet doesn't have enough mana to cast the Sarkon this turn, right?
Does he have a land?
That's the question.
I think he's only 1 short.
I think he's 1 short.
I don't know if he has a land.
Oh, he must be searching from a fetch land, so he does have enough. And there's Sarkon.
Disdainful Stroke. That's why he makes that play.
And now he's managed to get the Seeker, which can potentially even gain lifelink. If he can get any prowess triggers on the Seeker.
Because the card he didn't play around there was a second Lightning Strike. There might not be any more left in the deck.
Did you draw Perilous Vault? Perilous Vault is a prowess trigger. That is a gigantic draw.
Yeah.
Wow.
That takes away
plus 3 life. That just countered a lightning strike.
Takes away virtually all of Martin's outs.
Stoke is no longer good enough.
Same with another Sarkon. Same with any single burn spell. Anteri finds a Bile Blight, but he keeps ticking up Ashiok here. And bricking, he has missed twice on the last 2, and there's no trigger this time, so it's just 2 damage.
Yeah, but Fabrizio at 5 now, no 1 burn spell can kill him.
And there is the Sarkon off the top.
It's a great draw.
It is a great draw.
No counters this time, and Bile Blight doesn't kill it.
So is this going to force the Perilous Vault? Can Fabrizio afford to even take any damage from Sarkon here?
I don't know.
He's going to kill the Seeker. Interesting.
Oh, it's killing the Seeker.
He's not going for the attack. He's going for kill the Seeker.
I don't really like this. If he attacked, it would basically force Fabrizio to vault.
He could go to 1.
Well, and then it would force him to vault the next turn if he didn't find an answer when he attacks again. And that would take care of the Ashiok and the Seeker for him.
Goblin Rabblemaster
I think he's worried about silence.
is finally found.
You can't play around everything. I mean, I don't know. I like to send the Sarkon there at Fabrizio.
All right, well, this decision is similar to last time, as Fabrizio has to decide if he wants to go to 1 or not.
Yep.
And he's going to go to 1. He does not fire off the Perilous Vault. What's the thinking there, Ben? He wants to get 1 more activation, or he wants to get the Rabblemaster in, or... Oh, Rabblemaster doesn't quite kill Sarkon, does it?
No, I don't know. I would probably have fired off the vault there. I guess he has outs. Like if he draws Heroes Downfall.
He gets to make the same play of activate Ashiok, respond with Perilous Vault to get the Goblin Rabblemaster into play.
Right, so he nets a Rabblemaster this way, but he puts himself in burn range. He did have outs. If he drew the Heroes Downfall or something, then he wouldn't even have to.
Wow, lightning strike off the top for Martin Muller. And that should do it. Nothing in hand for Fabrizio, so he gets punished to the maximum for taking that 4. And Muller, with the most aggressive line possible, does pick up game 1 ultimately over Fabrizio Anteri. Wow.
Yeah.
Taking a look at our feature match area, you can see our other matches. David Inglis in the middle right there in the suit jacket. He's playing against Tomas Enevoldsen, playing blue-black control on the other side of the table. And why don't we jump in on that match right now? I know that David Inglis, now qualified for the Pro Tour as a result of their finish already, was elated yesterday when that happened. It was his first time qualifying for the Pro Tour, and it was a life goal of his. So,
yeah, Denmark would be pretty happy to have Thomas Edvaldsen win a WMCQ. He's a Grand Prix champion. Won that Legacy Grand Prix with Death and Taxes a little while ago. He can play. Gives them a nice 1-2 punch with Muller.
And here's dig through time from Enevoldsen. He's trying to find answers. He's under some amount of pressure here, though it's not a ton. A Courser of Kruphix chipping away. Enevoldsen at 12, though, so he's certainly got a lot of life to play with. And now that he's resolving a dig through time, you got to feel like he's going to be in a good position.
A couple updates from the Team USA match that's happening against the Greeks off camera. Owen Turtenwald is down a game to Chronopolis in the middle seat. That is a Teamer mid-range beating of... Yeah, Teamer mid-range. In addition, Neil Oliver is also down a game.
Wow, so rough start for Team
And
United
neither of those
States.
is the matchup that I thought was the worst for the Americans of Andy Beckstrom with his blue-white heroic deck having to go up against Mardu and their Crackling Dooms.
And no results from game 1 there yet.
I do not have a game 1 result there. I believe they're still playing.
And that game going long tells us, the Mardu is probably winning. Not
Exactly.
definitely, but probably.
But probably.
Okay, Perilous Vault. Does this look familiar? Yeah, we just saw Perilous Vault on the other side of the match there, but Enevoldsen with his insurance plan in effect.
And these matchups normally favor Blue-Black Control. Blue-Black Control is a little slow. It has problems with really aggressive decks, but it's pretty good against these Whip decks, these, Hornet Queen, Whip, Doomwake Giant decks.
Speaking of Whip, he's just going to play the Whip right into the Perilous Vault here. Maybe he's got another one in his hand.
I think that is likely.
No, he does
But
not.
Even if not, Whip is not particularly key in this matchup. Perilous Vault is going to exile everything in play, so there's not really much for him to whip back.
Okay. I mean, might be a Siege Rhino down there.
Yeah, I mean, if he happened to have milled a Siege Rhino or played one earlier and had it die before we tuned in, I wouldn't put out that whip.
This will force the issue, though, right? Like Enevoldsen, if that is a Siege Rhino down there, is going to be under a heck of a lot of pressure if he doesn't fire off the vault and just lets Inglis do this. So
Right, and if he doesn't play the whip, he doesn't want to play Siege Rhino because he wants that for post-Perilous Vault.
Right.
2 points of Courser pressure isn't going to force that vault. It's just going to allow the blue-black player to keep making land drops and, start dig through timing and Jace's ingenuity end of Inglis's turn.
Well, now we know that there's a Siege Rhino in the graveyard. I think there's a second, but I guess Enevoldsen can try to get a big tempo advantage by letting David Inglis. I don't even know if he can afford it.
I think that he can.
Does he just have to fire it off, or does he let him get the Siege Rhino back in, take the 3, and then exile everything?
That's what I think I would do, because it depends on Enevoldsen's hand a little bit, but there's nothing you love more than as a blue-black control player to untap with a clear board.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and 10 is still a lot of life. This Abzan deck doesn't really have a bunch of reach. It's not like it's the Mardu aggro deck we just saw with all the lightning strikes and Stoke the Flames.
Right.
So I think you can afford to let that 3 damage happen.
USA now down 1 all the way across the board, by the way.
Ouch.
Yep.
Another whip off the top there for Enevoldsen, and it reveals another Courser of Kruphix. So he's got some action coming along. This gets kind of interesting here if you're in Inglis's side of the table.
Yeah.
As he can really try to force the issue.
Well, he doesn't want to
Can
commit.
also just not.
He doesn't want to commit more cards from his hand because he needs those for the post-vault game.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't need everything in his graveyard. So he should almost certainly go ahead and use the whip here. Might as well bring in a Siege Rhino. You get the 3-point drain, and you force the vault without playing any more cards from your hand.
Apparently, I'm assuming that Inglis said, let's go to combat.
Right.
Because Enevoldsen would not have had priority at any stage there unless Inglis gave it to him. And Enevoldsen says, sure. We'll just get rid of everything. So in the end of that,
Replacement whip,
though, not too bad. Replacement whip for Inglis, and of course there's a Siege Rhino or maybe even 2 of them still in the graveyard here, so not too bad.
Right, and of course, when I was saying he should whip back the Siege Rhino, we hadn't seen that he just drew a second whip.
Right.
That's a good reason right there to go to combat directly because you can play a whip.
All right, so he does that, gets a Siege Rhino back, and now instead of getting in for 3 off the trigger, he's actually going to get in for the full 7 here and drop Enevoldsen down to 3.
And now he's still got 1 Siege Rhino left in his graveyard to whip in.
He does.
So Perilous Vault has to take out the whip right now.
Wow. David Inglis really maneuvering here. Enevoldsen, I mean, he just resolved the dig through time a couple of turns ago. He's played back-to-back Perilous Vault. And like you said, Ben, he's forced to fire it off. No land drop, and the way is clear. Can Inglis capitalize?
Well, he doesn't have 3 damage. It looks like he has a Courser of Kruphix.
Okay, Courser's decent. Not exactly what he wanted, but obviously a Siege Rhino there would have been pretty ideal.
Right, I think he's already through maybe 3 of the 4 of those, though. These Abzan decks are not great at being aggressive. That's not their strong suit.
So here's Abzan Charm to draw to. He is digging and digging for the big pressure spells. Doesn't find one, though. And I think he's just going to have to settle for playing a Courser and kind of drawing some cards and doing some things for this turn. So Enevoldsen can breathe a sigh of relief. He knows that the next card is Sylvan Caryatid as well, so he's unlikely to die next turn.
This deck is really cool. It's like half Obzon, half Whip Hornet Queen. Taking a look at the list, and he's got 4 Siege Rhino, 3 Obzon Charms, but also 2 Doomwake Giant, 2 Commune with the Gods, 3 Hornet Queen, and 3 Whip of Erebos.
3/3/3.
Okay, we stop.
Okay, so down goes Courser of Crewfix. Hero's Downfall takes care of that particular threat. And here's a Satyr Wayfinder, which is decent, but with no whip in play, it doesn't look like he's getting any huge advantage off of it.
No, but the
Does he
1/1
have-
body is relevant.
It
because-
is? It's a clock?
Yeah, and Envoltzen's at 3.
Yeah, that's funny. Question, does he have Soul of Innistrad? Is that a card that he could find here to
He
dig
has
back a bunch of value?
1 Soul of
The
Innistrad.
Singleton. So dissolve your Satyr Wayfinder. Wow.
Yeah, Satyr Wayfinder, a 3-turn clock right now.
Everything's a threat now if you're sitting in Thomas Envolt's side, so he can't let anything resolve.
Yeah, plus he gains a little extra value because I believe they knew the top card wasn't really anything.
It was a Caryatid, that's right.
Right, and that's a card that Envoltzen would love for Inglis to spend his turn drawing.
Yeah, so as it turns out, though, Inglis has a Temple of Plenty, so he ships it away. Wow, and he would have had running Hornet Queens on top, but Ashiok's going to take care of that particular problem. Jeez. And here's a Satyr Wayfinder.
And he'll probably let this one resolve. I think he mostly countered that one knowing the Caryatid was on top, since in addition to removing the threat, it also guaranteed a bad draw step for Inglis. It didn't end up working because of the Scryland,
Sure.
but I assume he didn't know he had that.
Okay, and here's a dig through time on end step for Enevoldsen. And I feel the momentum over on Enevoldsen's side, but it's close.
Right, and even if he did know he had that, you're still forcing him to scry to the bottom, so you're still killing some of the value of the Scryland.
So Thomas Enevoldsen taking a look at the 7 cards from his dig through time and figuring out which 2 are going to get him to the finish line here. He's got a lot of work to do, but he is wrestling control of this game, and this dig through time could be exactly what he needed to permanently take control.
Yeah, he's in a pretty comfortable position now. He's just at 3 life, so he needs to make sure he preserves a counter for a potential Siege Rhino, and he needs to start thinking about closing out this game because everything is a threat. That Satyr Wayfinder would kill him in 3 turns.
Jeez, another Hornet Queen. I think he drew a Radiant Fountain, too.
Yeah, and it looked like he had a Drown in Sorrow, which I imagine he'll probably fire off. He's got multiple dissolves in case Inglis draws a Hornet Queen. I don't see...
Does he have any
I
left?
mean, you can take 1 from Wayfinder, right?
Yeah, the one wouldn't...
He's at 5 now.
Yeah, the one wouldn't be that scary, the one hit, but
He does fire the drown.
but he's not going to want to drown later because he's going to start putting Hornet Queens in play, and he's got double dissolve. So I think you go ahead and drown and scry and just remove the threat at this point. And Inglis has had several turns to play things, so he knows that he has virtually no threats in hand. It's just whatever he draws off the top that he has to deal with. So I like that drown. He's sitting on double dissolve. He's going to start putting Hornet Queens in play. This is really where you want to be if you're in Evoltsen.
Whip of Erebos, Murderous Cut land in hand for David Inglis. He's going to...
That's not going to resolve.
Yeah, flippantly throw out the whip, but he knew exactly that that wasn't happening. Immediately gets countered. Ashiok has 7 counters and 3 Hornet Queens available. Probably still wait a turn, though, right?
Yeah.
With this much
Yep.
control going on.
Yeah, no reason to lose your Ashiok. You can start putting the Hornet Queens into play next turn.
All right, Courser Crewfix off the top here for David Inglis.
He can't spend his last dissolve on that. He's going to have a bunch of creatures to be able to block now with the Hornet Queen, so I think he'll let that resolve.
He just has to accept the fact that Inglis is going to get some value off of it.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's that Soul of Innistrad sitting on top.
And now it's a game again. That's the one card
Wow.
that Anna Voltsen can't really deal with.
But the problem is that
Ashiok takes it, right?
Ashiok can just take it. So the interesting thing, of course, is that Inglis can prevent that from happening by shuffling it away
Oh, nice.
with his windswept teeth. But then it means he's not drawing it, but it's probably better than letting Enevoldsen have his mitts on it.
Well, it's
So,
definitely better because, I mean,
yes.
he needs to draw that card.
He needs to draw it, and if it's sitting under Ashiok's rain, that's definitely not going to happen. So this is getting pretty interesting here.
Right.
Update on the U.S., by the way. Neil Oliver swept the board with an end hostilities. Treasure cruised after, but all they came up with was a couple of raise the alarms, which had been cleared out by a Drown and Sorrow.
Ooh. Interesting. So here, this is very interesting, because if he puts the Hornet Queen in play, he would just draw the Soul of Innistrad, a card he basically can't let him draw. If he ticks it up, it's going to get shuffled away, so he doesn't permanently get rid of it, and he doesn't get to deal with it, and he doesn't get a Hornet Queen, but he has to make that play because Soul of Innistrad is the scariest card other than a resolving Siege Rhino.
Also, his library looks very small, Inglis. Like, he might just hit it again here. How many cards do you see there?
And he's still got one Siege Rhino left,
10?
I believe.
There are not that many cards left in the library. Of course, it's the first card on top.
Okay, but where's that fourth Siege Rhino? That matters a lot, too, if there's one left, which I believe there is.
I think that Ashiok is going to do this the old-fashioned way by decking, assuming that that Inglis doesn't come up with something pretty spectacular in the next few turns. I don't even know if the Hornet Queens are necessary.
No, I think you're right. And he's got that Dissolve for that Siege Rhino, but there could be Thoughtseize. No, it doesn't look like he plays Thoughtseize in the main. No. Wow. So he can't really get rid of that Dissolve. So unless he can force Enevoltson to use that Dissolve on something other than the Siege Rhino, I don't think he can win even if he has the fourth Rhino left in his deck. Which he does play for Siege Rhino. I'm not 100% on, because we switched into this game, if all four were used or if three were used.
Yeah, there's a big pile of exiled cards there that has some of it buried. But it does look like the Courser is going to crack in and hit Enevoltson down to 3 here.
Top right match, by the way. Muller and Terry has stabilized once again, but he stabilized at 16 this time instead of 5.
A little bit more comfortable?
Slightly, yeah. This game's been kind of lopsided.
This is a fun one.
I think there's 8 cards in library there for Inglis.
Neil Oliver,
make
by
that
the way,
9.
sitting on a bunch of reactive cards after he'd swept the board away. 2 erase, 2 stoke, but he did get to erase a Courser and stroke a Hornet Queen. Now he seems to have stuck Chandra in play. So
Ooh.
Neil Oliver.
That sounds like a good one.
Yeah, no, he didn't have the ability to close the game when he got up some cards, but he now having stuck Chandra. Oh no, here's downfall. Never mind. They're still stalemated.
Just like that. All right, looks like our upper right-hand match there, Milla versus Onteri, has ended. Though I did not see who won that match.
Well, it looks
excuse me, that game.
Blue-black control.
Looks like they're going to game 3.
Okay.
They both still look like they're playing the match,
You're
shuffling
right.
and sideboarding
You're
and
right.
such.
Yeah, you can tell from the body language.
Oh, yeah.
So Fabrizio and Terry equalizes up there. They're at 1 game apiece. Looking at our big picture view. And since that one's over, we'll go big screen here on the match that we've been watching. Ashiok taking over in both sides of the table. I saw Fabrizio also had Ashiok in play when he won his game there. So Ashiok doing good work. Okay, Heroes Downfall to take down the second copy. Courser of Kruphix.
You run into some interesting scenarios with Ashiok and Courser. I don't think it'll matter too much here because, as you said, the Ashiok is going to run him out of cards very soon. But let's pretend he had more cards. If he knows that it's a bad draw step, he can just choose to not even use Ashiok and let him draw it. And there goes the fourth Siege Rhino.
There's
basically,
that Siege Rhino you talked about.
Yeah,
Dan.
basically David's only way to win. So this is going to be tough. I mean, I think we're through all 3 whips and all 4 Siege Rhinos now. Soul of Innistrad. So I'm not really sure if in that tiny library he has anything to deal these final 3 points of damage.
Heroes Downfall is going to take that out, and it feels like we're out of outs here. David Inglis has nothing in his hand. It's a murderous cut that has no targets. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to do it. So Thomas Enevoltson picks up his first game in his match. So right now Denmark up a game in that match, and then tied up in the table A match between Martin Milla and Fabrizio and Terry.
Are they still in game 1 on the third match?
I am assuming that.
A couple updates on the other semifinal. Lots of mana in play on both sides of the Owen Turtenwald match. It's not a huge surprise there. And aqueous form on a Battle-Wise Hoplite for Andy Beckstrom.
That's good.
So yeah, he's fighting a good fight. I mean, Marduk's got a lot of removal, but what else are you going to do, right?
Yeah, maybe
build your big guy and hope it somehow survives.
And maybe he has a God's Willing or Feat of resistance to protect it, so he just might have to fade a Crackling Doom.
Yeah, Crackling Doom is the card that makes that matchup so lopsided for sure.
Absolutely.
But I mean, if he doesn't draw Crackling Doom, you can deal with the rest of the removal with God's Willing.
I had a shot, but he hit.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to pop in on Simon Nielsen playing Obzon Whip versus Francesco Giorgio playing Mardu mid-range. And it looks like we are in the middle portion of this game. See the end hostilities in the graveyard there for Francesco.
So is this both teams with an Obzon Whip Hornet Queen deck?
Yeah.
And both teams also have blue-black.
Seems like they made very similar choices.
It certainly does.
Possibly.
Actually, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Wow, that isn't. It's Abzan Whip, blue black, and Mardu midrange, Mardu midrange. Interesting.
I wonder if that was just the right solution. I mean, the English team has not lost a constructed match yet. They're 8-0.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know Denmark's constructed record, but they're here in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. Can't be bad. Andy Beckstrom actually definitely in great shape in his game 2 there. Socrates had to mull to 5 and has been stuck on 2 land, one of which is a Battlefield's Forge that is
helping the
definitely playing for the other team right here. And Neil Oliver has evened up the match.
USA trying to claw back into it.
Trying to.
When was the last time that US won the team competition?
Memphis.
Memphis.
It's been a while.
Back in around 2008?
Yeah, it was Sam Black, Paul Cheon, 07 or 08.
Yeah, Michael Jacob, right? That was a good team.
Yeah, that was a good team. Yeah, that was their 8th title, and they haven't won since.
Go USA.
We've had some pretty darn good teams since then.
Yeah.
Just haven't been able to close out.
Brian Kibler, Luis Scott Vargas together on a team in the first World Magic Cup.
That's the one that I was thinking of.
Oh, Neil Oliver's win is kind of interesting. The opponent finally stuck a Whip of Erebos through 2 strokes and 2 erases, but Neil had exactly 11 points of burn. Charm, Stoke, Strike.
We'll take it.
Wow.
And Owen Turtenwald has evened up his match.
Ooh.
Wow.
So Owen's headed to game 3, Neil Oliver's headed to game 3, and Andrew Beckstrom looks like he's about to force a game 3.
Very nice. Over here, it looks like we've got a pretty good board, too.
Yeah, we certainly do. So there's a Butcher of the Horde facing down a Wingmate Rock.
A little help from Chandra.
A little help from Chandra there.
A little help from Whip of Erebos.
And Whip doing Whip's thing. And here's Murderous Cut targeting Butcher of the Horde. Okay.
So it doesn't appear that he has double black still. No, he does. That's a Llanowar Waste. Okay. So does he have something to whip into play so that he can attack the Chandra for 5 and clear the board?
I see he's got a Wingmate Rock down there.
Yeah, he might
Does he want to get a little...
He might not want to whip that in pre-combat because then you don't get the raid ability.
Okay, then he does also have a Courser of
I think he'll
Crucifix.
probably bring the Courser in, so he can put a land into play if it's there, and he can attack for exactly 5 on the Chandra, removing it. No, he seems to have forgotten to flip the top card of his library.
Yeah, we should do
Probably
that.
being reminded.
Gain a couple of life from the Wingmate Rock triggers, gain 5 more life from the Whip of Erebos, and Chandra is down. So Francesco, it looked like he had a nice board state going here with Chandra plus a Butcher of the Horde, and as he goes back to his turn, nothing.
Meanwhile, Andrew Beckstrom does officially force that 3rd game 3 ordeal of Thassa on the same Hoplite that already had Aqueous Form.
Are they all going to game 3?
Yeah, game 3, game 3, game 3.
Holy smokes.
It's amazing here because Francesco has some powerful planeswalkers, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to overcome Whip.
Yeah, Whip plus what will end up being 3 Wingmate Rocks? That's pretty rough. Also, it happens to be that Giorgio has Elspeth, which is just such a terrible matchup against Wingmate Rock.
Right. Wingmate Rock is pretty good against planeswalkers.
Yeah, really, really nice. So he'll be able to whip back the Wingmate Rock. Now, it gets a little awkward, right? Does he end up doing it post-combat to keep the token? Do you do it to get more damage in?
It depends on the situation. I mean, if it just comes down to 3 extra damage, he'll certainly do it post-combat to get the token. But if Francesco plays Elspeth, for example, it may force him to do it pre-combat so that he can take out the Elspeth.
The difference between killing Elspeth and not?
It's always scary when there's an Elspeth in play.
Yeah.
Even though we know Simon can remove it, I don't know that he necessarily wants to mess around and let Francesco on tap with an Elspeth.
Okay, so Butcher of the Horde was the play, but bang!
Wow, Hornet Queen.
Hornet Queen here for Simon Nielsen. And the hits just keep coming for Simon. He has had some really impressive turns since we've joined this match. No attack here as the Butcher of the Horde does trump Wingmate Rock on its own, but things are not looking good for Francesco. We see he's got 1 end hostilities in his graveyard already. This is a post-sported game.
Yeah, the problem is even if he finds a second, that whip isn't going anywhere.
Wow.
Francisco really needing to find an answer for the whip and then an end hostilities.
How many end hostilities does Giorgio have access to?
It looks like he has 2, but he also has 2 Anger of the Gods.
Okay.
And clearing out the Hornet Queen and all those tokens is mostly what he needs to do. So if he can find an answer to that whip, he can then hope to stabilize with these sweepers. I don't think he can win this game if that whip stays in play for the duration.
So he needs to find multiple answers on multiple fronts. He is at 17, but that is going to change rather quickly here. Sorin Solemn Visitor shows up, brings a Vampire Friend.
He does have ammunition. It's not like this game's going to end too quickly.
Right.
He's got Sorin, he's got Butcher, he's got an Elspeth in hand.
There's a second copy of Whip of Erebos for Nielsen, which doesn't look too great as the board sits, but if his whip does get dealt with at some point, he'll be happy he has that.
Yeah, I heard people talking about whether you play 3 whips or 4 whips since it's legendary. And I think at one point it was Shahar who said, the card I want to draw when I have a whip out is still whip. Even though I can't cast it, if they remove the previous whip, then I have another one.
Wow.
I remember Huey Jensen was a strong advocate for the 4 whips also, so that may have actually been his quote. But I remember those guys who played whip in Worlds were having that conversation.
Okay, so Simon Nielsen's going to respect Sorin Solemn Visitor and send a bunch of insect tokens his direction. That puts him in the bin.
First game 3 to start in the USA semifinal, by the way. Neil Oliver shuffled the fastest, and alarms have been raised.
All right, so they're underway over there. In the meantime, post-combat Wingmate Rock from the whip nets a 3/4 bird token out of the deal. Having joined this game when we did, Simon Nielsen has just had some super impressive turns. Francesco perfectly hanging in there, but powerful, powerful stuff from Simon. Francesco does nothing. He does not play Elspeth. He's holding Elspeth in hand.
I mean, it certainly wouldn't really impact this board. It would just die to these flyers. So, I mean, I guess he needs it for a post-end hostilities game, let's say.
Panagiota Savidis in that match against Neil Oliver, by the way, whiffed on his Sidisi trigger when she came into play, and Neil had the lightning strike.
Oh, jeez.
Untaps, plays Jeskai Ascendancy.
You got to be happy about that if you're Neil Oliver's seat.
Yeah, you know.
Getting away with a mana-efficient 1-for-1 on Sidisi, that doesn't happen that often.
Neil's a great player, but the ball's got to bounce your way a little bit if you're going to win a tournament like this.
Absolutely.
Did lose that Ascendancy to a Sultai Charm.
Fair. So Simon Nielsen here for Denmark, he's down a game. So he's looking to equalize, and I think we're going to see a huge attack here. In they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 creatures into the red zone.
Pretty sure we're going to see a game 3 over here.
9 creatures. Jeez. Yeah, this feels inevitable, especially when you consider that Francesco has Elspeth in hand. Just doesn't do anything here.
Yeah. And even end hostilities, the best draw he could have. Whip would just bring back Hornet Queen, get 4 1/1 flyers, bring back Siege Rhinos. I mean, and he's got a backup whip now in hand.
All right, and he doesn't find it. So Simon Nielsen manages to equalize and force a game 3 there on our C table. That's the one at the far end near the top of your screen now. So it looks like we're going to pop over to our middle table there where we have Thomas Enevoldsen versus David Inglis. Inglis is on Obzon Whip, but of course for England, we might be actually jumping down even further. No, there we are. And blue-black control, as you can see, for Enevoldsen, the only deck currently running that Perilous Vault in this format. So Enevoldsen finds himself up a game. Sideboards have been made, have been deployed. And it looks like quite a bit of action has happened here already as well. Ashiok did some stuff, probably died at some point. Replacement Ashiok has arrived.
Perilous Vault's already in play untapped.
Yeah, already untapped Perilous Vault. And a pair of on-offensive the foremost. It looks like David has gone aggressive post-board here.
I like that. You're not going to out-control the blue-black control deck.
Right. Yeah, and on-offense is a must-answer threat at some point. I mean, 4 damage is a lot. Turn after turn. Also gets around Disdainful Stroke. Seems like a decent threat against the blue-black deck. There's David Inglis from England.
Treasure Cruise for Neil Oliver. I know we're all super familiar with the Americans too, and I've been telling the story a little bit from the American perspective, but I do want to say this Greek team has been quite the Cinderella story.
Yeah, they really
Heck
have.
of a story.
Yeah, it's actually reminiscent. Greek did this in the European Soccer Championships. I'm going to call it soccer. In 2004, they managed to win the Euros. Came completely out of nowhere. Nobody thought they could do anything. Just upset, quarters, semis, finals. So
Wow.
The country has actually a little bit of a history of pulling off exactly this kind of a surprise run.
Yeah, and we saw them go into day 2, 32nd place on
Yep.
tiebreakers. We watched them win playing for day 2 in the World Cup, in the second group on the verge of elimination. We watched them win game 3, match 3 in the quarters.
Yep.
Drawing the land for end hostilities at 2 life. On the last turn, he could draw the land. Greece definitely willing to fight. I'm still cheering for America, though.
Tough but fair. Neil Oliver's Treasure Cruise found a Disdainful Stroke, which stopped Doomwake Giant from coming down.
Speaking of Disdainful Stroke, Thomas Enevoldsen has one of those in his hand and a Thoughtseize, which we're going to see right here, and it's going to reveal a pretty blockbuster hand. Wow.
Yeah.
Pair of Siege Rhinos, Elspeth, Hornet Queen, and even a Courser of Crewfix. A lot of action for David, and the hand immediately goes to the forehead for Enevoldsen. He's got to figure out now how to traverse all of these threats.
Yeah, that's an amazing hand.
Wow, yeah, plenty of lands on the battlefield for English, too, so he's just got home run, back to back to back.
Perilous Vault is a great answer to slow threats. That's a fully loaded hand. But if Enevoldsen has Dig Through Time, maybe a Dissolve, with the Perilous Vault already in play and active, it's not insurmountable.
Now, the question I have here, though, is Enevoldsen planning on using, he has to use his Perilous Vault at some point here soon, just given the board state that he's up against? He's facing 6 power. Is he compelled to use the vault there, or can he fire off a removal spell on Doomwake?
Yeah.
Sort of continue this trend?
And he's got Ashiok, so he can, maybe put a few creatures into play and buy time. Even if he has to use the Perilous Vault, if he doesn't have to use it till end of turn, or he pulls off that activate Ashiok, Perilous Vault in response trick, he's not that far behind on board.
Okay, so land is what was drawn for Inglis. He finds another land on top of his library with his Courser, so he'll be able to play that.
You can see Enevoldsen went from, I'm in a good position in this game, to I've got my work cut out for me.
Holy smokes, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He ended up taking the Siege Rhino out.
And that tells David that he's probably got a counterspell or 2 in hand. So what he's taking out is one of the cheaper, powerful threats, not, say, one of the more expensive ones, because he probably is going to be able to counter Elspeth or Hornet Queen, and he doesn't want David to be able to do 2 things in one turn.
Right. But David is going to kick things off with an attack for 6 here. I'm not sure if he is attacking Tomas or Ashiok. David has sort of routinely ignored Ashiok, but Ashiok seems to be quite worthy of attention at this point.
Yeah, Tomas has a lot of life. I would certainly attack Ashiok. I know a lot of players like to ignore it a lot of the time, and I probably attack it too much. But this is not an aggressive deck that David is playing, this Obzon Whip. He needs to force this vault with just this board, and you clear the Ashiok and you make him vault. You hit him for 6. I mean, he could untap and put a creature into play with Ashiok. I mean, what are you going to do next turn?
Right.
Neil Oliver is just milking a Jeskai Ascendancy. He did get a second one to resolve. Just keeps looting, trading cards, but he's looting away his extra land. He's resolved 2 treasure cruises now. So he's just up 1,000,000 cards.
And this is right up Neil's alley. He loves to grind.
Yeah.
We watched him draft a blue-green, very grindy deck in the top 8 of GP Ottawa a few weeks ago. He always seems to play these controlling, grindy decks in Limited and Constructed.
Yeah, I mean, he is trying to attack with tokens through a Doomwake Giant.
Yeah.
So Doomwake Giant on the other side is not great news, but he's getting 4 2/2 tokens just attacking into it right now.
So, and Evolton kind of mapping out this game, which is something you have to do when you're the control player, I think. Thinking about his options.
Ultimately passing the turn back. Pair of Courser of Kruphix. Now this has to force the Perilous Vault, right?
Yeah, the only question will be whether he takes the 8 so he can do it end of turn and have a clear board, or whether he does it when he attacks.
Okay.
Yeah, so those 4 2/2s were attacking. Lightning Strike after blocks to untap his guys. There's a Convoke and a Stoke. I think Andrew Beckstrom is, or sorry, Neil Oliver's going for the win right here.
Okay.
I think he has to do it end of turn because he knows he has Elspeth and Hornet Queen, and he can't let those spells resolve. So I think he has to take the large hit here. But if he does vault end of turn and untap with a clear board and a hand with some good counters and removal, that's not that bad a position for him. What are we missing? Why isn't that attacking?
He didn't just play it this turn, right?
I mean, what are you holding back?
Oh, there's no tap mana.
Aether Spouts. He doesn't want to send all 3 in Aether Spouts. He figures
Right.
2 is good enough. I don't like that play in this position with a Perilous Vault in play. Without one in play, that would be fine.
Getting a little too cute there for your taste.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess the damage isn't that relevant, but you never know if you're going to Siege Rhino him out with Whip and Siege Rhino.
Did you pull that one in?
So he attacked the Perilous Vault, but there was no follow-up play there from Inglis?
Well, I think he took it and did it end of turn.
He took it and did it end of turn. Thank you.
So Panagiotis seemed to stabilize. He was at 7 with 2 Murderous Cuts in his hand. Stabilized at 4, but Neil Oliver had the Jeskai Charm.
For the 4 damage to the
So
face.
that's match 1 USA?
That is match 1 to Team USA.
We have 2 more game 3s playing out. That Randy's giving us updates from not on-camera matches between Team USA and Team Greece, and it sounds like a real nail-biter on that side match.
It does.
Wow.
However, we have another match win in, and it is Owen Turtenwald losing the middle match. So it's all going to come down to game 3 of Andrew Beckstrom with his blue-white heroic deck against Mardu.
Which you said you thought was one of the worst matchups
It is
in
one of the most
Standard.
lopsided matchups in Standard, yeah.
In favor of Greece.
In favor of Greece.
Here it looks like they're sorting something out.
Yeah, they're sorting something out. So I thought that was a good time to get the update on the USA-Greece match.
And Evoltson looks to be in a pretty good position despite that loaded hand by Inglis here. If you can untap with a clear board at 10 life and a hand as strong as Evoltson's,
Yeah, every turn is one. That's the second joke.
you're really in a pretty good position.
So meanwhile, off camera in this match, it looks like, was it Fabrizio and Terry winning his match for England? And Terry wins, you said? Yeah, Fabrizio
Okay.
and Terry has struck a blow for England. They're now up a match.
Yeah, so he defeats Martin Muller. So that's going to put England up in they're the only ones who have won a match here. We're going to have a game 3 on table C between Simon Nielsen and Francesco Giorgio, but right now we're watching table B, Thomas Enevoldsen versus David Inglis, with Thomas up a game currently.
And this is interesting because if he plays something else, it'll get countered and he won't have mana to use the monster, so the Fleeceman will die. If he passes the turn and Enevoldsen can't do anything or he'd be able to monstrous that Fleeceman, The problem here is he's going to be able to do things end of Inglis's next turn, but he will trade 2 for 1. So this isn't going to just beat Enevoldsen, but it will force action out of him.
So what's going to happen is David's going to attack, and Enevoldsen can say, I'll use a removal spell. David can respond with Monstrous, and then another removal spell from Enevoldsen.
Exactly. There might be other possibilities, but Enevoldsen has to kill that Fleece Mane, and he really doesn't want to let it go Monstrous.
Fleece Mane Lion, a huge issue for these blue-black control decks if it manages to get Monstrous. I think Perilous Vault's the only thing they have, right?
Right.
If once it goes Monstrous.
And already at 10 life, no Vault in play. If he has one in hand, he could just lay it here.
Right,
He's got enough life to lay it and take the hit from the Fleece Mane.
Radiant Fountain's going to give him a little bit more life to play. All right, so there it is. Perilous Vault, plus he's able to leave up Dissolve mana here. And there's a Monstrous, but Bile Blight's going to kill it in response. So David Inglis sort of clears the way here. He's now got opportunity to resolve things. The problem is his opponent now has a Perilous Vault.
Right, but he'll resolve probably a Siege Rhino since you get the Drain, and that'll force the Vault. Or he could try and resolve something more powerful like Elspeth or Hornet Queen just to really force it. The thing is, it's the Siege Rhino that you really want to resolve because you net the 3-point drain. So
Right.
that's the one I would play with my opponent tapped out.
So he does play that Siege Rhino.
Socrates Rozakea is doing his best to kill every creature Andrew Beckstrom can play. Just Utter-Ended, a Hoplite. There's Heliod's Pilgrim in play. There's a Ordeal of Thassa still in Beckstrom's hand. Socrates down to 2 cards in hand, but they're both gas, and he just drew another good one.
So looking good for Greece there to defeat the United States potentially, unless Andrew Beckstrom can come up with some heroics to get his blue-white deck through.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
This is definitely the game that Enevoldsen wants to play. His hand is not so loaded that the game is over, but he's got the 1-for-1s, he's got the Vault, he's got enough life that he's not going to just get drained out by a Siege Rhino drain like 1 or 2, and he's got the ability for this game to go long.
Does he have the reload spell? That's kind of the one thing I'm not seeing is the dig through time or the Jace's ingenuity.
That's what he doesn't have. If he drew into a dig through time, his chances of winning this game would be enormous. But right now, it's just going to be a couple turns of David trading his spells with Enevoldsen's answers, and Enevoldsen needs to find a dig through time. If Enevoldsen floods out and David keeps drawing threats, David can win the game.
All the team members now are surrounding. That's Fabrizio and Terry in the middle back, sort of furthest behind. He's won his match for England. So they're up one match here of the set. So these next few draw steps for Enevoldsen are going to be huge. If he can find either just a steady stream of answers or a card draw spell, he can put himself way, way ahead. And if he just finds a bunch of lands, it could leave an opening for Inglis to get in there. He's decided to let Hornet Queen resolve here. He's going to lean on that Perilous Vault. And he finds Hero's Downfall, so another one-off answer.
So he's drawing well, he's drawing good answers. He's just not drawing that dig through time that can really put the game away.
There's an interesting one for Inglis as well. He found an Abzan Charm, try to keep him ahead on that card economy.
Yeah, but they play so many mana sources in these Abzan mid-range decks that really it's just turning into another card.
You're expecting on average to draw a land and a spell roughly.
Yeah, on turn 3, that's awesome, because you'll go on to use all of those lands, so it's putting you up a resource. At this point where lands are almost a very little value, almost no value to David, when that Abzan Charm draws 2 and he finds, on average, a land and a spell off it, that's not really an advantage.
Okay, well.
Socrates just swept the board with End Hostilities. Seems to have stabilized at 13.
Okay, well, guess what he found, Ben?
Yeah.
Landed a spell. He did find a decent one, though, with Fleece Mane Lion. I don't know that he has an opening here to make that go.
Yeah, this is good. If it got countered, he would be able to play Elspeth, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a Disdainful Stroke, I believe, for Enevoldsen as well.
And Enevoldsen only has enough mana to do 1 counter right now.
Oh, you mean play the Elspeth right now? Wow, okay.
That was the opening that Inglis was looking for.
Now, he's going to get the 3 soldier tokens out of the deal, but Enevoldsen also has a Hero's Downfall, so that's all he's going to get out of it. But he now has found pressure.
Yeah, and even if Enevolson has another answer.
He does. He has Bile Blight.
But we know Enevolson doesn't have that powerful restock spell. So
Yeah.
the fact that he has to use 2 answers on this Elspeth, David is really pressuring Enevolson's resources.
Okay, so let's see what Enevolson finds for his draw step. I believe it was a Thoughtseize. Is that going to hit anything? Does Inglis say he's got 2 cards left?
I don't think it's going to hit much.
No. In fact, he actually wants him to play it here.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. 2 Sandstep Citadels. So bad news there for Enevolson. Maybe. Guess when your opponent's out of gas, that's probably good news
Yeah, that's
as
good
well.
news.
But Enevolson, his life total starting to dwindle.
Look what's happening here. After all
Yeah.
of these trade off, and Enevolson is left with a lone disdainful stroke, and Inglis is left playing off the top. So Enevolson clearly with an advantage, but it's just going to come down to who draws better over the next 5 turns or so.
All right, well, Enevolson didn't draw well, and neither did Inglis on that one, and he hasn't on this one either, though he does find a Scryland to try to find some action. Anything will do. Find a spell. He's kept it on top, so that's good news for the English. Enevolson draws his card, immediately passes the turn back.
I think he drew it.
Was it?
It looked like Soul of Innistrad.
It is Soul of Innistrad.
Wow.
One of the best cards in his deck for this matchup. There's an Urborg out. He can tap however he wants. This is going to get Disdainful stroked. Well, there's also a Hero's Downfall. But yeah, he can Disdainful
one
stroke
use out
to
of it from the
minimize it.
graveyard.
Yeah, but what does he have in his yard?
He's
At
gotta
least
counter
one.
it.
He's got Siege Rhino, Fleecemane Lion, another Fleecemane Lion.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of action. Huge draw for David.
Yeah, if he let that in play and then killed it, he would have gotten to use both abilities.
Meanwhile, guys, Andrew Beckstrom's been attempting to race a Butcher of the Horde with Heliod's Pilgrim. That's not a great race.
That doesn't sound promising.
Took the Butcher down to 4, stoked the flames for the win. Greece is through to the finals.
Wow. So Greece is through, upsetting the United States. Unbelievable.
Doesn't seem like there was anything Team USA could do. They
Yeah.
had the one bad matchup. They really needed to win the other 2, is I think what happened. And they lost in the middle. They lost in the heroic.
So Greece, our first finalist. Who are they going to meet? Well, let's see what happens here. Soul of Innistrad being activated to get, not bad, pair of Fleecemane Lions and a Siege Rhino.
This is a huge advantage for David Inglis now.
Enevolson sitting with Hero's Downfall. We talked about it about, 4 or 5 turns ago. He has not found that card draw spell over the last 3 or 4 draw steps.
He's only playing 4 Dig Through Time, 2 Jace's Ingenuity.
So 6 total options there. He's already used 1 of those. But here we go. Siege Rhino, that resolves. Now, does he have enough mana left over to play Fleecemane and have the Monstrous? Is that even a play he wants to make here?
That's what he's debating. He knows that one of the only ways Enevolson can get back in this game might involve Perilous Vault.
Which there's already 2 have gone.
I think I would play the Fleecemane.
Response.
You pretty much know that he doesn't have a Perilous Vault in hand because it's a slow, expensive card, so Enevolson would have already played it. So he's going to have to draw into it to get the 2-for-1. So if I was Inglis, I wouldn't dump out my whole hand, but I like play the Fleecemane, make it monstrous here.
Can you, I've never actually done this. Can you Monstrous again in response? If you have 10 mana, can you go Monstrous? He's like, kill it. Can you go Monstrous?
I don't think so, but maybe. I've never actually done that
I've
either.
never done that myself, but he's got so much mana on the battlefield.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so you
Because I
can do
think it
that.
just cares if it already has that counter,
Right.
if it's already Monstrous. So.
Yeah, you only get the benefit once.
Yes, but that would be the key time.
Yeah.
Does he have
And,
10 open or 9? though?
Not 10 right now. So, but it means that what is Enevolson supposed to do? Fire off his removal right into it? He can't do that.
Right.
This is pretty interesting.
And that's why you definitely play the Fleecemane there, because with Enevolson now at 4, both of them are lethal threats. And if
Yes.
yeah, and if Enevolson doesn't answer these with Perilous Vault, think he's going to lose.
Now remember, this is a game 2 here. David Inglis is looking to equalize to force game 3 against Enevolson.
Wow, and he went for the monster. He forced it with the Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, but he had drawn a Silence the Believer, so he was able to get rid of both.
But we've got more threats now.
Wait, so why are both threats gone here, though, Ben?
He heroes downfall, forcing David to respond with Monstrous.
So that he could
and then he
respond
responded
with
with
Fire
that
Enough.
with silence on both.
With Strive.
Yeah, but he gets to go Lion Monstrous while he's tapped, while Endelson's tapped out.
And that's going to do it. Land's flying all over the place, but we're going to get a game 3 there as David Inglis finds just enough threats to beat Thomas Enevoldsen. And remember, our table C match, the one up above there, is also heading to a game 3. Simon Nielsen with Obzon Whip versus Francesco Giorgio. And we're underway in that game. That's Mardu mid-range on the right side of your screen.
So, do we know the match count here?
Yes, the match count is 1 for England right now. Fabrizio Anteri has won his match, and he's up. Otherwise, we've got 2 game 3s to play.
Okay. So Denmark needs them both.
Correct. They have to win both of them. This is Simon Nielsen playing for Denmark on your left. And as you said it, Ben, he needs to win this game. Butcher of the Horde off the top for Francesco. Though he's not quite at the requisite mana to start casting Butchers. So what's the turn 3 play for him here? It looks like it's not a Rabble Master. It looks like it's nothing, including no land drop.
Oh, that's never good.
Wow.
Talking to the Danish players before the match, they kind of expected both blue-black control decks to win, and that would tie the match. It would all come down to this. This was thought to be the key match coming into things.
David Inglis providing a data point to prove that wrong by winning his game 2.
Yeah,
Maybe.
before the match, though, he described his match as almost unwinnable.
Interesting.
Got one there, though, but I mean, English fans do not want it to come down to that game 3. They would like to win it here.
Okay.
That Abzan aggro deck is not very good at applying pressure, and we saw that Envoldsen had tons of time to find dig through time and really go on to take over.
The whip deck.
The blue-black control deck.
Blue-black control deck, in the
Yeah,
middle.
You said Obzon aggro.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just making sure that we were on the same page.
Yeah, Abzan aggro can pressure the blue-black deck quite nicely.
Yeah, that can. This one can't.
But Obzon mid-range with Whip and Siege Rhino, it's a good deck. It's got a lot of great cards. It's not that fast.
Yeah,
Yes.
the opportunity to play against that deck is why you play blue-black control.
Right.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like that Obzon whip deck comes to the table and says, do you want to grind? You know, Blue Black says, yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, let's grind.
That sounds fine to me.
Yeah. One of the trumps we saw that game, Soul of Innistrad.
That was huge,
Yeah.
right?
But he said it's a one of.
It's a one-of, but they see a lot of cards. Doesn't mean they're going to find it every time, but it's not like it's a one-of out of an aggro deck. It's a one-of out of a deck that sees 30 cards or so every game.
And especially when it can also be just as effective in the graveyard when you're playing things like Satyr Wayfinder.
Exactly. So that card can definitely swing the balance of power.
Ooh, Balance of Power is being swung pretty sharply on our main table here, as it took him a few turns to get set up, but we have a turn 4 Wingmate Rock with Raid facing down a lowly Seeker of the Way, and I think we're going to discard here. He's just missed too many land drops.
Yeah, not much you can do when your opponent's got Wingmate Rock with Raid and you're stuck on 2 lands.
England is going to need David Inglis.
Cleanup step in effect, and there is a Butcher of the Horde, and I agree with you, Randy. I think it's all going to be on David Inglis to win the match if England is going to advance to the finals here, because this one is slipping away very quickly from Francesco. He has no castable spells in hand. He's taking 6 right now. I think that there's going to be at least a Siege Rhino to follow up. Denmark playing carefully, but
And they don't have to be afraid of sweepers. Maybe anger of the gods, but not end hostilities. So I think they can really just unload here and put this game out of reach.
and the question is, how much punch are they packing in this opening draw? And it's Siege Rhino
Does that
worthy
count?
punch. That counts.
That's a punch.
So that puts him down to 9 and sets up lethal for next turn, or at least forcing a chump block. He does find a land. It's a Bloodstained Mire. Does it change anything here? Yes, he can cast Murderous Cut now. Oh, he's so far behind.
Yeah.
I mean, even the thought of just casting 1 spell for a turn for the rest of the game doesn't get him out of here.
Yeah, I think he'll Crackling Doom.
To take down the Rhino.
Right, and then that triggers the prowess on the Seeker, allowing him to attack and gain 3 life back. He's got to try and make land drops.
He can
and-
also do that on defense. It works either way.
Yeah, but there's nothing for it to block if he Crackling Dooms. And Murder's Cut only gets cheaper, so that's not the one he wants to use here.
Agreed.
And what he needs to do is make land drops now every turn, not inside his control, of course, but there's plenty of lands in his library. Gain the life, kind of stay alive till turn 5 when he can cast and end hostilities. If he could do that, he could potentially win the game.
Ooh, the door may have been shut even closer here as Simon Nielsen, in response, kills the Seeker of the Way, preventing any potential life gain from Francesco and just shutting the door here. He actually can't. He's going to kill him.
Yeah.
3-6-7. It was the pain land in the middle that did it, and the cards have been scooped, and that match is going to end as we see Simon Nielsen win for Denmark and force what we came for here, gentlemen.
Game 3, match 3.
Deciding game 3 in the third match to see who is going to advance to the finals to meet Greece.
I love these game 3 match 3s. We've been spoiled. How many of them have we seen?
I don't know, but we've got way more than I thought we would. I'm really happy with it. There's the calm-looking David Ingles.
He does look very calm.
I don't think he's as calm as he looks. I think he's doing a really good job of pretending.
I don't know. I mean, everyone has
might be
different
wrong.
personalities. You know, you see some people like myself who look very anxious in these spots, and then you see some people like Shahar who look like, you know, the same as they're at home playing Magic Online from their living room.
It does look the same.
Everybody's got a different personality. You know, some people are cooler customers than others. David really does look calm.
He
Take a look
really
at him.
does look calm. Like, that's why I think he's not.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to look calm.
I'm always like bouncing my leg and, you know, twitching my arm. Just, let's go, let's go.
Okay, so bad news for England fans here. Inglis has mulliganed to 5 to start this thing off.
So maybe Calm is a little sullen because, you know, it's really tough to win on a mull to 5.
That is true. Take a look at the Denmark team as they're poised to make it into the finals. If they can just get past England, they will be in. The English team headed up by Fabrizio and Terry. Not a lot of high-level experience between them. A lot of GPs.
Most by Terry.
Right.
Most of the top 8s, anyway. Is it all of the top 8s? Might be all of them.
European GPs are very tough, though.
Oh yeah, he can play. He's definitely developed a reputation as a very good player.
Okay, so here, though, is a pretty ideal start for Inglis if he's going to be down. And just as I say that, Hero's Downfall takes down Anafenza. A rather expensive Hornet Queen off the top as Elvish Mystic hits the red zone. Temple of Plenty to find more action. You see that he has found his Soul of Innistrad in hand. Thanks, Ben.
And he has Hornet Queen, so it really just comes down to him drawing lands. I mean, don't get me wrong, Blue-Black control a deck that can answer all of those amazing threats, but if he draws enough lands that he's able to play out the Hornet Queen and the Soul, with the Soul's ability from the graveyard, you can definitely at least recover from that mulligan to 5.
Okay, here's Utter End to take down Ashiok to stem the bleeding there, though. Two
Not in a
Fleece
position
Main
to ignore
Lions down.
Ashiok this game.
Another Hero's Downfall off the top, and with every single land drop and spot removal spell off the top there for Denmark, they move closer and closer to making it to the finals of the World Magic Cup.
And this game, Anna Volton does have Dig Through Time, so it's going to be a tough one for David Inglis.
He is way up against it. Here's a Siege Rhino. And it looks like Siege Rhino's going to resolve, so not bad. The Hero's Downfall that we mentioned, though,
I'm 18. +3, yeah.
likely to hit that Rhino.
You're
Interesting. He's going to downfall the Rhino instead of dissolve it?
It does look like it. I believe it's resolved. I saw them both go to
Yeah, I
life
guess-
totals.
I like this
You
play.
can't, yeah, you can't downfall a whip.
Right, you can't downfall Whip, you can't downfall Planeswalkers, I'm not sure
You can
exactly.
downfall planeswalkers.
You can, but I mean, they get the tokens, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it doesn't interact as favorably with them.
Fair.
It takes out a Siege Rhino perfectly, though. And I'm not exactly sure. I'm taking a look now at David Inglis's list, but I think we've seen some more resilient threats that, Downfall doesn't interact as favorably against. He's got Hornet Queens, which, Hero's Downfall practically doesn't stop at all, and Dissolve is very good against.
Yeah. He's also got some life total to play with. Enevoltson has played 2 copies of Radiant Fountain.
And
so, he's decided to trade a little resource for another resource.
And he does have Elspeth, which is kind of what I was trying to say, is that, Hero's Downfall may kill Elspeth, but you still got to deal with 3 1/1s.
Yeah.
Whereas if you dissolve Elspeth, they get nothing. Hero's Downfall taking out the Siege Rhino is just a 3-point drain, and as you said, he's got plenty of life. So I think that that's certainly the correct play in this position.
Yeah, it is the interesting thing about this blue-black control deck that runs essentially no creatures. I mean, does his have any post-board? We haven't seen anything from him.
There are creatures floating around a little bit, I think, but I don't know if he'll necessarily use them in this matchup.
Yeah, but what that means is you do have to kill every single creature that your opponent puts out. Like, even a 1/1 down the line ends up doing damage.
Enevoltson is on 0 creatures in his main deck of any kind, but in his sideboard he has 2 Prognostic Sphinx, 1 Pearl Lake Ancient. Usually, you bring the Prognostic Sphinxes in when they're a good blocker, like say against Mantis Rider decks. Against a deck like Abzan, you're just looking to go over the top as the blue-black control player.
So a pure control build here for Enevoltson.
He could bring in the 1 Pearl Lake Ancient, maybe. I don't think he would bring in Prognostic Sphinx.
Yeah, like you say, it doesn't block particularly well. And this is one of the best matchups for Ashiok.
So Ashiok ends up being the win condition then, in the absence of everything else?
Yeah, often it's just a glorified millstone, right? Decking them, but...
Right, and Dig Through Time might not be a win condition, but it's like a pseudo win condition, because when you play 4 and you're in the late game with a lot of lands and you start digging into digs and dissolves.
I've seen that happen. It's nasty.
That's a way to take over a game.
Yeah, we just saw the first dig.
Yeah, we just saw the first dig, and now here's a copy of Ashiok hitting 3 creatures off the top for Inglis as it feels like it's starting to slip away from Team England here. He does have a Fleecemane Lion on the battlefield.
5th land for monsters would have been nice there, but didn't draw it.
Attack Ashiok with Fleecemane Lion. Ashiok at a relatively high 5 loyalty there after just being activated once, can take the hit, and does. And Inglis has no follow-up play.
And we know Enevoltson has Aether Spouts in hand. I love the 1 Aether Spouts. It's not the kind of card you play more than one of, because it's very easy to play around. But since if you only have 1 copy of it, you don't have it that often, you actually gain value from it without even drawing it, because your opponent makes sacrifices to not get run into it too hard. Like when we saw him miss 2 points of damage with a Courser, because he only sent 2 of the 3 creatures because he didn't want to lose the game to Aether Spouts. Whether or not that play was optimal is tough to say, but what's not tough to say is that Aether Spouts, without even being in Enevoltson's hand, just by being in his list, it gave him some value there.
And it's only 1 spot, and sometimes it's just a huge blowout when it does go off. There's Divination for Enevoltson. I love that too, Ben. It's a great sub-game that gets played when you play cards like that.
Right, I wouldn't want 2, but I love to have 1 floating around.
Maybe even take it out for game 2 and just let them figure it out.
Yeah. If they see it, you can maybe, board it out. If they see it in game 2, you board it out in game 3 because they think it's in your deck. But you don't draw it that often anyway, since it's only a 1-of, so you can just have the 1 floating around.
Yeah. And it is quite good. We have seen it do powerful things when resolved as well.
So this is Inglis attempting to Utter End. He wants to take Ashiok off the board, but I think it's going to get dissolved.
Enevoltson wants to protect Ashiok. Ashiok does have 5 creatures stowed away there.
Yeah, but not that much loyalty.
No. Down to 2, I believe.
It's also possible he's just going to dig here while
maybe back
David
up to 4
out.
after the plus. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it dissolves the Utter End.
And Bile Blight, your Fleecemane Lion, as the vice grips tighter here on this game in favor of Denmark.
David really, really needs to draw a Swamp here because he has Whip. And Enevoltson doesn't have a Perilous Vault. So if he can get this whip in play, that's a way he can really start generating advantage turn after turn.
He doesn't find it. He does find a threat in the form of Pelukranos here. Does that... That's not as good.
No, it's a decent threat, but we know that Voltson has tons of ways to deal with it, including the Aether Spouts in his hand. So I don't think that's going to be a big deal. And Voltson doesn't have a counter, so if he doesn't find one, the whip can still come into play, next turn or the turn after that. But I think for Inglace to turn this game, it's going to have to involve whip.
So Enna Voltson has a lot of card draw available to try to find an answer. In the meantime, he actually uses Ashiok's minus to make a Courser of Kruphix, revealing another Ashiok, now drawing 2 cards off of Divination, and revealing a Bile Blight on top of the library. So still actually hasn't found an answer for a whip if Inglace is able to find that black mana source. There's not an Urborg in play, right? Always got to double check for that when people are digging for black mana, but it doesn't appear that there is one.
Wouldn't that have been something if an Urborg out of Enna Voltson gave Inglace the double black to cast the potentially game-winning whip when he was tapped out last turn?
And Enna Voltson's playing one. He's got Radiant Fountains and... David Inglace does find black mana, but it enters the battlefield.
He should shove this right back on top with the Aether Spouts. I don't see any reason to have to leave this kind of mana open longer, and you gain so much value here. Looks like he's considering just burying the Ashiok, but I would Aether Spouts the Pelukranos. It's not a huge play either way.
You don't get to dig if you do that?
Yeah, but you can just dig later. You don't need to dig yet. You're not under much pressure if you put that back on top.
Yeah, if he knew about the whip in David Inglace's hand, he would prioritize the dig.
And this is a fine play. I mean, it's close. It would certainly have been reasonable to Aether Spouts that. It would certainly have been reasonable to just bury an Ashiok with 1 counter when you have a second in your hand, I believe, and then dig. No big deal either way.
Looking at the top card of your library, that's the 8th card of your library. It's not the top.
I think he probably let it go mostly because it was on 1 counter, so he almost wanted it to die. The only thing is I really wanted to put the Pelukranos back on top so that I could untap all that mana and have no board, you know what I mean? Nothing that you're afraid of.
And brick his next draw step,
But it's a close play.
So the lands are flowing now from the stolen Courser of Kruphix.
Yeah, I feel like Thomas did untap with nothing in play that he's worried about.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Obviously, he's not scared of Pelukranos. The thing is, while he's not scared of Pelukranos, if he deals with it, like on this turn, it might create an opening for David to resolve whip.
Yeah, unfortunately for David, it looks like Disdainful Stroke is one of the cards that Enna Voltson found. And interesting, there is now Urborg on top of the library for Enna Voltson. But it may be too late. There was a window for whip to hit over the last 2 turns, but Inglace needed that second black mana source and just couldn't find it.
Right, the window mostly closed now that Enna Voltson has Disdainful Stroke and Perilous Vault. And he even found another dig through time off that dig, right?
Yeah.
The window
he did
closing rapidly,
the one nice thing is I think Inglace drew his Soul of Innistrad.
Right, and that could always... The window could be completely closed, but Soul of Innistrad is like you take a baseball bat to that window and just completely smash it into pieces.
He has it in his hand. He played the Satyr Wayfinder here.
Soul of Innistrad is the trump, the endgame trump card against control.
Because even some of the really powerful things that David Inglace can do, essentially at the end of the day, force Enna Voltson to 2-for-1 himself, right? That's kind of okay, fine, you've made an Elspeth, I'll kill your tokens and kill the Elspeth. But Soul of Innistrad does not give you that option.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it ends up being like a 4-for-1.
It's going to be a 4-for-1 is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's going to have to make sure that it goes to the graveyard after David plays it, and then he's going to have to deal with all 3 of the threats that come back.
Right. And I don't think we'll see that in this game because with David mulling to 5 and not drawing that many lands, he's not going to have enough mana to play it and have 5 open to use it.
Right.
But a lot of games you do see that because the Abzan deck plays a lot of lands.
We might actually get a window here where Thomas can let it resolve, untap, and go Perilous Vault activate it.
Which is
if you
what I think
remove
we
the
will
soul
see.
from the game, then he never gets to activate that ability.
He has the mana to do that already, so...
Yep.
Right, that's what I think we will see.
I think we're going to see that too.
Brought in Dune Blast here?
Dune Blast is an interesting one.
Did not expect that to be in this matchup, but...
No, normally if your opponent does not have many creatures, you don't really want Dune Blast. I know that he can take his creatures off Ashiok, and he might have brought in the Pearl Lake Ancient, but still, Dune Blast is a little too situational to bring in against that.
Yeah, it's basically only good after Ashiok has gone nuts.
and that's not really the game you want to plan for.
Right.
They must have just had nothing else. Dune Blast?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly confident that Dune Blast was not correct. His sideboard isn't great for this matchup. You know, we saw the Anafenza, we've seen the Fleecemane Lions, so clearly he did bring in almost everything he could, and that Dune Blast might be replacing a removal spell or something like that.
Just has no other place, yeah.
Yeah.
You can hear all the chatter down in the feature match area as this Game 3 of Match 3 is working its way towards a conclusion. The winner of this game is going to take his team into the finals to play against Greece here at the World Magic Cup. See which country can become
Just waiting for there to be
World
two
Magic Cup
attackers for the
champions.
Aether Spouts.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
got that extra value.
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a totally close play that turn. I would never fault anyone either way. I don't think putting the Satyr Wayfinder on the bottom was key.
And David was wisely never attacking with that Elvish Mystic.
Yeah, the Wayfinder offering very little value as a 1/1 body at this stage in the game with Voltson at 19, but the Mystic still adding value as a resource.
All right, now David is thinking about tapping out for Soul of Innistrad here. Or he can try to get a whip down.
He's kind of pointing at his different options. Yeah, Soul of Innistrad
Yeah, he's going to
is
go
the
for the
choice.
Soul. And Thomas has a Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, he's got Silence the Believers.
Oh, he's got Silence as well.
Yeah, so
Wow,
we'll
yeah,
just
all
take
kinds of
all
exile
of that
effects.
off the table as this allows Ashiok to hang around. It doesn't force Enevoltson to play a Perilous Vault and activate it, losing his Ashiok in the process. So
the
the
Aether
grind
Spout Ashiok
continues.
combo.
Yes.
And
Put it back on top. I'll take that. Thank you.
And Voltson kind of, trotting down in the home stretch here.
Yeah, it really does look like he is in the finish as David Inglis is running out of time here. His library is starting to dwindle, and he has just no action going on with plenty of answers in hand for Enevoltson.
Finally got to 7.
He did. That's going to get countered here with one of the 2 counter spells sitting in hand for Enevoltson.
Yeah, this should be a Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
Scry 1 is great, but there's no reason not to hold the Dissolve in case he has a cheap threat. Not that you're that scared of any of the 3 or less mana cards, but, you know.
But, we saw
Wow.
Fleecemane Lion be
Right.
an issue.
Dig came off the top for Enevoltson.
What is he? He got the... Nothing like when you get your Ashiok big enough to make your own copy of Hornet Queen, and Hornet Queen obviously very terrible for David Inglis as well. Like, that card's just tough to deal with for any deck, especially his when he's sideboarded to try to beat a control deck here. So this could shut the door
Time to do the counterspell check.
quickly.
You get a counterspell for this whip?
Oh, yeah, this isn't going to resolve.
And David knows it's probably not going to resolve, but he's got no choice but to hope.
He should certainly cast
Cross
it.
his fingers.
He should certainly cast it, and Voltson could dig in response or just dissolve it. At this point, he's in such a comfortable position that I don't know if he's going to think about those kind of nitty details. I would
Even
probably
scries to the top.
Yeah, I would have probably dug in response. This way, you can find Disdainful Stroke, and then you can scry if you dissolve it after the dig. But all of this
Right.
is kind of academic at this point.
He just decides it's not even worth digging. He knows he's got the good one on top.
He's got the Hornet Queen that can start bashing for 6. It's actually just a 3-turn clock
Yeah,
against
no, it's a
Inglis,
race
who's-
between Ashiok and Hornet Queen now. You deck him
So
or
it's a
kill him
race
with
between
damage?
2 of Voltson's cards to see
Yeah.
which is going to win the game first.
That's
Something
right.
like that, yeah.
That's what the race is right now, Ben Stark. It is firmly in hand for Enevoltson. Denmark down the stretch, looking to make it into the finals. Greece awaits. And here's more icing on the cake for Enevoltson. Jace's ingenuity to make sure that those answers stay intact.
All European final either way. I don't know anybody who had Denmark versus Greece picked out the tournament. Beginning of
True
the tournament.
underdog finals.
Yeah, I mean, the Danish team has got a couple of names that people know about. The Greeks are the true Cinderella.
Yeah, but not magic powerhouse countries. Definitely not countries with huge platinum pros or anything.
Oh yeah, and we will have a new World Magic Cup winning country. Neither's
That's
one
true.
before.
Very cool. I mean, there were a lot of pros in this top 8. I mean, we saw Willie Adele, Ivan Flock, Matej Zadelkai.
So I just saw that Enevoltson showed him what he has, and that's going to do it. Denmark is into the finals. They had to take him all the way to the last game against England, who fought it out, but is going to have to settle for a semifinal finish here at the World Magic Cup as Denmark is through to the finals. They will be playing against Greece. You guys just mentioned it. All Europe all underdog finals here at the World Magic Cup.
Yeah. Like Randy said, Greece is definitely the underdog against Denmark, but both teams, it's a surprising finish for them. It's a great finish for them. Not really Magic powerhouses, definitely, an underdog story.
I mean, I like the Denmark team. Mueller was in the Rookie of the Year race for a while last season. I think he finished top 5 Rookie of the Year. Edvaldsen's got a Grand Prix win. I mean, those guys have been around a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not a super shock. I mean, they definitely are one of those sort of mid-tier teams where you're like, well, there's some highlights to be seen there. So not super shocked, but we do have our finalists, Denmark versus Greece. Let's head back to the news desk for some updates there before we come back here for the finals.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe, Ben Stark, and Randy Buehler. The 3 wise men will be in the booth as we head towards Christmas for a terrific World Magic Cup final. I've been joined by Brian David Marshall, the Pro Tour historian here. Let's set you up with the bracket, show you what's been going on this morning here as we head towards our World Magic Cup final. So, the day began with South Korea against Greece in the quarterfinals. Greece advanced. The Slovak Republic, United States, that was on camera. US made it to the semi-finals. Serbia and Denmark, we saw Denmark go through, and England over Brazil. That set up the semi-finals, and as we now know, into the final, in semi-final 1, goes Greece. They are through over the United States, and then you've just seen it on camera, Denmark advance over England. So Greece-Denmark is our final. All the previews for that coming right up. But first, Brian David Marshall, a reflection on the 2 semi-finals we've just seen. And you had the chance to watch a lot of the Greece-United States semi-final.
Yeah, so Greece-United States started out with Greece getting off to a very fast start, winning 1, 2, 3. They won all 3 of their game ones. Mm-hmm. But before I even got over there, by the way, I mean, it was very fast. When I got there, Bäckström forced game 3. I watched Owen Turtenwald force game 3, and then I watched Neil Oliver play his game 3. And you really saw the power of Jeskai Ascendancy. He was able to, with just a pair of Raise the Alarms and a Jeskai Ascendancy, fight his way through a Doomweight Giant. So he's like, Raise the Alarm, with play Jeskai Ascendancy, say go, his opponent casts Doomweight Giant, kills the 2 Raise the Alarm tokens, makes 2 more tokens, digs for cards, treasure cruises a few times, finds more Raise the Alarm tokens, eventually has 4 Raise the Alarm tokens, 4 soldier tokens, and is able to just send a flurry of burn to his opponent's face, get him down to 4. The guy exiles his whole graveyard to Murderous Cut, 1 4/4 Raise the Alarm token, another 4/4 Raise the Alarm token, but then Neil Oliver was able to untap and Jeskai Charm for the final 4 points of damage. This, of course, is the deck we're going to see in the World Championship, played by Yuya Watanabe.
Yeah,
great looking deck, but Owen dropped his game 3, and then all eyes turned to Andrew Bäckström, who just, the decks all, even though they were aggro decks, both switched to a more controlling role and end hostilities, stoke the flames, really just did him in, and he had kind of an awkward draw, and a Butcher the Horde ultimately took him down.
Right. Nonetheless, a tremendous weekend for Team United States. And hats off, in particular, to Andrew Bäckström and Isaac Sears, who are the 2 lesser-known players on that team.
Andrew Bäckström will be going to the Pro Tour.
Right. You do not get to the Final 4 by accident, and you can't carry passengers this deep.
No.
So, great job, Team USA. Owen Turtenwald tweeted, well, top 4 ain't bad. I think we did USA proud, and definitely.
His comment, like Bäckström lost, turned to Owen, looked at him, and Owen's like, oh well, there was nothing we could do there. The Greece had all the answers, and hats off to them playing great Magic. Keep in mind, they've come back, so they came into day 2 as the 32nd seed. Mm-hmm. They advanced to the second round of pool play as the 15th out of 16 seed, and come into this top 8 as the 8th seed. Right? I mean, they've been underestimated, fighting from behind, really having to scrap their whole way through, and now they're in the finals.
Right, and as you say, in the end, they got there by just being given the chair. Each time when the music stopped, they were the last into the seat. And here they are. up against Denmark in the final. One thing before we put that semi-final to bed, it was interesting when we had Ben Hayes here for the Ask Us Anything. Question came in about Jeskai Ascendancy, and the question was, when you were making it, did you foresee all the craziness and just how influential it would be, even if not always successful, in multiple formats? Or did you basically think you were making a glorious anthem with a bit of a twist?
Right.
And most of the answer was, well, primarily, yeah, we were kind of thinking of it as an anthem. And just there, you're describing classic gameplay of white weenie decks since 1994.
Sort of. At the same time, Neil Oliver's using it as a Crusade effect, but he's also able to go Treasure Cruise past the turn, untap Treasure Cruise again, with mana up, because he's just cycled through so many cards with the looting ability of the Jeskai Ascendancy. So it's a little gaudy.
Yes.
But to be fair, he was playing the card as David Humphreys intended.
Right. So well done to USA, and Greece still going. Now you've just seen Denmark over England, and sometimes the matches do play out as it looks like they will on paper. We had a matchup where there was a blue-black deck on both sides of the matchup, but not paired up against each other, and the general view... Right, yeah, and the drama would have been amazing, but the general view is that they would triumph, and that the third game, Seat C, was going to be critical. And in that third game, Simon Nielsen, we saw in the end, England didn't have a great draw by any means. It was a pretty anticlimactic game 3 there, which left Enevoldsen with blue-black against Inglis with his Abzan whip deck. And David said before the semi-final, it's like, I need the other guys to win because the matchup's horrible. And the fact that he won game 2 was pretty startling to him and us. So great job, England. Fantastic appearance by the boys. You'll see David Inglis and the rest of the guys at the next Pro Tour at Fate Reforged in February. So that's fantastic for them.
And you've known David for a long time. Right. You guys have some very close mutual friends.
Yep. So this is the local store in Nottingham where we both play, in Chimera, where Neil Rigby is from, where Matt Light is from, where one of the best Scottish players of all time, Graham McIntyre, is from. And as one of the local store people said, we've put 10 people on the Pro Tour in the past 12 months. 10 Pro Tour slots coming out of one store just in the suburbs of Nottingham. And hats off to the team at Chimera. I'm sure you're cheering there while you play your Sunday lunch draft.
Yeah,
so
and I know
great job.
David's very excited to be playing with Neil Rigby
Absolutely.
at Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So hats off to England, hats off to Team USA, but they are done, because that's the nature of sport. You come down to a final and there's only 2 standing. So let's turn our attention to the World Magic Cup final now. It will be Greece against Denmark. Let's take a look at the Greek team for you. Let's see them. This was them on the eve of the tournament. Their best ever finish was Memphis in 2008, the last time Team USA actually won this event. Captained by Marius Angelopoulos, Bill Chronopoulos has a terrific GP win rate over the best part of 18 to 20 GPs. He's right up there at sort of 65%, which is a very good level for a pro. So he is no mug by any means. Then we have Socrates Rosakeas and Panagiotis Savidis rounds out the team.
Worth noting, this is by far the best finish for a Greece team at World Competition.
Right.
You can see there, their best finish was 7th. So I know people are going crazy there, but I also like the quiet confidence of the Greece team. Mm-hmm. People were craning their necks, trying to see what was going on in the feature match area. Who's going to win? Is it going to be England? Is it going to be Denmark? And the captain just said, Greece doesn't care who it plays.
It's pretty awesome. And I mean, you have to feel that when you're a 4 seed and a 4 seed, and let's be honest, shouldn't have made day 2 seed, if you will. So the confidence has to keep on growing. And you saw in the team photo, there they are in their matching Hellenic jackets, blue and white.
Hellenic national team, it says.
Right. And I can tell you that in 1996, when Greece won the European Soccer Championships, I was in an English city I was not used to. I was staying in a hotel. And there was a big Greek community there, and the streets went nuts. It was like a New York ticker tape parade in this quiet English city. I can tell you that the Greek community in England will go nuts if they win, and the Greek Magic community, wow, there'll be some partying in a few hours' time if they can get the job done. But to do that, well, there's more Magic to be played. Let's see who's on the other side of the table from that Greek team. It's Team Denmark. And there you see them on the eve of the tournament. On the left of your screen, you've got Lars Birch. Then it's the utterly crazy Simon Nielsen, who I love very dearly, a great regular on the European Grand Prix circuit. Then you have the captain, Martin Muller. And finally, the anchor, if you will, and the man who brought home that semi-final playing Blue-Black Control, Thomas Enevoldsen.
Yeah, Thomas Enevoldsen, we've talked about him a lot as a Grand Prix competitor. I know I was talking to Lars Birch in between rounds. He was very excited to be going back to the Pro Tour. He hasn't been there in 12 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
His last Pro Tour was Pro Tour Osaka 2002. Very excited to be going back, and the Danes are very excited to have a full team going to the Pro Tour. They all live within, an hour and a half drive of each other. They're going to be able to practice. They're going to be working with Lars Dam for that Pro Tour.
Oh, awesome.
The Dane living in Thailand. And they're very, very excited about, this sort of, Martin Mueller has put up some fantastic finishes. He's put up some really solid money finishes and has been stringing together qualifications on the Pro Tour. So they're really hoping that we can see, the Danes rise as a Magic nation.
The thing is, it does achieve critical mass because it isn't even about a team as such in the way that we talk about CFB as a team, for example. It isn't quite about that. It's just that when you qualify for a Pro Tour and you are the fifth player from that country to qualify for a Pro Tour, you don't sit there in your own home going, oh, so I guess I'm going to a strange foreign city I've not been to before in 3 months. You have people approaching you via Facebook and Twitter saying, hey, good job, welcome to the club. There's 4 of us, here's our Facebook group. One of us has got a Pro Tour top 16, pretty decent. So-and-so's a GP winner, you're very welcome. What lists have you got so far? And off you go. And just having that community is a massive, massive deal. It's why Magic is so cyclical, because when you drop that, you think of the Belgians in the sort of 08, 09, 2010, they had 5, 6 big names. But now, less so. Here's Denmark on the rise. Great job by them.
I would love, by the way, if there's any Danish viewing parties right now or Greek Magic players sitting at home watching us. Love for you to tweet us pictures, tweet us your support, tell us why you think your team's going to win. You could tweet at Magic Pro Tour, you could tweet at MTG Rich, at Top 8 Games, any of those. We would love to see your patriotism, your team spirit, and hear from you as we go into this finals.
Yeah, feel free to ask me on Twitter how I'm Copenhagen. Let's get to, I heard a voice in my ear wince there. All right, so let's get to the actual matchups. Let's show you what Greece are playing in the final. So these are going to be the 3 players and their seats. So seat A will be Socrates Rosakeas with his Mardu mid-range deck. In the middle seat, you'll have Bill Chronopoulos, and he is also mid-range, but this time he goes into Temur. And then on the right-hand side, we have Sidisi Whip, piloted by Panagiotis Savidis. Okay, so that's them. Why don't we get into a little more detail then? So here is the Mardu mid-range deck of Socrates Rosakeas. All the great things you'd expect. Let's move on and show you the second list. Second list coming up is Bill Chronopoulos, Temur mid-range. And here's the Sidisi Whip deck of Panagiotis Savidis. That's what the Greeks are hoping to claim a World Magic Cup title with. And Brian David Marshall, in their path, are the Danes. So, will it be the time of the Danes? Is it going to be time for the Vikings to claim the title here? Or will it be Greece? Will the philosopher Socrates get the job done here in the final? It's time for the World Magic Cup final. Marshall Sutcliffe, take it away.
Welcome back to the booth, guys. That's Randy Buehler, Ben Stark, Marshall Sutcliffe. We are honored and excited to bring you the finals of the World Magic Cup. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. We're in the finals. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler and Hall of Famer Ben Stark. Denmark versus Greece for all of it to become World Magic Cup champions.
Huge match.
This
And
is going to be absolutely huge.
the captain on the winning team earns a spot in the World Championships.
Yes.
That is absolutely true. And taking a look at our players here, we see Socrates Rosakeas. They're calling him the philosopher. And he's up against Martin Muller of Denmark. So we are underway. Mardu midrange versus Mardu midrange. We have a mirror match here in our
this can be a
first
fun one.
table.
How similar are these decks, Randy?
Very. Yeah, they have the same basic take on the format. You know, 2 Sarkons to 3 Sarkons. They're a little bit off. There's a couple Sorens in Miller's list that I don't see on the other side, but I mean, they're quite close.
And Soren is probably not huge in this matchup or anything.
I was going to ask you, is there a trump card that you would be looking for in there, the one that's particularly good against the other?
I don't know. There's so much removal flying around.
Right.
Yeah.
It feels like
Socrates has wingmates in those spots, which is, I think, better.
Wingmate is probably better, yeah, because if you can just get an attack with some little dork and your opponent doesn't want to kill all your little guys all the time, then you can have 2 3/4 flyers that both have to be dealt with. Soren, by contrast, you make the 2/2, they kill it and hit Soren, and then that was an expensive 2/2 flyer.
All right, so similar starts for both players here. A pair of Seeker of the Ways to kick things off. It's been a long road for these teams to finally make it to the finals. We've got 3 matches going simultaneously down in the feature match area.
So this is an interesting spot, because what he really wants to do is lightning strike it and get in for 3, but he can use 3 mana instead of 2 if he plays Rabble Master, allowing him the potential to do 2 lightning strikes in the same turn next turn and use his mana more efficiently. So it's a pretty close play. I think I like the Rabble Master that he's about to cast.
Yep. You get the token. I actually think you trade resources so much in this fight that just getting that extra 1/1 Goblin is awesome. And you've got this window where Rosakeas is tapped out, so you know you're going to get a token off your Rabble
Well,
Master.
it is, but the token's going to get 8 by the Seeker, most likely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's...
Well, then you get 2 damage.
You get the 2 damage, right? But you get 3 damage if you lightning strike the Seeker. For sure, if his hand involved a few more land, he would be lightning striking the Seeker. It's the play that accomplishes more this turn. It's just that he can really swing the game better by using all his mana here, because if he draws 1 land, he's going to be able to do double strike next turn. I think that's the reason for this play. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with getting the token and all that,
Totally.
But I think that the reason for this play is that if he draws a land next turn, he can do both lightning strikes.
Okay. So back on Socrates' plan. You know, I asked about a trump card, and I see on Twitter the Danes are saying that Muller's their trump card.
That's a good trump card.
Yeah, he's the captain of the team, despite being, I think, the youngest guy on the team. He's definitely a teenager. You know, he played 3 Pro Tours last season. Finished relatively highly in the Rookie of the Year race. 17th at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
So a pretty incredible resume for a teenager.
Exactly.
Okay, so here's Hordling Outburst now for Socrates. He's going to make the 3 goblins, and he can battle here or not.
Yeah, he's probably not going to attack because the Seeker can eat the 1/1 from Rabble Master if nothing else. He kind of wants to attack because it's a 3/3 lifelink, but I think there's more value in basically eating tokens than in doing damage. And he draws a tap land, so he's not going to be able to use both lightning strikes.
But he is going to be able to use 1. So Seeker of the Way falls to Lightning Strike, and that's going to clear up some type of attack here. At least the token, yes, also the Seeker of the Way. Remember, it's a 3/3 now with lifelink, so if Socrates
he's offering
wants
a
to
trade
get
for all
around
3
it, he
tokens,
has to
but-
block with all 3. He does just that. Seeker of the Way hits the bin.
I'm not
3 life gain for Muller.
That play was by no means wrong, but I'm not sure if I love that play. His other option would have been to just attack with all 3 and let Socrates block and have a lightning strike in the wait. If the Rabble Master wasn't blocked by the Seeker, then the strike would clear out the 1/1s, and if it was blocked by the Seeker, unless he also triple blocked the opposing Seeker, Martin's Seeker, then the lightning strike would have been really good. I guess that Martin's play is right, because if he does find that perfect block, then this is a better play. Then this does accomplish more. So, I mean, Martin kind of giving his opponent credit and just making the play that prevents him, it doesn't give Socrates the option to make a mistake, but it does the most, assuming Socrates would play perfectly.
Okay, and that is generally how you should play, right? You should assume that your opponent's going to find the right line.
Generally, yes, but this was a very complicated board with tons of creatures, so I might have gone for the blowout or gone for substantial value by giving my opponent the opportunity to make an imperfect block there.
Okay, well, here comes Sarkhan, the Dragon Speaker, to start piling on damage here. Gets in there for 5, and so far Martin Muller has been 1 permanent ahead for the duration here.
It's 16-10 on the life totals now. I think we're having some technical difficulties. We'll get those updated for you as soon as we can.
There we go, 16-10 in favor of Martin. And Socrates has to find a way. I mean, one thing about Sarkhan, that is a lot of loyalty.
Right, he doesn't live that often, but when he does, he can end the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, 5 loyalty is pretty tough to get through. And here comes a Rabble Master to start chipping away at that, but that just ensures that Sarkhan's going to get to attack again, or maybe even take down the Rabble Master, however Martin wants to play this. Socrates down to 10 here, though.
Yeah, I imagine we'll just see a Lightning Strike on the Rabble Master, an attack for 5, and another Hordling Outburst.
It's a pretty nice turn.
Right, well, by just see, I mean, Martin will be really pressing the gas pedal here.
Wow, he has had a blazing start to this match. Looks like he is in the tank here, though.
This is a wonderful turn for Martin. I mean, with so much ammunition, he obviously wants to double check through the, even if he already knows that's the best line, he wants to think through. Even if that's a clear best line, he wants to think through other lines because he has so many options and he may have come up with a play that just locks Socrates out of the game. For example, he has second Sarkhan in hand, so he's going with this line knowing that if he can on-tap with that Sarkhan in play, or even just on-tap in a position where Socrates is tapped out or doesn't have a flyer, he can go end-of-turn Lightning Strike you, on-tap Sarkhan, attack. So, this could even be better play than the one I suggested. It might do slightly less on board, but it basically could lock Socrates completely out of the game.
Okay, block, trade a couple of tokens off. That's going to keep Sarkhan out of range of most burn.
But it doesn't keep Lightning Strike Sarkhan out of range.
All right, we got a match update, well, a game update from our table B. Bill Chronopoulos with Teamer Midrange has taken the first game from Thomas Enevoldsen with that blue-black control list as we see this one come to an end here. Martin Muller off to a great start. Really just got ahead, stay ahead, and never let Socrates get his foot in the door. He takes his first game as well. So one game on either side. So Denmark has a game to their credit, so does Greece.
Great draw and a well-played game.
The Greek captain, by the way, we talked about how it's Muller who's the captain of the Danish team, came in with the most pro points, is Marios Angelopoulos, who's in the coach role.
Yes.
So they're taking a page out of the Slovak Republic's book and putting their most experienced player in the coach role.
Uh-oh. Hey, Ben. You need to borrow your brain for a few minutes here. We've got a pretty nice board state set up on this game. I see a lot of hornets and a lot of birds.
Can we call Owen or something?
Yeah, this is one of those crazy board states where the
Hornet tokens are holding off the Wingmate rocks.
Yes. So what's going on the ground? The Wingmate rocks are holding off the 2/2 zombies.
It looks.
Yeah,
So
there's
it's a
whip.
stalemate.
It looks like a stalemate.
I'm not so sure. I see Whip of Erebos in play for Penny.
That's not going to get
Panagiotis
any
Savvidis.
creatures through, though.
Not necessarily an even game with a whip in play.
Yeah, I just meant, is somebody attacking? And it looks like no.
Maybe the Death Touchers can attack.
Probably a few of them can poke because you need one back to stop each 3/4.
Yeah.
Because that's not really a favorable race.
Oh, but then they were paused coming up with more Hornet Queen minions.
More insect tokens? Okay. Because this board needed 5 more permanents on it.
This board is pretty even
Wow.
sans whip, but if this game just goes and goes and goes, I mean, every Hornet Queen, every Sidisi, I mean, you're talking about whipping those back into play. I mean,
Right.
this board will become overwhelmingly in the favor of the whip player as time goes on.
Well, you mean as the player with the whip, because they're actually both the whip player, though different takes on the deck. Abzan whip versus Sidisi whip. And so, there's also the opportunity, of course, for the other player to find their own copy. This is the grindiest mid-range type stuff that we see in Standard these days.
This is a lot of fun. This makes me want to run out of this booth and go grab my Standard deck.
I do think Sidisi Whip has the advantage here, even if it didn't. Like, if they were stalemated, if Sidisi Whip didn't have the whip already in play, that deck is just more set up for the late game.
Right. That deck's more combo-ish, let's say.
Right.
And the Abzan deck is better at playing a normal game.
Okay. Well, here goes Whip of Erebos, and look at his graveyard.
Yeah.
So
you whip
many
out
options.
a Sidisi, which gets you 2 triggers, right?
Yes.
One for coming into play, and then one for attacking. So, oh, look at that. Let's fill up the graveyard with another Hornet Queen.
Right, so even if it was a stalemate, only a temporary one, as Sidisi Whip is going to turn this game.
Wow, look at the top of his library here, too. Does he not attack, or does he attack?
Well, if he attacks, he puts Doomwake in the graveyard.
That's right, but then he doesn't get to keep
enough.
it around.
I don't
It's
think
good enough to kill all the tokens.
I don't think I'd attack.
Really? You'd rather draw it?
I mean, if
It
you,
also
the
kills
attack?
all the tokens when you draw it.
Yeah, he declines his attack.
I mean,
It's
if you
going to
yeah,
remove
if you
itself from the game.
if you have an enchantment in your graveyard to whip in a play, now you get to -2 to everything, and you want to make your opponent deal with Doomwake Giant. I mean, sure, you're going to kill all the tokens, but you might kill all the tokens now, and then you might kill them all again later after a second Hornet Queen, or after that Hornet Queen gets whipped back out.
Wow, he's got a Courser in his hand as well, it seems.
Yeah, you really want the value from all the -1/-1s you can do out of Doomwake. I mean, you can see how many creatures are in play, so that's going to be a huge swing.
Yeah, so it looks like Simon Nielsen says, well, the writing's on the wall for these poor insects, so I'm going to attack with those. He's also going to send the Hornet Queen, and it looks like the Elvish Mystic's going to stay home, but it's probably not long for this world either.
And this attack is just because he knows those guys are going to die next turn anyway.
Writing's on the wall. There's a Doomwake Giant just looming on top of the library there for Savidis. A pair of Satyr Wayfinders in hand for Nielsen just isn't getting him where he needs to go here. And there's that Doomwake Giant drawn into hand. Urborg. It's going to get him a little bit of extra value from his own Courser.
Yeah, this is a stalemate no more.
Yeah, that is just the blowout right there. So everything's going to get -2/-2, meaning that the Wingmate Rock and friends are going to be shrunk down to 1/2s, which means that the zombies can then attack as well profitably.
Right.
Doomwake Giant, trigger this. Tap that for green. Scoop those up.
And we should definitely see all of that. He should play Courser, put this land into play, give the second -1/-1, and then attack with every single creature he has. Maybe Sans Wayfinder or not, that doesn't matter. I'd probably send it, but either way.
I call this the no math alpha attack. You
Yeah.
just turn them all sideways and make them figure it
Yeah,
out.
right-click on Magic Online, attack with all my creatures.
That's the one.
And there's nothing to even be afraid of, because if your opponent had removal, he would have already killed the whip. He wouldn't be allowing this to happen. And all of Simon's creatures are -2/-2.
Yeah.
So they're way, way inferior to all of Panagiotis' creatures.
I mean, how much life is Savidis going to gain here?
Exactly. I wouldn't have held the Hornets back like he did, because he doesn't have to worry about something like the whip dying, because the whip would have already been killed. There's no way that Simon would have let him have the whip in play on his turn with the ability to whip things back. He might be being slightly conservative here, just because it's the only way he could conceivably lose.
Yeah, I mean, they're good blockers for the four Wingmate, the 4/3/4 flyers.
Right. He is behind in life.
He was.
He was behind
Was
until
behind
this
in life.
lifelink trigger.
Right, which is why you could send them. If somehow
could.
the whip died, that could be the only conceivable way he could lose this game if he had alpha and somehow the whip died. I don't even know if that's possible in the main deck. But I think he should have attacked with everything. But I think Panagiotis just feels like, I can't possibly lose. I'm not sending these 1/1s also, which is the right mindset in the dark. Possibly not the right mindset when you know what your opponent's playing.
Okay. Huge attack there. And it basically flopped their life totals. Now, Panagiotis is the one who's over 20, with Nielsen dropping down to 12 here. And Nielsen's trying to find something. Looks like he's kicking things off with that Seder Wayfinder.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Nielsen's deck list now, and it doesn't look like he has any utter ends in the main. So he actually had no instant way to remove that whip. So, I mean, yeah, Panagiotis should have attacked with everything, but just playing a bit conservative because he's in such an overwhelmingly favored position. And that is the general right mindset, even if it wasn't the correct play at this moment.
Okay, we're also going to run our other match. You see it in the upper right-hand side of your screen. This is game 2 of the one that we watched earlier, which is Miller versus Rosiceus, and they're underway there. Mardu mid-range mirror match, and it looks like the first. This is not good for the.
First play was a Hordling Outburst. Second play was discard for having 8 cards in my hand.
He just cannot buy a bucket here, and he is going to need to find lands very quickly. If he does, he could get right back in it. You maybe play his own Hordling Outburst to try to mitigate the damage. But we saw this in game 1 when he was hitting his land drops. He just could not seem to get out from behind the early start that Martin got out to. And if he doesn't find lands, that one's going to end very quickly.
Yeah, there's a sip of hemlock joke here somewhere. I can't quite find it, though.
Thankfully for Socrates, I don't think it's in anybody's list here.
Yeah, so this is the turn. If he does draw a land, it's definitely possible he can claw back into it, Socrates.
For Socrates, okay.
Yeah, if he doesn't draw land this turn and that Chandra starts getting zeroed and an additional thing gets added to the board, realistically, they're on to game 2.
All right, let's jump. Let's avert our eyes back down to the lower left. Has anything changed here noticeably for you, Ben?
Nope. There's still Doomwake Giant in play. There's still Whip in play.
Yeah, these matches get decided a lot before they actually end. If one guy gets a whip going for a couple of turns, he just gains so much incremental advantage that you're going to win the game eventually. It just often takes a couple of attacks and takes a little while to sort of finish knocking the other guy's life total down to 0. I mean, I feel like this is the same board it was when we showed up. It's just one guy had a whip and the other guy didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
The other card that can have that kind of effect in these matchups, by the way, is Pharika. If you want to count like whip plus Pharika, anybody who ever has that combination in one of these matchups is just going to win.
All right, so Savidis looking to be in great spot there to finish this game off down there. So let's look back up in the upper right-hand corner where another discard happened there for Socrates, but then he did find a land. Unfortunately, his first play of the game is just a Goblin Rabblemaster here, and he's already facing down 3 tokens, Chandra, and 5 untapped mana with 5 cards in hand for his opponent. So still significantly behind here.
Yeah, it looks like we'll see ping the token, and then he has options here. He could, kill
chain some rocks up.
Right, kill the Rabble Master and make a Butcher maybe if he has that in hand. It doesn't look like he does. Or he could just cast something else.
Maybe he's leaving up a Crackling Doom active mana here.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense.
This way, almost regardless of the threat that Rosiceus plays, he's going to be able to just end step, kill it, hit you for 2, crack back for 4, and Rosiceus is going to smartly play around that. He's going to
Glare of the Chain's pretty good.
It only sort of plays around it.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't at all. So there's Crackling Doom, 2 damage. You have no creatures, and Muller is in turbo mode here as he finds Sarkhan to finish the match. Actually,
wow. Score 1 for Denmark.
So 1 match down for Denmark, and.
Yeah, we said Martin Muller was their trump. He wants to go to Worlds next year. He is the captain. He gets invited to the World Championships if Denmark can win one of these last 2 matches.
Wow, for a young guy like that, what a great start to his Magic career if he can make that happen. And Denmark just took one massive step in that direction by winning the first of 3 matches. Now all they have to do is win one of the other 2 to secure their spots as World Magic Cup champions. So back on our main match, we have Simon Nielsen with Abzan Whip versus Panagiotis Savidis with Sidisi Whip. In this game it's just a complete mess. Look, I mean, this board state is absurd by almost any standards.
It's a mess.
But we know that Panagiotis Savvidis is significantly ahead due to the existence of just one card. That little whip of Erebos sitting down there has put him way ahead.
Right. If Nielsen had a whip also, this would still be tough for him because of the Doomwake Giant, but we could start construing things that he could do to try and get back into this. But without the recursive ability of whip, his creatures are just dying, and Panagiotis is just making more and more creatures every turn that goes by.
See quite a few cards in hand for Savvidis as well, so he's got plenty of resources to work with. So what does, Ben, what does a game look like where Simon wins this game? Like, is it like sequences of draws that are all perfect? Is it just finding a whip and all of a sudden he's back in it? What does it look like?
I mean, he needs to work through that Doomwake in the yard, so I guess...
Does he play Pharika?
He plays Banishing Light, so if he can get rid of the whip in play, then that Doomwake doesn't have any more ability to impact this game. Is that
Yes.
Soul of Theros?
It is Soul of Theros. How does that change things?
Well, it gives him a lot of life. Certainly not going to win the game, but it's a big life swing. The problem is life is not really one of the more valuable resources in this type of matchup. As Randy pointed out, incremental advantage is really what's going to determine the winner here, not life swings. That's why I was saying for him to claw back into this game, I mean, he would really need to Banishing Light the whip.
Yeah, the first strike is actually more relevant there than the lifelink, because it'll trump the death touch on those insects.
Right. I mean, this has a huge impact this turn, but the problem is Panagiotis is just going to whip back Hornet Queens and Doomwake Giants and, whatever he needs to whip back. So even though this turn is going to be a big swing in Simon's favor, we know that Panagiotis will just get right back to, incremental advantage, right back to producing more things per turn. Simon Nielsen can.
Simon's life total is going to be huge here, too, because he gained all the double Wingmate Rock triggers, plus the +2/+2 first strike and life.
Oh, you
link.
see him at 50.
He's at 50 now.
He's at 50. And that's exciting. Once again, I still think the whip will return this, but it gives Simon some time, maybe, to find Banishing Light for whip.
And then maybe a whip of his own.
And then maybe a whip of his own or something of that nature, yeah.
All right.
I don't think it's on the table yet, but there's also a non-zero chance when your life total starts to hit 50 and you still have a bunch of things going that you can deck a Sidisi player. Because, they don't have any way to shuffle that graveyard back in or anything, and they spend a lot of time. Yeah, they spend a lot of times drawing cards and milling themselves and things like that, putting lands into play with Courser, milling 4 cards with Wayfinder, milling cards with Sidisi.
Soul of Innistrad here has been activated as well. No shortage of resources really on either side here.
Yeah,
51 to 28.
Panagiotis with less life, but a lot more resources. So Simon has to either close the recursion, getting rid of the whip, or he's got to start thinking about decking Panagiotis or something of that nature. Because it's not exactly like Panagiotis is about to die. Simon may be at 51, but Panagiotis is at a comfortable 31 himself, and he hasn't even attacked yet this turn.
No kidding.
Yeah, Soul brought back this Hornet Queen and a Doomwake Giant and a Sidisi.
Oh my
Panagiotis is just reloaded.
He's going to get right back to rebuilding this board.
And this was a hard cast Hornet Queen, right? So it's going to get whipped back at some point down the line as well.
That is the plan.
Goodness. For those of you at home that love these grindy, attrition-y matchups, welcome to heaven, because you have arrived.
Yeah, Simon's a little on the young side as players in this tournament go, but he's been a regular on the European GP circuit for a while. Dozen GPs played. Rich was actually telling me Simon's, they have a lot of interesting schools at different academies with different themes in Denmark, and the school that Simon Nielsen went to for, what we would call high school, had a Magic club that sends like 10, 20 players to all the GPs they can get to.
Wow.
So he was like, as part of his high school club, going off traveling to GPs. And now he's graduated at this point, but keeps going to the GPs.
That's awesome to be able to get that kind of experience.
In that club.
Yeah, seriously, right?
To get that kind of experience when you're so young. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. To be able to develop a high-level understanding of Magic going to Grand Prix all throughout high school. And your school is encouraging you, instead of asking for permission maybe to miss school, the school is saying, yeah, go to Grand Prix, play Magic, develop your mind.
I was too busy playing basketball to think how good could I have been at Magic.
It would have damaged your chances at getting into the NBA, though.
It's true.
like them, I mean, I did play Magic when I was in high school, but it was more as I was describing. You know, if I didn't have a test that Friday or something, then maybe I would take off to travel to a Grand Prix. It certainly wasn't my high school encouraging me to, you know, play Magic and travel to Grand Prix. They weren't against it. I mean, we didn't have a Magic Club really or anything like that.
I bet you that Magic Club is watching Simon right now,
Oh yeah.
cheering him on. Okay, Siege Rhino now for Simon Nielsen with an almost irrelevant trigger for the first time that I've seen it.
Drain you for 3. Come on, buddy.
Yeah,
Like, we have
he's
so
like,
much going on here.
"Do I
Do you
even
really
have to
care about
write
this
it
3
down?"
life? Yeah.
Hold on, can we check live totals?
Oh no, they're going to check life totals. All right, well, we'll let them get this sorted out
Maybe they can just round.
to the nearest 10. So just to give you a bigger picture view, you can see it says Denmark leads 1-0 down in the lower right portion of your screen. That was Martin Muller winning his match pretty handily, 2-0 over Socrates Rosakheas. So that's put Denmark one step away from winning the World Magic Cup. In our match that you don't see that is still going on, we have Bill Chronopoulos up a game with Timur Midrange versus Thomas Enevoldsen, who's on blue-black control. So one over to the Greek side as far as the one that's
And
open.
Panagiotis a clear favorite here. And Panagiotis is a clear favorite in this game. So even though Denmark is up 1-0 matches, Panagiotis, you know, looking to take a game for Greece.
So, guys, I just had an update. This match just took on an entirely new level of significance, and it is of the much higher variety. Bill Chronopoulos has won his match 2-0 over Thomas Enevoldsen. Timur Midrange defeating blue-black control, and now this one is going to decide the World Magic
Oh,
Cup.
wow. So,
Yes, this is game 1. by
Right,
the way.
so now if Panagiotis does manage to close out this game, it'll be Greece in the driver's seat,
Yes.
up 1-0 in the deciding match.
Exactly, Ben. So this whole match is now for the World Magic Cup Championship title. Wow. You're going to see the other teammates huddled around, coaching, helping. There's a look at them now with their sweet jerseys too, by the way. Look at that graveyard. You mentioned it a minute ago, Ben, but decking? Are we in that conversation yet, or are we not quite to that stage?
Oh, we're
of
in
the
that
game?
conversation. Whenever the life totals are 47 to 41, there's a whip still in play, and you can see the size of those graveyards. Decking is always in the conversation. The problem for Simon is Soul of Innistrad. Even if you can work through a lot of the bigger things, even all the production out of Hornet Queens and Siddices, with the ability to just keep replaying everything infinite times with Soul, basically, I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I don't think decking is relevant here because Panagiotis is just too far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Panagiotis could be pretty far ahead, you know, without the Soul, and you could say to yourself, well, you know, he can't keep replaying all of these things. You know, they do go away after they get whipped in. You know, I can work through a lot of things. But with the Soul of Innistrad, he can buy back all the dead creatures. He could play several in one turn to wipe Simon's board with the Doomwake Giants. Simon could do something like hold removal to mess that up, but then Panagiotis will just use the Soul to just rebuy it all and try it again in a turn.
Wow.
So I can't really see it coming to decking.
Wow, replacement whip sitting on top of his library now too.
Yeah.
And there's a Hornet Queen, though, off the top for Simon Nielsen. So he's going to get to bolster his defenses somewhat here as well. Still no whip in sight, though, for Nielsen.
I mean, the Hornet Queen tokens are just going to die to any enchantment.
Yeah, for Panagiotis to lose this game, he would really have to be through a lot of his resources. If too many of his creatures are exiled already with Whip so that they can't be bought back with Soul of Innistrad, and there isn't enough left in his library.
Uh-oh.
But yeah.
That could be huge right there. There's a Doomwake Giant on top, and we'll also notice that Savidius has drawn a second copy of Whip. Remember, he can't have two in play, but he can certainly cast the second one as an enchantment to get a trigger off of Doomwake. And if he's got two Doomwakes, he could potentially clear the entire board of Simon Nielsen and kill him in one shot here.
Right, and Simon doesn't have any real recursive ability out, so when his board gets wiped, that's going to be the game.
I think he's going to take 8 here. As he's chump blocking the Soul with his Sylvan Carry added. So things moving pretty swiftly for Greece here.
Yeah, these decks really went deep. There was a time in Standard where there was a decent amount of aggro decks, even like just Jeskai aggro and Mantis Rider and Burn and whatnot. So you couldn't really afford to play stuff like Soul of Innistrad in these decks. Maybe one in the sideboard or two in the sideboard, not in the, 0 in the main. Right now, with everybody on all these different variants of Sidisi Whip, Obzon Whip, Obzon Midrange, Black-Green Constellation, it's like whoever went the deepest, that's the player who probably wins the game.
You know, that is how you feel playing these decks. I've played a few of these whip decks in Standard myself, and when you get in these mirrors, your mind starts racing to, well, how can I go even further over the top? Like,
Right.
what's the thing that I need to just completely trump? Because you have all the mana you could ever want. You just want the one card that puts you so much further ahead. It turns out it's Soul of Innistrad.
Right, if you're a player at home looking to this Magic World Cup for Standard decks, thinking, you know, what should I take to my PTQ next weekend, or what should I play at Friday Night Magic? A very aggressive deck is probably a good place to be at right now in Standard to punish these incredibly slow, incredibly powerful decks. This is game one. They haven't sideboarded, and look at the cards in play.
Yes, this is insane.
Multiple Soul of Innistrads,
Yep.
multiple Hornet Queens. This deck cannot fare well against 1 and 2 mana creatures and burn spells.
Yeah, 1 mana 2/1s might be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Fire Drinker Satyr is sort of itching to get off the bench and get in the game here. Here comes that second copy of Doomwake, and here's that play we discussed a minute ago with the whips coming, and is this... All right, he's not scooping up his permanents. He's just sweeping
those are the
away
ones that
most of
died.
them. Yes.
Yeah.
A lone 0-1 Siege Rhino stands in the way here for Denmark.
I know this is an untimed match, but I don't know what Simon is really plotting at this point.
Yeah, he'd need something like Dune Blast or something in his main just to even not die, and even then, the inevitability seems to be intact here for Savidis. The question that I have here is this 36? Nope.
Triggers.
He just
Sidisi
mashes
triggers.
them together.
He's got to
Pushes
parse
them all
the
in.
Sidisi attack. but-
He should trigger the CDC, but it won't matter. So Simon Nielsen does, in fact, concede here with 1 billion damage on the stack, and that brings Panagiotis Savidis and his Greece team 1 game
Championship point.
away from winning the World Magic Cup.
I'm sorry, but that was awesome.
That was just sweet. And you know what, Ben? You're going to get more of that. I don't think that this changes much post-board.
No, they're just going to bring in ways to fight some of the more powerful cards and more powerful cards. A quick look at Simon Nielsen's sideboard. He's got End Hostilities, Reclamation Sage, Doomwake Giants,
Yes, please. All of the above.
Yeah, another Whip, which would take him from 2 to 3. A Dune Blast, which is clearly excellent in the matchup. 2
Yeah.
Thoughtseize, a Read the Bones. So
There is enough there to definitely change the makeup of this match. The
Well,
fact that the sweepers come in, this is the match they're there for. Is
Right,
for
no,
the,
they're
the
coming
other
in.
grindy match.
I think that he'll gain some substantial percentage points in the matchup, but I think we're going to see a long, grindy matchup. You know, I don't think they're switching into aggro decks or something like that.
No, but the fact that they can sweep the board means that it isn't just incremental advantage that's permanent. Like the incremental
Okay.
advantage can be reset with a sweeper like an End Hostilities.
So you're saying they might have to think about not dumping everything out and not always pressing the advantage as much as possible.
Precisely. I mean, on the other side, the Sidisi Whip deck is not playing white, so can't get to End Hostilities. I wonder if Ashiok comes in here. I'm sure the Farika God of Affliction comes in. Farika, the fact that Farika can, at instant speed, remove the thing you're trying to whip back is an incredible interaction in this matchup. Farika is sort of the next trump.
I know that Josh Utter-Layton and Shahar Shanhar played this deck, Sidisi Whip, in Worlds, and one of the reasons they played blue and not black-green Constellation like PGO was for Ashiok. They felt like Ashiok was really strong in these kind of matchups.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the trump. So both players think they have trumps in the sideboard. The question is basically who's better. The Greeks get to go for 3 Ashioks and a Farika, and the Danes get to go for a couple of End Hostilities and a couple Reclamation Sages.
And a Dune Blast.
And a Dune Blast, yeah. 3 sweepers, a couple more Doom Wakes, a couple of Reclamation Sages. I don't think this is a Nissa matchup.
No, probably not. There's just Nissa gets gone over the top of in this matchup.
Yeah, Civides can also bring in 2 disdainful strokes.
Yeah, I like the
like they might be
disdainful
good.
strokes, sure.
Yeah, this is a bit of a preview of the individual world championships that are coming up this afternoon too. The Sidisi whip deck that Panagiotis Civides is playing. I don't know. I don't have the
Yamamoto?
I don't have the list memorized. That both Shahar and Yamamoto have 2 different takes on this in the top 4. Right, Shahar has the Ashiok's main. Yamamoto does not. But this is in the same space.
But this is a preview. It's not card for card, but pretty similar to the top 4 matchup between Chapin and Yamamoto.
Yes.
Sidisi whip versus Abzan.
Right. Though I don't know, does Chapin have whips? I thought he was more just Abzan mid-range. He sort of had so much success with it that he has not been involved in the escalating arms race of going over the top and going over the top by more.
I think you're right. I think he's just Abzan mid-range.
See the players down in the feature match area conferring with each other about the post sideboards, but they all know what's on the line here.
It's a big deal. I mean,
It could be a game to decide the tournament here.
yeah, it's a big deal for all of these guys, of course. I mean, being
A lot
the
of
champion,
national pride.
right? Being the champion for your country is what I was gonna say is extra special. It's even big, well, not bigger than the whole country, but it's especially big for the team captains because how awesome is getting to play in the World Championship?
Honestly, it's not as awesome as winning this event. I mean, it's nice. I think it's gravy. It'll feel good a year from now. But I mean, the Greeks, they have not really had a signature Magic result. And I mean, that's a country that does take a lot of pride in their national identity and, has had the run. Again, I think the 2004 Euro Championships, the run that the Greek soccer team made 10 years ago to just come out of nowhere and win that Euro Championships is something that I know the country is still proud of, that the soccer world still looks back on as this amazing accomplishment by the Greeks. I see a lot of parallels there.
Right. So, I mean, extra special to win this tournament because you're kind of doing it, for your whole country.
Yes, absolutely.
No, I'm sure they're at home watching on as well. I've been getting a decent amount of tweets, specifically from the Denmark side of things. But I see them on Twitter. If you look at there's a hashtag in the upper right side, MTGWMC. People are tagging that for their tweets about the tournament, and you can see quite a few people cheering on their countries there. It's great stuff. This is one of the only tournaments that we get all year that has this type of vibe. It's a unique thing.
Now, do you think the Greeks have gained much advantage from the Theros set? It's another fitting aspect of this Greek run.
It is their time to make a run. Yes,
Right?
Yes.
Seems like the right time.
All right, what is the... Oh, that is not an opening hand. That is a maybe we should change one sideboard decision.
Looks like maybe they took a Caryatid out, which I like with all the sweepers coming in.
Yeah.
Speed isn't really the name of the game here, right?
Nope, not at all.
You're not going to be... It's not about being the first one with a whip. It's about having a whip and sticking it.
I think it's a tough spot for the Danes. The sweepers are good if you're the one who goes further over the top, but it's really the Greeks list who goes further over the top, I think.
I agree. Yeah, no, I think the Greeks are both up a game and advantaged in the matchup.
And you can see them taking their time sideboarding because there's so much to consider. Exactly how much you want of each card, exactly what you want your deck to look like. This isn't the kind of matchup where the sideboarding is, I'm going to bring in my 2 silver bullets against your deck. They're basically playing a similar but different deck to what they played in Game 1. They're possibly sideboarding, 8 cards each, 10 cards, what have you. So they know that their deck is going to be a little different. So they have to think about how their new deck is going to play out, what cards are going to become important, maybe what cards become a little less important, and be ready for this new game of Magic that they're going to play post-sideboard.
Yeah, figuring out what to take out is tricky, too. Because it's not like they have a whole bunch of removal spells in their main deck. I mean, these guys kind of expected a grindy field anyway, so they're not full of anti-aggro cards.
And we were talking about how this favors the Greeks, and here's Simon taking a mulligan.
Yeah, this could be bad. Although, given the way that these games seem to have played out, they go for so long. You got to figure that it's not like he's going to get pounced on here, right? Like if you mulligan to 5 or 6, of course you don't want to start that way. But it doesn't look like these decks have the firepower to really just bury you.
No, you can get a perfectly reasonable 6-card hand, but your odds of sort of having to keep a bad draw. Like we saw the game Owen Turtenwald won on camera in round 12, where his opponent mulled to 6, kept Forest Forest Nykthos, and just never drew black mana.
Right.
Right. That was wasn't the same matchup, but I mean it was similar in that it usually goes to this long grindy space.
And
I mean-
Owen was able to close that game out mighty quickly.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. I
he
mean, the
was
odds of having a truly lopsided game go up with each mulligan.
Sure. Okay, so let's see if Nielsen has a keeper. He
Oh,
does.
It's a good 6.
It's a good 6 as well. Okay, so we are underway here in game 2. We're tied up at a match apiece, so this is going to be the decider. Either this game or next, depending on how things go. Greece and Panagiotis Savvidis with Sidisi Whip up a game over Denmark and Simon Nielsen. But a good start here from Simon,
Wow.
as he has not missed a land drop, made a core serve crew fix, and even has a Sylvan Carry added so that he can continue to add to the board. And
Wow, and
wow,
no,
he's even got a Wingmate Rock in his hand. I think he needs an untapped mana source to make it work, but
and Savvidis has yet to make a play. 3 turns, just land, go, land, go, land, go. He's holding up Disdainful Stroke, which is
Right.
going to be big if we do get a Wingmate Rock here.
And he's got a Sultai Charm as well. So if we don't get a Wingmate Rock, we'll just
Which
see
we-
that Courser get Sultai Charmed in a turn.
and we're not going to see a Wingmate Rock here because he's not hitting the mana. I think he's just going to play a Satyr Wayfinder.
Wayfinder,
here.
sure.
Yeah.
So even though a good start by Simon, I think Panagiotis is still the favorite here. End of Simon's turn, he'll be able to take out the Courser, leaving the only creatures in play as a Caryatid and a Wayfinder. Oh no, he does have the land for the Wingmate Rock.
Oh,
Granted,
he did have it. Sorry, I didn't see that. Wow.
no biggie, because we know Panagiotis has the Disdainful Stroke anyway.
Right, and I think that Simon now knows that as well as there's a land being cracked here.
What Panagiotis does not have is land. He's stuck on 3. I mean, he's got a Sultai Charm. He's still having to negate after he casts this Disdainful Stroke. Murderous Cut is live now with the counterspell and the fetch land.
So he can
It's not like
Sultai-
he's... 3 is enough that he can operate for a couple of turns, but I mean, he wants to build up toward the Doom Wakes and the Hornet Queens.
Right, but when you're under virtually no pressure and all you need to do is draw land, that's a good
I think
position.
Courser of Crewfix gives pressure. It's not pressure on your life total, but it is...
Well, I think he's just going to Sultai Charm the Courser of Crewfix.
Yeah, he can just kill it.
Especially what he should probably do is pass the turn. And if Simon has a land on top, then you would have killed it. But now that Simon has a second Courser on top, there's no reason to kill it.
Wow.
There is that land on top.
Yeah, but Simon has
He's
a
gonna
second
get it
Courser,
either
so
way.
you can't stop him from putting lands at the top of his library now.
It looks like he's going to interrupt the flow here,
He's
but it
thinking
won't
about it.
actually do what he wants it to do. There's a negate
Well, I mean-
in hand for Panagiotis Savvidis. I guess it does prevent 1 life.
Exactly. If he's going to kill the Courser, you may as well not give him the second point of life
Right,
for
and
this land.
he's got the Murderous Cut, so he can actually kill both Coursers, not right now,
Yeah.
but he may be considering, okay, I'll Sultai Charm it all on top and I'll kill the other Courser.
And there's another land on top now, and every land counts here for Simon. He does have a Hornet Queen in hand.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll see Wayfinder because he doesn't want that land as his draw step for next turn.
And he wouldn't mind having it in his hand.
Right, so it's perfect. It's perfect
Yeah.
to play the Wayfinder. The only reason not to would be sweepers, but I don't think Panagiotis really has those. I think that's Simon's game.
Right. That's right.
Seeing the Wingmate Rock, I'm not even 100% sure if Simon brought in all those
Soul of
sweepers.
Theros just gets built into the yard.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Simon realized that Panagiotis' deck is the one that goes over the top better, and he may have brought in only the Dune Blast. I
So
can't
he's
say,
the beatdown?
Yeah, I can't say for sure, but there's not great synergy with End Hostilities and Wingmate Rock.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I think Simon may have realized that he's the beatdown, and he'll definitely bring in Dune Blast, but I think if I were Simon, I think I might have left those End Hostilities in the sideboard.
I
And
like this line. He does. He's going to lose the long game.
Right.
He's just not set up to be the truly long game. Not nearly as well set up as Sidisi Whip. So great. If you understand your role in Standard, there's huge advantage to be found just from properly identifying your role and knowing how to sideboard.
All right, so it looks like Panagiotis, though, uses the Murderous Cut to kill 1 of the Coursers, but decides that Doomwake Giant's the way he wants to go, leaving that Sultai Charm in his hand and allowing his opponent to keep a Courser of Crewfix on the battlefield.
And
In the
cracks a
meantime,
fetch land rather than draw a fetch land.
and instead of drawing the other land, remember he found that Llanowar Waste last turn, so he's hitting his land drop either way this turn.
He's doing his best to,
Draw
not
spells.
have land. Yeah, to not have lands on top of his library during his draw step. His deck's just not really cooperating with that right now.
No, he keeps finding more and more lands, but we are going to see. Well, I should ask instead. Are we going to see Hornet Queen this turn?
I don't know, because Doomwake Giant kind of trumps Hornet Queen.
That's what I was thinking too.
And he doesn't know. We know that Savvidis has a second Doomwake Giant. So if he does play Hornet Queen, he's going to have no permanents in play.
Wow. Okay.
That's a much better draw phase
It's a
than
little better.
Windswept Heath.
That is a great draw phase.
And is he going to run that out here so that he can kind of play around that Doomwake Giant?
He might. What are his options? He has Hornet Queen or Whip, and he has the land to cast it.
Yes, those are his options.
I don't know.
Of course, it's a lot less troublesome if his Hornet Queen dies now because he can get it
exactly.
back.
Well,
He'll
the queen,
probably-
queen here is a lot more mana efficient.
Yeah, he'll probably play the Queen now because if his opponent answers the Queen, he's going to still be able to play the Whip. It's not like he's not worried
he can
about it.
If he gets a
Activate it if he
land next
hits a
turn,
land, yeah.
exactly, he's one land away from having 8 to go Whip and activate it.
And
next
remember,
turn.
we can see that
Yes.
Savitas has the second Doomwake Giant in
Oh,
hand.
man.
But it's not that likely. It's likely that Savitas would have, say, an enchantment in hand. It's not that likely that it's a second Doomwake. So for Simon's perspective, it's like, all right, if he's got an enchantment, I'll lose the tokens. I'll still have the Hornet Queen and the Courser and the Caryatid. I'll play the Whip next turn. From our perspective, it's like, no, don't play the Queen. He's going to play Doomwake and blow up all your stuff.
And I think that's what's going to happen.
You know what? He's gonna leave up Negate and Sultai Charm instead. I actually like this line.
Oh, it's awesome because he's going to make that play anyway just next turn.
Exactly.
And he's never going to allow Whip to come into play.
Precisely.
But there is a Thoughtseize here,
Kind of a curveball.
which was sitting
It was on top of the library.
So he is going to protect his hand with Negate there, I suppose. He's kind of forced to negate
Oh,
the
100%
Thoughtseize,
he's
so-
negating the Thoughtseize. That's automatic.
But it means
So-
he's also leaving up Sultai Charm for the Whip,
Right.
which he saw him draw, right? It came out. He knows what card Simon drew. 'Cause
Right.
Courser.
So this is a nice play.
Yeah. Tapping out for Doomwake, Whip would have resolved. Instead, he gets to negate the Thoughtseize, and then if Whip is played, he's got the Sultai Charm for it.
Well, actually, let's say okay, because if he had Doomwaked on his last turn, you wouldn't be scared of Whip necessarily because you could still on top and Sultai Charm it, but he would have gotten Thoughtseize
Thoughtseize,
also,
yeah.
taking the Sultai Charm.
Leaving Whip
the
in play and negate in hand is not the way you want this to line up.
Right, and although that might still be a favorable position, he's basically closing out the game this way.
Right, so is this the Soul of Theros being activated here? It's 16
Wow.
damage.
So I don't know if he considered that.
What?
Block. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Is he dead?
No, he's got the Sultai Charm.
He's got a Sultai Charm,
Wait,
so
but he has
can
to take
kill
one.
the Hornet
No,
Queen.
it's still 13. He has to take one to cast it, right?
Mana
you're
Confluence.
right. He drops a 12, 4, 8, 12.
So he's
3, 6,
is
9,
he
12.
dead from Xaxes?
He is.
Whoa.
Wow. Huge oversight there from Savides. You know, he didn't do the math when he factored in the Soul of Theros. And game 3?
Yeah, looks like the Doomwake Giant line may have been a little better.
Yep. Turns out life total matters sometimes.
Yeah, after that last game, I can't blame him for not thinking about life total. It was 50-41 at one point in the last game.
Yeah.
That's-
And you know what? Credit to Mueller, who's like, I'm the beatdown.
Yeah.
I just need to deal damage before Sidisi Whip can set up its late game. And he did. Soul of Theros was the overrun he needed.
Holy smokes.
What a crazy game.
Soul of Theros just sort of hanging out in the graveyard. Don't mind
forgot
me.
about it.
I did too. And then bang.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that soul as well.
I noticed it when it spilled over.
And it was the Mana Confluence
Sure.
that did that last damage.
Yeah, it's funny because if he does go to exactly 1, he does untap and lay that second Doomwake. I don't know if
Yeah.
he wins or loses that game, but he's not dead just if he goes to 1.
Yeah, if he had played the second Doomwake, there would have been no attackers except the Courser.
Right, and it's a whole different game because then we do see the thoughts. He's the
But the whip
Sultai
comes-
Charm,
the whip
play the whip,
resolves.
right, and then he's got double Doomwake in play, so he's in a good position.
Yep.
But Whip starts to bring back Hornet Queens and
Yeah,
Wingmate
yeah.
Rocks. We see an entirely different game.
Wow. The game we saw was
Which
pretty
Mueller might
incredible.
still win.
Wow, that was insane. I am in shock right now that just happened, and we are now going to game 3 here. So this is it. We get to play one game of Magic the Gathering, and it will decide our World Magic Cup champions.
I'm trying to look through his library right now as the camera is showing it. I kind of like to see if those end hostilities are in or not. I think that Simon has the right idea of being the beatdown in this matchup.
Yeah.
You don't go over the top of Sidisi, Whip, Soul of Innistrad. I like Banishing Light. You know, you remove their key threats while you're attacking. He's got that set aside as something maybe he's considering taking out. I find that weird. I wouldn't take out Banishing Light. I don't think. It kills Whip. He's got the Souls. He's got Hornet Queens.
I didn't see any end hostilities. I
No.
think you guys have it read correctly there.
I think the Wayfinders are the card he's debating right now.
Yeah, Wayfinder, perfectly reasonable to leave in or out, but it is a body for turning on Wingmate Rock. So I mean,
it found the Soul of Innistrad that won him.
Right.
Excuse me, the Soul of Theros that won him the game there.
right, it's not an amazing card, obviously, but I think that's probably one that should make the main. But you know, if you've got all these great sideboard cards, something has to go. So it looks like Simon's configuration for this deciding game 3 here will be something like, I would have the Dune Blast in. I didn't see that. I wouldn't have the End Hostilities, but, you know, Dune Blast is pretty good still, I think. But whatever, you know, he could not have it, he could have it. Certainly the Thoughtseize, which we saw, are staying in. The third Whip, Read the Bones. He's got Reclamation Sages. Do those target anything besides Whip out of Panagiotis?
Doomwake Giant.
Doomwake Giant. So those should certainly be in. Glare of Heresy, probably not, since there's no white cards. So that should be what we'll see. 2 Reclamation Sage out of him, 2 Doomwake Giant, 2 Thoughtseize, a Whip, a Reed, and maybe Dune Blast going in. And out of his deck, let's see. Spot removal isn't great, but it's not bad. And he's only got Murderous Cut and Banishing Light. So, I mean, the Banishing Lights, I think he might have set one aside, but I like them. They kill Whip. I'd be more inclined to take out Murderous Cut if I had to choose between those two.
What does that change? I want you to frame this for us from a little bit bigger of a picture perspective, Ben. Not just like, well, this card's in, this card's out. So what we're saying here is that Nielsen is trying to be the beatdown. He's trying to be the assertive one, and he's trying to take out any card that he can that slows him down and get every single card that lets him be the aggressor in.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I think he's trying to do within reason. His deck is not a beatdown deck.
Yeah, he's kind of asking a lot of his deck, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's cards he can't take out, like Corsair of Crufix. Even though it's not a great beatdown card, it's just a great card. But I do think he knows his role as the aggressor, not the one who wants the game, you know, to go to turn 20.
Now, if you're sitting in Grease's seat and you've seen what you've seen so far, do you have adjustments that you can make to try to be even more controlling? You start as the default control player in the matchup, but I mean, I'm assuming the sideboards can shift that even further.
Well, you'd have to have cards that line up well against Simon's threats. More often than not, it's still going to go to the late game because Simon's deck is not a good beatdown deck, even if that's a clearly identified role. So I think you're still going to want to force him to beat you that way. You're not going to want to soften your deck too much. I mean, forcing him, good for him for identifying that as his role, but that's not the role you want in this matchup.
Right.
You want to be beatdown versus Sidisi Whip if you're a deck full of 1 and 2 mana creatures, Mantis Riders, and burn spells.
Yep.
You don't want to be trying to beat them down with Wingmate Rocks.
Satyr, Wayfinders, and
Corsair of Crufixes, right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he should accept this role as the guy with the late game, as the guy with inevitability. His sideboard has...
Yeah, Savides can err on the side of having extra removal spells in,
Right.
just to try to make sure he doesn't get run over too fast.
Right, and his sideboard has 3 Ashiok, 1 Pharika, 1 Sultai Charm, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Dig Through Time, 2 Drown and Star, 1 Reclamation Sage, 1 Negate, 3 Bioblight.
So he can certainly go more controlling if he wants.
Right. His deck has the ability to be a nice control-ish deck after sideboard for a matchup like this. And if he identifies that that's what's going on, then he could take out something that's more combo-ish, maybe isn't necessary, like Sidisi. That would be a reasonable one if that's the case. Any spot removal designed to stop cheap aggressive creatures would come out, but all this deck really plays is some Murderous Cuts and Hero's Downfalls. So a Hero's Downfall could come out. Probably wouldn't cut Murderous Cut. So I don't think he'll do that much sideboarding. I think he'll bring in a couple Disdainful Strokes, a Negate.
All right, looks like players have examined their opening hands. Let's see if we have a pair of keeps here. Remember, Nielsen was on a mulligan that last game.
Yeah, right.
Didn't slow him down at all.
Yeah, that win was off a mulligan to 6.
Looks like the votes are in. We're mulliganing to 6 again, and a big smile there from Nielsen like, can I please get a break here?
It is exactly what you said, Randy, last game, though. The danger in mulliganing with this deck is that your 6-card hand has a much higher chance of being, virtually unplayable than your 7-card hand. But if he draws a good 6, it's no big deal. There's lots of good ways to, make up card advantage. It's not even an attrition-y matchup to begin with. So, he's not happy in a mulligan because he runs the risk of having a very poor 6. But as long as he can find one like he did last game, he'll play a normal game.
I don't know if I would describe that last game as normal, but...
Well, the ending wasn't necessarily normal, but,
The way the deck is designed is you just get to 7 as soon as possible to play Hornet Queen, and then Soul of +2/+2.
Plan A.
The ending was certainly not normal, but the mid-game of, play a Caryatid, play a Courser, put lands in a play a Wingmate. Okay, it got countered, a fairly normal game.
All right, so here is the opening 6 now
And it looks
for
fine.
Nielsen, and I think he's kept.
Yeah, it's unspectacular. It's nowhere near as good as last game.
Okay. We're underway here, though. This is it. This is for all of it. This is for the World Magic Cup title here between these two teams, Greece and Denmark. The winner of this game takes home the trophy. The captain of the team, if it happens to be Denmark, it's Martin Muller. He gets a seat in the World Championship. I mean, so much on the line for these two teams, and it all comes down to a single game of Magic. What's the first play here? Sylvan Caryatid.
So good on the play. Turn 2 Caryatid on the play. He's just so far ahead in terms of mana development.
He can play Sidisi next turn. He can play a Whip. There's so much he can do.
Courser and Thoughtseize.
Yes. And no turn 2 play yet here for Simon Nielsen. Nothing at all. He just has to play a Scryland and ship the turn back. Hornet Queen off the top for Savidis. Every draw step matters.
So it looks like
down the
Panagiotis
stretch.
doesn't have a land, so he's going to run Courser to try and find it. Definitely the right play.
He does not find
Swing
it.
and a miss.
Okay, so an opening here for Denmark. And he does have a land, but no play. A pair of Siege Rhinos in hand, though. This could get out of hand quickly if
Still no
Savidis
land.
does not find that land, and he does not find it here. He's going to have to resort to a Thoughtseize, and let's take a look at what Nielsen's working with here. Pair of Siege Rhinos, Whip, 3 Murderous Cut.
Is that a full house?
Yeah. So I think Panagiotis will take Whip, as it's a card his hand can't deal with.
But then he's got to deal with Siege Rhino.
Right, but he's got Hero's Downfall to deal with one, and he's got powerful spells to deal with the other one later.
Yeah, it's easier to deal with 2 Siege Rhinos than 4.
Right. Whip would just be bringing them back into play anyway. Whip is not a card you really want sitting in play. The only way you're okay with Whip there is if you have a way to remove it once it hits play. You're not okay with your opponent just having an active Whip in these kind of matchups.
So Safidi's hand you can see is Bile
Great
Blight,
matchup,
pair of
really.
Heroes Downfall, so he can deal with both Rhinos, even just with the resources he has right now. And then the long game's locked up for him with a pair of Hornet Queens, at least in the short term here, but he's miles away from those.
Right, and those Murderous Cuts don't line up well against the Hornet Queens. They do line up well against the Coursers, but, I mean, he's got to draw a land to be able to cast them. I don't think...
Yeah.
Oh, this is end of turn, okay.
Yep. Murderous Cut
I like
to
that
kill
play.
the Courser.
Yeah.
I like that too.
He needs a land to start playing Rhinos.
He found it. It was
Wow.
a Plains off the top. Rhino. Bang. Pressure is on Greece. Denmark has made a big move towards becoming World Magic Cup champions in Greece. First, they need to start hitting land drops, but now they're in a weird spot because he wants to use Hero's Downfall.
Yeah.
He also wants to cast a Courser.
It's an easy Hero's Downfall because he knows that Simon has all those Murderous Cuts to kill the Courser.
Yep.
So he would be falling behind had he done that. On
Okay.
the other hand, he's not really falling behind here. He's just trading off his Hero Downfall for Siege Rhinos.
the Rhinos are taking big chunks of life away here, but you're right. The board state, of course, being more important.
Life never matters, right?
We learned that the hard way last game. Another missed land drop here for Savidis. What did he draw? Disdain.
Dig.
Oh, it's a dig through time.
This is a big draw step for Simon, actually, because if he
Yes.
can add to the board, Panagiotis is out of Hero's Downfall.
Wow.
Nothing.
He's down to just the Murderous Cuts,
So
I
we're
think.
back to staring at each other. Panagiotis, Savidis down to 11, but it doesn't look super relevant
Oh
at
my.
the moment. And there's
Ashiok on an
Ashiok.
empty board? You know your opponent's holding Murderous Cut, Murderous Cut?
Yeah, this
That's
is
a
huge.
nice draw.
This is huge.
Wow.
There's the soul.
Ooh, Soul of... oh, and there's also a potential... what is that? Is that a
Reclamation
Reclamation
Sage.
Sage?
Reclamation
Sorry.
Sage.
Yeah, no. So that's maybe a Soul in a turn or two, and another missed
Land
here
off the top.
for
Ashiok is
Simon
going to get this
Nielsen.
done. Clock is not going to strike midnight on the Cinderella Greeks.
They are in a commanding position now, though many turns away from actually
Yeah, I don't know
winning.
if it's commanding if he can never draw lands, but
Right.
I don't think he needs them.
Well, he's probably going to play the Courser, and then we'll see if he hits the land or not. Actually, if he has Disdainful Stroke, he may just leave Disdainful Stroke.
I think
it's pretty close.
it's a dig through time, not a
Oh.
disdainful stroke.
All right, so I guess you dig because your hand
Dig
is
for
so
land.
good, right, that you dig for land, and you just make your land drops, and then from there you
Hornet
feel like
Queen,
you're...
He
Whip.
has not hit a land
Whip,
yet.
Ashiok,
Okay,
swamp,
he hit
One land in
out
those
of those
7.
7
Well,
cards.
This was a close play Courser or dig, and it's a good thing he played the dig because he was
Yeah.
not going to find land.
Yeah, I mean, he would have traded Corsair for Murderous Cut and then done this play next turn, but still.
Yeah. If he didn't have this dig through time, this would have been a really interesting game as he would have never drawn land, basically. That land was 6 cards
Yeah.
down.
He kept Swamp and Disdainful Stroke.
Yes, he would not. It was the 6th card.
Amazing.
Thoughtseize off the top for Nielsen.
Okay, so that can give him some info and potentially take away something of relevance.
Yeah, I think it's almost info he's not going to want.
Yeah, this is not going to be good news for him. Let's take a look at Savides' hand here.
Meanwhile, Ashiok just hanging out. No pressure from Simon Nielsen.
No pressure at all, and there's Soul of Innistrad off the top. Again, the late game is in hand well for Savides, but he can't cast anything.
Yeah.
So interestingly,
Well, he got to cast his sideboard card, right? Ashiok was in the sideboard for this matchup. He can put the Caryatid into play next turn if he gets desperate enough for mana.
interestingly, he didn't Thoughtseize, right?
No,
Yeah.
he did not.
I think he's waiting until it's time to clear a path for something he cares about.
Yeah, he's got Pair of Murderous Cut and a Thoughtseize in hand. I think you're right.
Also,
Rand.
7 cards. Like, if Savides whiffs again, he has to start discarding.
I think that's really interesting. I think a lot of players would Thoughtseize there. But the point is you kind of want to let some things trade off, and then when you can sculpt a game where Thoughtseize is a lot more meaningful, then you go ahead and Thoughtseize.
I do think the 7 cards in hand is relevant, too. He has to discard. Well, he's going to play Courser. But, I mean, if he runs out of things to play on his tight mana,
Yeah,
actually has to start discarding.
I don't think we'll see that in this game, but I do agree that
It's close. It's close enough that you might save your Thoughtseize for the turn you want to force something through.
Right, I definitely agree with you. That's a very good reason not to Thoughtseize. If your opponent is stuck on lands and has 7 in hand, you don't want to take something and then they just don't have to discard when they would have anyways. That's a very good point to make.
Speaking of discard, Soul of Innistrad is the discard there for Panagiotis Savides, as he still can. I mean, he played a dig through time. You're not supposed to miss land drops after you play that card. And he would have taken 2 lands if given the opportunity. He wasn't given that opportunity.
So he's gone way up with this Ashiok. I know he hasn't really had any great things to put in play yet, but do you think he'll tick it up next turn or just put the Caryatid in play?
I'm curious to see if this. So what are Simon's? He has Banishing Light.
Yeah, his
To kill
Banishing Light, he has
Ashiok?
Murderous Cuts that we
Does he
know
have
are in
any
his
other
hand.
end?
I don't think he has any other end.
I mean, he's sitting on... You're right. He's sitting on double Murderous Cut, so...
Right.
That's why he didn't put
creatures
the
into
Soul in play.
isn't awesome.
Right, that's why he didn't put the Soul in play, clearly. But I think he would put the Caryatid in play, right? The mana is so huge for him, and he's not going to ultimate it just to kill the 2 Murderous Cuts, I don't
He can
think.
just deck him. Like, you can just plus until the game is over.
He could do that. You're only taking 1 turn off from plussing to get the Caryatid, though.
Fair.
It's probably a close play.
I'd definitely be feeling that pressure in Savides' seat to get it carried and get something going as far as mana.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, it's not like you're burying the Ashiok to put the Caryatid in play. You're just taking 1 turn off from plussing.
Right.
But, decking is very real, so it's certainly a close decision for him.
Time for Thoughtseize.
Nielsen has decided to fire off his Thoughtseize here, and it is a handful of absolute gasoline here. And
Expensive gasoline, though. This is the premium stuff.
This is premium. Nielsen goes for the
Goes for the
flip
style
and
points,
kind
whiffs.
of- and that's going to take Disdainful Stroke out of the equation here.
So does Nielsen just have Murderous Cuts, or did he draw something he wanted to push through, and that's why he's Thoughtseize?
I'm curious, because if he
I
didn't
think he drew
Thoughtseize
land.
before,
Yeah, I'm not sure what led him to pick this particular turn. Because he's on cut.
Right. It's not a bad Thoughtseize. It's just why fire it off at this moment
Yes.
that we're trying to figure out.
especially when your opponent had just discarded.
Ashiok's going ultimate.
Ashiok just went ultimate.
Yep.
And that's
so
why.
Ashiok's ultimate says exile all cards from all opponents' hands and graveyards.
And that's why you Thoughtseize, because the Ashiok
Yes.
could go ultimate. I didn't actually think that would happen. I still don't really love that play, but it's probably correct because it makes Whip a dead
Cleared
draw.
a path for Courser. It's been all about getting this Courser. Courser's
Yeah.
been rooting for this play the whole time.
Yeah, it clears a path for
Still
Courser.
no lands.
It makes Whip a dead draw, so that's nice.
Right.
But you do remove a lot of counters to trade with 2 Murderous Cuts, basically, in a graveyard. Another close play.
Siege Rhino
Oh.
off the top here from Simon
And he
Nielsen
went-
as he triumphantly slams it onto the table, though. Is it going to be enough here? Panagiotis falls down to 8.
There has to be land in there somewhere.
There's got to be a
Jeez.
land in there somewhere, and he just cannot find one yet. He's still ahead, right?
Yeah. He's got stuff he can do.
So back on the trail here for Ashiok, ticking ever upwards. Okay,
I mean,
now
he does
we've
not
got
have a way to kill
two-
Siege Rhino.
Not a way to kill Siege Rhino.
So it'll attack
Panagiotis is
Ashiok,
at
right?
8.
Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't know what he'll attack
Ashiok versus...
versus Panagiotis. I mean, he's at 8. He needs
Is that Dune Blast off the top?
It
Wow!
was a Doom Blast off the top.
Wow. He could win this game.
This is huge. Remember, he cleared away the Disdainful Stroke with that Thoughtseize the
Yes.
turn before Ashiok went ultimate.
And that's why he finally picked
And
that
he's
turn to
effectively
Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
killing 2 lands here.
Yeah, this game is up for grabs now.
So he's going to Bile Blight in response just to save damage here?
Yeah, but he doesn't have a Murderous Cut, and we know he's drawing Doomwake Giant, a card he can't cast.
Wow.
Siege Rhino is lethal.
Yeah, well, it's going to get Bile Blighted.
It's getting Bile Blighted.
Right, so he's got another draw step to top deck a Murderous Cut or another removal for it.
But he's got one draw step.
Right, one draw step.
And it's not the next one. The next one is Doomwake. It's got to be the next card
But
after that.
if he doesn't attack Ashiok next turn, then he also has Ashiok's +2 to maybe find creatures to put into play.
Sure.
This is
This is going to be very close.
This is very close
wow.
now.
Dune Blast off the top for Denmark.
Because obviously, if this game goes long, Panagiotis wins. But I
Yes.
think Simon is a favorite to not have this game go long. So I think this is very close to 50-50 now.
Who's the beatdown indeed?
So are they deciding who to attack here?
Yes.
They're going to
Okay.
attack for 1. No, it should be for 1 into Ashiok.
And that's a great play.
Yes.
Because the 1 was meaningless in terms of a clock. It's 2 hits
Jeez.
of 4.
Ashiok goes down in favor of a
Ashiok's
carry
just going to get traded in for a carry added immediately here.
Which is a great play also because it means if he draws a land, he can cast Doomwake Giant.
Attack for 4, has to take it,
Half your
drops
life.
down to 4. That's
Did he draw
half
something
of your
this
life
turn?
total.
What?
He plays a Wingmate Rock.
What just happened?
A land off the top for Panagiotis, but is it too late?
It's
Even
Doomwake
Doomwake
Giant,
may
not-
not save him here. And he extends the hand. Denmark are our champions.
I can't believe my eyes.
Wow.
Denmark wins the World Magic Cup. Wow.
Unbelievable.
He peeled Ashiok went ultimate, and then he peeled Siege Rhino into Dune Blast into Wingmate Rock.
Unbelievable.
3 in a row.
If you had asked me what Panagiotis' chances of winning that game were a few turns before that, I would have said 95% or something.
Unbelievable. He ultimated Ashiok that turn and then just promptly lost.
He dug through time, only needing lands, looked at 7 cards and couldn't find land.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Wow, what a crazy ending to the World Magic Cup. Congratulations to Denmark. They are our World Magic Cup champions here in Nice. And they are in full celebration mode, and why shouldn't they be? Unbelievable stuff, guys. I did not think that that's how it was going to end.
I
was
can barely
awesome.
breathe. I'm like in a complete state of shock.
Yeah, I am too.
Both of those games, don't forget the game before was the game where he had exactly 13 with the Soul of Theros activation after the Hornet Queen.
Wow.
Another game that
Unbelievable
Panagiotis
stuff.
was a huge favorite in, and he stole the game with Xaxes. Incredible.
Wow. Incredible stuff from the World Magic Cup. Let's send it over to Rich Hagan at the desk, who must also be in shock.
In the finals of an event.
They said in the booth, 95% Greece win. We've got the graphics ready. They have one hand on the trophy. I'm writing down Bill Chronopoulos to come and have a winner interview. Suddenly, Siege Rhino. Okay, that's step 1. It's a stumbling step 1.
So
but
you're
it's
saying he's got a chance.
yeah, just about. And then Dune Blast off the top. Wow. Is it worth paying 3 extra for Wrath of God these days? Apparently it is.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, he had just ultimated Ashiok and removed Simon's entire hand and graveyard. Just unbelievable. It's an unbelievable series. I had assumed for the last 5 minutes that Greece, it was just a given that Greece was going to be the World Magic Cup champions.
And then when you see Wingmate Rock,
Yeah.
I mean, Greece is the home of myth and legend. But but that was mythic.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
it came for Denmark.
Well, Denmark is the home of the World Magic Cup trophy.
Certainly is. What an incredible performance. What a story for the team of 4. You've got Martin Müller there as the captain. You have Thomas Enevoldsen, Simon Nielsen, you saw there, deluged by his teammates as he played the winning turn. And of course, let's not forget Lars Birch, the coach in that fight. There you see the 4 of them. Lars Birch on the left, Simon Nielsen. He looks that happy on Wednesday night, it turned out.
He's quite the character.
He really is. Martin Müller, there you see, second from the right, and Thomas Enevoldsen, the most experienced, on the right-hand side of your screen. That, as I say, that was before a single turn of a single game had been played in the World Magic Cup, and they looked like they were having an amazing time. They were very much, BDM, a team because a team competition, sure, you can just tot up everyone's individual results and see whether that's a win or a loss. But it was very noticeable today out on the floor just how much the teams that were left had embraced team as a concept.
And you know, it was kind of amazing to me is if you roll back the clock about 6 minutes before the tides had turned, and it looks like Greece is just going to win, and there's just uncastable cards in Simon's hand, and just this kind of mounting threat of losing every card in his graveyard and library to the Ashiok. The Greek team is kind of like this. Even though they're in a commanding position, they're white-knuckled. And the Danish team is just laughing. You know, Simon Thoughtseize, which was a huge Thoughtseize. He Thoughtseizes and he takes the disdainful stroke, but then he has to get his pen and he just has to write this laundry list of, 6 other cards that are all sitting there in his opponent's hand. And the team and the Danes are just laughing. They're like, "How are we going to beat this?" They're just having a great time. And I was very impressed with their looseness.
Yeah, for sure. Then again, sometimes a grin is the same as a Richter's grin. And I am not sure. We'll talk to someone. We'll get someone from the winning team here shortly to find out what they were thinking round about that Thoughtseize time. But let's talk a little bit about the vanquished, the fallen Greece. A lot of people were tweeting to us how fitting, with Theros being in standard right now, that ancient Greece are bang up to date with at the forefront of this World Magic Cup. They have done an incredible job.
Absolutely amazing. Just fighting back from the furthest back position at each point. They got into day 2 as the 32nd seed, so they're the last spot in the first pod. They fought their way back into the top 16 where they were 15th. They get into the top 8 as the 8th seed. And make it all the way through to the finals. I mean, they have been playing hard-fought Magic for every round for the last 2 days.
Incredible stuff. Seems a long time ago that we came on air at 9 a.m. with 8 teams still left standing in the World Magic Cup, and we had some big names. We started off with South Korea against Greece, and it was Greece, of course, who took care of that one. But hats off again, just for making it this far, to Nam Sung-wook, who you might have expected to be at the thick end of a tournament, but he didn't have a team that was packed with global superstars. So a great performance from Nam Sung-wook, one of the 11 players who was in both competitions this week.
Absolutely, and I know he was very excited to be bringing some more South Korean players onto the Pro Tour by virtue of playing today. The whole team, earns invitations to Pro Tour Fate Reforged, and he was very excited about the growth of Magic in his home country.
And there's that thing again about community, and suddenly it's a real kickstart because it's not just a PTQ winner, it's 3 PTQ winners joining them there. So fantastic job there. Our second quarterfinal, that saw the Slovak Republic up against Team USA, and that looked like a big one, but in the end, it was relatively straightforward for the United States.
Yeah, the United States was able to dispatch the Slovak Republic pretty easily. And this was really the big bout in the quarterfinals. Owen Turtenwald, two-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, former Player of the Year. Even Flock, a Pro Tour champion. Matej Zadelkai, multiple-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
Neil
Oliver, of course, 3 Grand Prix finals finishes. So, these faces you've seen a lot, and they fought, and the United States felt pretty confident in their matchups, and it kind of played out that way.
Let's show you the bracket, then how things played out over the course of the day. So we had South Korea over Greece. We had Slovak Republic over Team USA. That was the top half of the bracket. Serbia against Denmark. The Danes came through. England took care of Brazil. The semi-finals then, we saw Greece and Denmark advance to the final. There they go. Greece through, US through, Denmark through, England through. The semi-finals went, of course, to Greece over USA and to Denmark over England, setting up the final we have just seen. And it's time to congratulate the winners of the World Magic Cup. Let's hand down to the floor for the awards ceremony his tournament manager, Mr. Scott Larrabee.
Welcome to the 2014 World Magic Cup Awards Ceremony. I'm Tournament Manager Scott Larrabee. The finalists of the 2014 World Magic Cup, Team Greece. Another big round of applause for the finalists, Team Greece. Good job, guys. Go ahead. And now the 2014 World Magic Cup champions, Team Denmark. Once again, the 2014 World Magic Cup champions, Team Denmark.
Fantastic job. Congratulations to Team Denmark. Someone from them will be in with us here at the news desk very, very shortly. And I know, BDM, what you most want to know, it's not a strategic thing. It's not about team play. It's just about heart rate.
Yes. Yes. Can you imagine hooking an EKG monitor up to any member of the Danish team while they're just going through that, back and forth of, likelihoods of whether or not they could possibly win? At first, it looked very good for them. We had there's 2 graphic cards that are prepared in the back that both say champion with the picture of the team, and we're talking to John who cues us up, and we're like, oh, you're probably going to need the one for Greece. Oh, wait, no, I think you need the Danish one. No,
it is Greece.
Definitely going to be Greece. Yeah. Definitely going to be. Oh, you still have that Danish one?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I don't know if I could. I certainly know I couldn't take that stress. I'd probably just fall dead to the table.
I'm also interested. I see that point from the players not playing, but last night there were 24 players who went to bed knowing that one of them was going to be sitting at a table with everything else finished, where one of them was going to be the moment. Turned out to be Simon Nielsen. But as the finals wind down and you see match 1 done, and you're like, okay, we're 1 down or whatever, and you see the second one, you're like, there's only 2 of us left now. Could be me. And then you're into this match where it is me. And these guys, bless them, because of that first game going so long with live totals way up in the 40s and 50s, they knew for a long time. It was just like a World Championship final, but with a crowd.
Right. I mean, even more impressive for Simon. Keep in mind, both other matches were done. The 2 teams split the other matches. And then Simon's down a game. He's down a game and has to come back and take 2.
Yeah, and the way he...
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
And the way he won that extraordinary game with just, as Ben Stark said, yeah, kind of conventional, not a conventional ending, But then we got ourselves into Game 3, and as we've seen, Denmark are your World Magic Cup champions. Also,
I see a check and a trophy out there somewhere in the dark.
Oh, we should get them in. So we're just moments away from being joined. We'll find out their own words before they get a chance to be too formal. And now, what do you think? They're not listening. Do you think we'll get a very serious, formal, Scandinavian sort of approach to this? And yes, we felt that we had this many outs at this point, and yes, and there you are. Sometimes you get them, or are we going to see huge excitement?
Depends. Are we bringing in? Depends on who we're bringing in. Are we bringing in Martin, or are we bringing in Thomas or Simon?
Martin Mueller has ice in his veins. He is so calm and cool, and it is a great performance by him. Let's remember, he is the team captain, and whatever way you slice how many experienced players you've got around you or how friendly the team is, just the big C on the badge, actually means that you feel that responsibility. Talking to a number of team captains at registration, they were saying they just felt it very, very keenly. So I'm delighted to say that we are just about to be joined. Here they come to the news desk. We have been joined by a World Magic Cup champion.
Yeah, this one too.
Yeah, let's bring it in.
Denmark.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thomas Enervoldsen.
I'll put this right here.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
Oh, a playmat for us.
Yeah, exactly. Playmats are great. So, Thomas.
Money.
How was your day?
My day was pretty good, Rich.
Yeah?
It was pretty good, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Can't complain.
Okay, going to bed last night, 8 teams left. To what extent did you allow the team to think about this check, those trophies, this lifelong achievement?
I thought about it a lot, actually, because it's never fun to say that you didn't place first at a tournament. So that's the most important thing, is just winning. So I thought about it a lot, actually, but I was trying not to talk too much about it to the other team members, because I was worried they might get nervous. They didn't at all during the day today, but right. I just kept it kind of quiet.
Now, of the 4 of you, you are the player who has stood with a trophy in hand at Premier level.
It was a good feeling.
It was an amazing tournament itself. You had one of the greatest comebacks ever seen against not 1 but 2 Emrakul when you played with Death and Taxes.
That's true.
So you know that sometimes the cards are there for you and stranger things have happened. But BDM rarely have stranger things happened than the end of that final.
Talk me through your emotional roller coaster in that last game. You Thoughtseize the Greek player, and you look at this hand. I mean, you look kind of like oh my gosh, as he's just writing down this list of cards in his hand. Talk about taking that disdainful stroke, and what the thought, were you thinking about that sequence of cards as your possible out to win here?
I think we'll have to be honest and say that we didn't actually know how we were going to win that game, but we knew that the only way to win that game would probably be to take the disdainful stroke, even if we weren't even thinking about the Dune Blast, just because we thought that's the card that he can actually interact with us with. And then I think we had a moment, I thought it was all over when he Ash-shocked and kept getting more creatures, but when he ulted, I actually thought, all right, well, this is at least a window for us, because then we have a way to sort of get back in the game, because he wasn't at a high life total, and we boarded back into the Rhino plan because we wanted to see if we could race him before his more powerful card took over.
So now you've disdainful stroked. Your confidence is at a low.
Yeah.
You draw your next card.
Well, I gotta say, I didn't even think. I actually thought that top decking a Wingmate Rock would be bad during the game because we never had an attacker. So I didn't. It sort of fell out of my mind that we could draw that card and be completely sure, because he could just draw a land and then play the 4/6, and then we'd be in top deck war with 6 cards. So.
But it was the whole sequence that was so
it was amazing. I couldn't have pieced that together myself.
Like, we open up with a Siege Rhino. Now, once the Siege Rhino comes, what are you feeling there in terms of
Nothing.
chances of wins?
Nothing.
Still?
Nope.
No, irrelevant?
I mean, we're always happy with
Finger in the dike at that point.
Like maybe we'll draw 3 more out of the 4 that are left, but it was the only way to get damage, we thought at that point, was Siege Rhinos.
Okay, so we have the Siege Rhino. Next up is the most expensive Wrath that won anything ever. Here we go, Dune Blast. Now, what are you thinking when that turns up?
I actually started looking at his hand again. I had sort of forgotten what we wrote down for his hand.
Right.
I just saw, all right, great cards. And then I sort of looked at the board, and all right, two of his manas are 0-3. So we can sort of, what can he do next turn? Nothing really. So we kill the Ashok, make sure he doesn't get a guy back. And if he does, at least we can, it's the 0-3 and the Ashok dies, so we don't have to deal with that. And he's on 8, okay, so it's actually just 2 swings. And we just need him to not hit a land again. And I mean, they were really unlucky. They played the search 7 cards. So, you know, it's pretty unlucky that they didn't have a land, but that was our only out at that point.
Sure. And then up comes the Mythic. There's Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, and then it was final. You know, there was no card in their deck left that they could deal with that card.
So at that point, you know.
Yeah.
How long have you been thinking of winning something like this?
I always think about winning something like this. You know, getting first, that's the most important thing. So we, at the start of any tournament, we always think, how's it going to be to win?
What's the reaction from the Danish Magic community been like as you guys have made your way through the tournament?
They've been pretty excited. There's a lot of support back home. Denmark hasn't really done much great things. We kind of get results popping up once in a while, but this is definitely the best thing that Denmark has produced, and yeah, we're really proud of it.
Do you want to say anything to the people at home in your own language?
Yeah, sure. Drenge, vi ruller. Tak for i aften. That's it.
What was that in English, just out of interest?
It was, hey guys, we're on a roll. Thank you.
Awesome.
It's the saying we have back home.
We obviously have room at the news desk only for one, but let's talk specifically about the 3 fantastic teammates that you've spent the last 3 days making history with.
I mean, I knew coming in that Martin was obviously going to be, he's pretty experienced now, even though he's very young. He's had Pro Tours, we've played on Pro Tours before. And
so this is Martin Müller, team captain.
You know, he got the most points, he must be good, right? And I knew Lars from a long time ago, we've been playing together a long time. And then Simon, I played him in the first WMCQ in the top 8 actually, where he beat me. Which was fortunate, I guess, because now I got to play with him. I mean, I knew that we actually had a pretty solid team, but I guess I didn't have like super high hopes. I knew there was some strong teams in the building.
Right. So was the expectation coming in? Let's do the best we can, see if we can make it to day 2, and if we make it there, well, then you're into pool play. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, especially this format really allows for I guess smaller nations to compete, because you're always like in these small tournaments. Usually at the Pro Tour you have to like consistently do well to get to the top 8. But here you can sort of like give away losses at the correct time, both when you're playing best out of 3 for the team, but also in the pool play, because you know sometimes you only need to go 2-1, maybe even 1-2. If your seed was high enough. Unfortunately, we were at the bottom the whole time, so we pretty much just had to win out and get some results.
Yeah, and you certainly did. And your paths crossed with my home country, England, not once, not twice, but 3 times during the weekend. You beat them in sealed. They came back in constructed. Tell us what it's like. You say it's great to win, but once you're in the final, you often see, and we may see this later on, even with the World Championship on the line, you see a slightly more relaxed feel between the 2 players or the 2 teams. Semi-finals, people who go home in 3rd and 4th, wow, that is a come down when you lose the semi-final. So what was the semi-final like?
Well, I had a really good matchup myself, so I was pretty relaxed the whole time, and I knew that if things didn't go too bad for my deck, I would usually overpower him in the late game with the blue-black control deck. We knew that Martin was going to get crushed, so we were sort of relaxed about that too, because it's sort of like you already know the results.
You knew blue-black and blue-black were both heavy favorites, and it all came down to that 3rd match. Yeah. You guys liked your chances in that.
I mean, we did like our chances, even though we lost to them in the Swiss portion, and I guess it was pretty much 50-50. We didn't feel like we had a great knowledge about the matchup or anything. We just, all right, it seems pretty even. And yeah, then we just, you know, I think I didn't watch much of the game, but I guess we just pulled through.
You certainly did pull through, and in the end, 72 teams became 32, became 16, became 8, became 4, became 2, and every step of the way, Denmark was on the list. Until in the end, there was only one, and it was Team Denmark. Martin Müller, Lars Birch, Simon Nielsen, and Thomas Enevoldsen. Denmark are the World Magic Cup champions of 2014. Thomas, congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
Let's get the high five.
Great job. All right, so we're going to do the switcheroo because we are heading for the World Championship very, very soon. But I can tell you that we're just a minute or so away from some very special guests sitting here beside me and a product announcement you will not want to miss. So we will see you in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, it is time for this product announcement. News desk, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. My goodness me, exciting stuff to talk about with our guests. We have the Director of Global Organized Play for Wizards of the Coast, Hélène Bergeau. Hélène, welcome.
Hey, Rich.
And we are also joined at the news desk by Ben Hayes from Inside R&D, the people who make the magic. Ben, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rich.
Great to have you both with us. And Ben, I want to start with you because I am sure that social media is going absolutely nuts with a million questions for you. And you are going to answer them for us right now. So, Modern Masters 2015 edition, what sets are in Modern Masters 2015?
So Modern Masters 2015 is Mirrodin through New Phyrexia.
Okay, so that takes us right back to the start of Modern. I guess that's exactly what we would expect.
Right.
But if we end with New Phyrexia, what does that mean in terms of new sets that are coming in to the Modern Masters fold, if you will?
So the new sets that you're going to be seeing in this Modern Masters are M10, all of Zendikar block, M11, and all of Scars of Mirrodin block.
Right, so that's two full calendar years of cards sitting there. There's some pretty exciting stuff in there. You're going to tell us lots of cards from those sets that are in Modern Masters 2015?
I can tell you the exciting cards are in.
Right. Give me a name? No? Look at that. What a letdown. Yeah, well, I do my best for them. I do my best. But M10, M11, the Zendikar block, and the Scars of Mirrodin block, if you go and look through the cards that are in those sets, you'll see there are some very, very exciting cards that could be hiding inside Modern Masters 2015 boosters. All right, now, Ben, you've been here with us all week through Worlds, I know, doing research and development for R&D, but also, in particular, with regard to Modern Masters, you've been a very busy man because, let me get this right, you were on the design team, correct?
Correct.
And also on the development team. So you did the double whammy.
Yep.
Okay, who else, because it wasn't a Ben Hayes exclusive, who were you working with?
So for the design team, I was working with Eric Lauer and Ken Nagel. And for the development team, I was working with Tom Lapilli, Max McCall, and Adam Prozac.
Okay, now a couple of names there that I think astute viewers will recognize. Eric Lauer in particular, one of the real heavy hitters. Ken Nagel likewise leads a ton of sets. You've really put some big guns into this set, right?
Right, so one thing that was different about this Modern Masters from the previous one is the first one had the same design team and development team. So we implemented our process for regular booster releases this time, having a different team from one to the other.
Okay.
And something to highlight, the lead designer of this set is Eric Lauer, who's the head developer. Okay. So this was a really interesting switch of roles, and I think it came out, the end result from that switch was incredible.
Now, Eric is known for a lot of sets down the years. His fingerprints are all over the history of the game. But for people who don't know Eric, haven't seen, say, the Inside R&D videos, where he's always there with his New York Giants cap, the beloved team for him, point us to some highlights of the kind of set experiences that he likes to deliver to the fans.
So, if you liked Innistrad Draft, he led Innistrad. And if you like, most recently, Khans of Tarkir. So you're going to see the person, sort of the mastermind architect behind those draft environments, being the person who from the beginning took this Modern Masters set and sort of brought it to life.
Okay, you've said the D word there, draft, and obviously anytime a new set comes out, we want to know how it drafts. So one of the great successes of the original Modern Masters was the fact that people could quickly find their archetype, they could find their red-white giants, they could find their Thallid strategy. There were so many pointers for where players should go. So even if you weren't a super experienced high-level drafter, you could really dig into Modern Masters and have a great draft experience. Have you tweaked that? Have you thrown it out completely? Or are we going to see more Modern Masters style goodness in terms of draft format?
So it's very much the style of the first Modern Masters. We got a ton of positive feedback about strong two-color archetypes, loudly messaged, a lot of high synergy and cross synergy between those archetypes. So, you know, we're running that back, but we have a couple more blocks to work with, and we can throw new things into the mix, bring some things back in new ways, bring new things back that you didn't see the first time, but very much the same feel and the same structure.
Okay, for those people who didn't see Modern Masters the first time around, there are so many new fans to the game coming in all the time. 100% of the cards in the original Modern Masters were reprints. They had been in play before. They were from down the years, from Mirrodin forward, of course, for Modern. So are we doing the same thing again? Any new cards? Or are we sticking with that plan of 100% reprints?
Again, it's 100% reprints.
Okay, how many have we got? What's the size of the set?
249 cards.
All right. On that trailer we saw there, clearly that was Emrakul. It took me a while to work that out the first time I saw the trailer. I was like, oh yeah, they've put some very pretty things in the... Oh, wait. But was that etched champion also referenced there?
That was, with new art.
Huh. Okay, awesome. One thing that players love, particularly enfranchised players who've been around for a while, players love tokens, and they adore tokens that we've not seen before that then tie into other cards they get the chance to play with. Do we have a token gesture for the fans this time? You're welcome.
As with Modern Masters, we do have new tokens, great new art. So for those fans, yeah, they'll definitely have stuff to be excited about.
That's awesome. So it's not just the cards, you'll be able to token out onto the battlefield as well. All right, thanks for that, Ben. Hélène, I want to turn to you, and we're here in France. France is your native land, your native language, and we have players from so many countries around the world, and Magic is printed now in many different languages. The first Modern Masters, we're just going to print this in English. Are we doing the same this time, or will there be other versions of the cards?
But this for the very first time we have this product being printed in English, in Japanese, and in Chinese simplified. Because as you pointed out, it's true that Magic is by essence a global game. So it was very important for us to be able to bring that Modern Master experience just like to more players by printing the game in their language.
It's also incredibly exciting. I mean, I don't speak a word of Japanese or Chinese, but the idea of foils presumably are in this as well. So I could open a foil Chinese Emrakul. That would be amazing. That would be so good. All right, so we've got 3 languages. In addition to the printing of the set, is this going to be a paper-only release, or will we get our draft on Magic Online?
The product will be also available on Magic Online with a delayed release as we do for the regular sets.
Right, so it's like a week afterwards, 22nd of May, I believe, for the set itself, and then the 29th, a week later, Magic Online. All right, now also, because there was a lot of information to digest in that trailer, for a long time there have been various bits of information on the website with the letters TBD, specifically related to a weekend in May, surprise, where there were going to be 3 Grand Prix, and we didn't say where they were going to be, but now we know. Ellen, there's lots to talk about that Magic weekend in May.
Absolutely, it's a very exciting weekend for us because we really want to create something absolutely unique for the players, and that's that was our promise when we announced the free GPs, saying be prepared. It's going to be something unique. I guess that by now it makes sense. And we have been creating this weekend thinking about the learnings from the first GP that we had in Las Vegas with Modern Masters. There are 2 messages that we heard very, very, very well from the players. The first one was saying that they loved being in Vegas for a Grand Prix. Say, okay, we are going to go back. So we are back. And the second one was about just the fact that some players were just feeling that they would love to participate in that experience, but they were not in the US. And that's why we are just having 1 Grand Prix with Modern Masters in in 3 different regions. And we selected the areas where we are going so that it's accessible for as many players as possible. So if you remember, we are going to have Las Vegas, Utrecht for Europe, and Chiba for Japan.
All right. Now, we have room for a lot of people. How many can we fit in?
So yeah, that's also an exciting thing because we have learned from Vegas that players are just willing to participate to experiences that are a little bit different, and Modern Masters is the perfect opportunity to create that different experience. So we selected some venues that can host up to 5,000 players for the main event. That's the case for Chiba and Utrecht. And imagine up to 5,000 for the main event only.
Okay.
And for Las Vegas, it's even a little bit different.
Okay.
Actually, the venue can host just up to 10,000 players for the main event.
10,000 players for GP Las Vegas. Wow. That's extraordinary. 20,000 players around the world on one magical GP weekend. Let's put up on screen for you all the details we've revealed here about Modern Masters 2015 edition. Let's show you exactly what we have here. So as you can see, May 22nd is where we open up the release date. 1 week later, you will get the Magic Online release. We have 249 cards. 8th edition begins us, as you would expect for Modern. Scars of Mirrodin block is the finish point, so new sets, M10, M11, the Zendikar block, and the Scars block. And then for our languages, we have English, Japanese, and simplified Chinese. Join the fun at the hashtag MTGMM2015. I have one more question for you, Ellen. That 2015 edition thing, and we see there, so what I want to ask you is, 2015 edition, does that imply 2016 edition, 2017 edition, 2039 edition?
I knew you were going to ask the question because it's a very, very good question. It's a little bit premature. Just as always, we are going to look very clearly about how the players are just receiving this edition, and if they like it, we like to give the players what they like.
For sure. All right. And also, want to say, I noticed May 28th. Let's take a look at the Grand Prix now. Tell us about those dates, because those dates look slightly unusual.
There are a couple of things that are really, really unique about this specific weekend, as well as we mentioned before. I would like to come back for 1 second on Las Vegas, because just up to 10,000 people in the main event. Sure, but we want to do something even different. So as soon as we are going to reach the threshold of 5,000 players being registered in the tournament, we are going actually to run 2 GPs. So we are not talking about a weekend with 3 GPs. We're talking potentially about 4 GPs that same weekend.
Wow, so if we get sort of 8,000 players at Vegas, they will be 2 4,000 player events.
Absolutely, 2, because it's a way for us to make sure that we deliver the best possible experience to players, and just when we are reaching this type of attendance, that makes sense. And also, as you were mentioning, so we have a little bit different dates, because we want to make sure that these weekends are true celebration of Modern Masters. So we are going to start the events on the Thursday with tons of side events, because in addition to the space that we allocate for the main event, we also have in all the venues a lot of space for side events. So if as a player you really want to enjoy playing Modern Masters, but the Grand Prix is not exactly for you, there is a side event for you.
Now, just to clarify that, because there are lots of side events at every GP. There's the Legacy, there's the Two-Headed Giant, there's the Standard, there's the Vintage, there's the Modern. Are we talking about side events with Modern Masters 2015? Will we be able to draft that?
Absolutely.
Ah, fantastic. So we can spend Thursday drafting Modern Masters 2015, Friday doing the same. That gears us up for the sealed deck on Saturday, whether that's Utrecht, Chiba, or Vegas, potentially. And then on Sunday, we'll be back into the realm of draft. So that is the story. We are delighted to present to you Modern Masters 2015 edition. Thanks very much to Ben Hayes from Inside R&D and to Alain Bergeau, the Director of Global Organized Play. Modern Masters 2015 will be coming your way in 2015.
And just like that, we appear, Ben Stark, Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're here to start to set up what is going to be perhaps the highlight of the week. It's going to be hard to top the World Magic Cup, but moving forward, it's the World Championship. We are going to get our world champion today, Ben. By the end of the day, when we walk out of this building, we'll know who it is. And we're going to take a moment here to introduce you to our first two players. The first one, Yuya Watanabe of Japan. We've got a bracket to show you that will let you know who it is that's coming in so that we can kind of set the stage for the day for you here. Here's Yuya Watanabe versus Shahar Shenhar.
Because they haven't heard of Yuya.
Because they haven't heard of Yuya or Shahar. Of course, Shahar Shenhar, currently the defending world champion. Now, on the second half of the bracket, that'll be a little bit later today, Patrick Chapin and Kentaro Yamamoto. So let's take a minute here, though, to zoom in a little bit on the top half of that bracket, Ben. We've got Yuya Watanabe from Japan. He is, you put him in one of the most elite group that you can, right? One of the best players in the world.
Easily be the best player in the world,
yeah.
Easily. If you polled everyone in the world and, you really let them look at the results and the win percentages and stuff, because, he doesn't do a whole lot of interviews, he's from Japan, his English isn't perfect. But if you really, so he doesn't get as much coverage as some other players, let's say. But if you really polled everybody and let them look at the results, think about the data, I think that Yuya Watanabe could easily come out on top. I think he is very likely the best player in Magic the Gathering today.
That's unbelievable praise from Ben Stark. Let's look at what he's going to be battling with here, though. We're going to take a look at his deck list because, of course, this is going to be a big factor going in. He's playing Jeskai tokens. This is a deck that he came up with just for this tournament.
And it's very interesting because he top-8'd the very last Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, with a Jeskai deck. But it was a very different Jeskai deck. He took a very aggressive approach to that Jeskai deck. Mm-hmm. Whereas Team Shadow Fireball and myself, we played a more mid-range to controlling version with Nullifies. He played the very aggressive version with Brimazes, with God's Willing main, no counters of any kind, no sweepers of any kind, in the main. It was a very aggressive Jeskai. This is more like a combo deck. You take a look at this deck, and it doesn't play Mantis Rider. It doesn't play a ton of burn. There's no Magma Jets, and there's only 2 Jeskai Charms. What this deck is trying to do is put out a bunch of tokens in Jeskai Ascendancy, and then loot, pump all my guys, treasure cruise, loot, pump, and go big.
And we've seen that happen. The deck is capable of absolutely incredible turns. It doesn't look like much when they're like, oh, raise the alarm. It's like, yeah, no problem, 2 tokens, but they can get out of hand very quickly. Let's take a look at how Yuya got here. We can just take a gander through his world championship and how he arrived here. The thing you'll note here is out of his first 4 rounds, he lost 3 of them.
Wow. Started out 1-3.
1-3, and then just rattled them off. And you're going to see that. Why don't we take a look at his day 2 performance, because we can get an idea for how and who he played for the standard constructed part. But he 3-0'd the draft, and then the first one I want to notice there is round 11. Look who he played.
Shahar.
That's who he's going to play right here, and he beat him.
So he's got a rematch, but it's more like a rematch for Shahar because Yuya won last time
Yes.
and is looking to do so again.
Yeah, now it's hard to take too much out of any one match, right? We can't really just say, oh, it's clearly
No, and it
advantage
was
Yuya.
even 2-1 there.
And it was 2-1, but maybe we can start to look and say, well, maybe he's got a little bit of an edge there. And all right, so that's Yuya Watanabe, but he has got his work cut out for him today. Shahar Shenhar is his opponent. Let's take a look at Shahar. Players are shuffling right now down in the feature match area. Once they're ready, we're going to send it down. There's Shahar Shenhar, a young man of only 21 and quite recently, but also has ascended to near the top of the game as well.
I mean, 21 years old. He's already got 100,000 in lifetime earnings. He won Worlds last year.
Yeah. And I think the big story here that we need to pay attention to is that he's looking to run it back. That is the key, is that he's looking to become the champion. We can take a look at his deck list, see what he's battling with today. He is playing Sidisi Whip, a deck that we will be familiar with if you were with us for the World Magic Cup as well. This is the slower, more mid-range deck out of the two.
I mean, we just saw it in the finals. It's looking to play a really long game. It has a great late game. Yuya's deck is a great late game too, though, with those ascendancies. So
Yes.
I'm not necessarily sure who that favors.
Yeah, and I wonder how much practice Shahar got in. We can take a quick walk through his tournament as well to see how he got here. Again, I think the key is that he played against Yuya once already, and he did pretty good in the standard portion, though. He's kind of flopped around a little bit there, but we'll see how his deck holds up here. All right, it's time. We are now ready for the first of two semifinals for the World Championship. Yuya Watanabe versus Shahar Shenhar. Let's throw it down to the booth where Richard Hagan awaits.
It doesn't get bigger than this. 4 remain. 1 will be the world champion. Let's find out who now. Hello everyone and welcome to the top 4, the semi-finals of the World Championship. Rich Hagan in the booth sitting alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Pro Tour Hall of Famer Mr. Randy Buehler. There you see Yuya Watanabe, a 2-time Player of the Year and the 2012 Magic the Gathering World Champion, against that man, the 2013 World Champion, Shahar Shenhar. One of them must go home after this best 3 out of 5 match. Brian David Marshall, what can we expect here in this one?
This matchup's going to be awesome. Yuya Watanabe versus Shahar Shenhar. 2 guys trying to become the first ever 2-time world champion. It does not get bigger than this.
Okay, that was Randy Buehler there, which means that Brian David Marshall is taking a look at our other semi-final between Patrick Chapin and Kentaro Yamamoto. He'll be keeping an eye on that one for us. The innovator against Yamamoto from Japan. A tense one that's going to be for sure. You'll hear plenty from BDM as we match up between these 2 outstanding events. Randy, in our match on camera, we've got Yuya Watanabe on the left, and right now that Thoughtseize is resolving for Shahar Shenhar.
Yeah, no, it's a nice start. He's looking at Strike, Rabble Master, Ascendancy, Stoke, Cruise. It's a tricky spot for Shahar to try to figure out what to take. A lot of it depends on what he's got in his hand.
He kept a 1-lander here.
I see that. He kept Wayfinder, Caryatid, 1 land on the draw. I think that's actually a reasonable keep.
It was also a mull.
It was a mulligan, yeah. It's even better on a mull to 6. So mull to 6, you keep that hand. I think that's correct. He took the Jeskai Ascendancy because his hand has no answer for that card, and it is where a lot of the power in Watanabe's deck comes from.
So Watanabe
right on schedule. Opulent Palace.
Mm-hmm.
Would have preferred one that comes into play untapped so he could run out the Wayfinder or the Caryatid, but mostly just happy to find the second land.
So we sacrifice that Flooded Strand, and Watanabe goes in search of land number 3 that he can actually use. And that's almost as much as he ever needs. Basically, he's just confirming, yep, there we are.
This has got to be a Rabble Master.
And
Shahar's got no ability to kill it. You're going to get the token.
And that gets Yuya underway. So there it is. Rebel Master and Token sends in, and Shahar will fall from his 17.
It's interesting. I know Shahar got in a lot of playtesting when he wasn't playing the team. Maybe he wished he got a little more playtesting. I'm sure if he'd had more time, he would have been playing all day. But he clearly decided the Ascendancy was a super powerful card they needed to deal with. So he's willing to let Yuya have this Rabble Master.
You see Satyr Wayfinder there eventually finding a land on the 4th and final dig, if you will. So Shahar successfully manages to play land number 3.
Yeah, and this nicely set up a Murderous Cut, right? Spilling those cards into the graveyard means he's got enough delve. He got an untapped land that taps for black.
Yeah, as the afternoon wears on, we're certainly going to see the importance of the graveyard. But Brian David Marshall, what is going on with you?
Well, what's going on is the players are reaching for their sideboards and going to game 2.
That was quick.
Patrick Chapin came out of the gates with a Siege Rhino, followed up with a Siege Rhino, a little bit of a slow start for Yamamoto, who had a Courser of Krufix and a Whip, but not enough. A Soul of Innistrad came down for Yamamoto, but it was a Sorin Solemn Visitor who struck the final blow for Chapin. The creatures were just too big, and he couldn't hide behind the Soul.
So Patrick Chapin with his Abzan mid-range deck leads Kentaro Yamamoto with Sidisi Whip by 1-0. Remember, this is 3 out of 5, so plenty of time for the Japanese player to fight his way back into the match. And we're still in the early turns here of Game 1 between Yuya Watanabe and Shahar Shenhar. Just a single Goblin token on the left-hand side of your screen for Watanabe, and that's Satyr Wayfinder for Shahar Shenhar.
Yeah, I talked to Patrick over lunch. He was not expecting to win Game 1.
No.
He felt like he was a dog in Game 1, but got a lot better after sideboarding. So that's definitely a good sign for him.
Yeah, he is prepared to go 13 cards deep in his sideboard if need be.
Yeah, and mixing it up every time. I know that he's going to shuffle all 15 sideboard cards in. He's got different plans for play versus draw, and he's got different plans based on what he learns about how his opponent is sideboarding.
Meanwhile, the Jeskai Tokens deck is somehow off to the slower start in the 2 semifinals.
Right, the Jeskai Token at the moment.
Well, yeah.
So, Island for Shahar. Sylvan Caryatid comes down.
It's interesting that he went Caryatid instead of Sidisi there.
Why do you think he might have done that?
I think he wants the hexproof creature. He wants to build up his board position so that he knows he has reliable mana moving forward. I think he expected Sidisi was probably going to die.
Getting to the final of a world championship is an incredible achievement for anyone. Getting back to a final, just astonishing. One of these two great players will do that, with Shahar as the defending champion, as we see the second Rabble Master of the game from Yuya.
In fact, with that early Thoughtseize, Shahar knew that his Sidisi would have died if he played it, because he knew about the Lightning Strike.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know about the second Rabble Master, though.
So there's a trade and a bounce off each other with the Caryatid, as they so frequently do. Land from Watanabe. And there you see what Shenhar is currently working with. Land, Sidisi, and Murderous Cut.
Looks like he just drew the Whip to pair with
Nice.
the Sidisi in the title of the deck.
Oh, yeah. I think he's got to deal with Rabble Master, though. If he plays... He drew a land, so if he plays Sidisi, he can mill 3 and play the Murderous Cut for 1 mana. I think that's probably the line here. Still, not playing the Sidisi. Guess he's not interested in removing cards from his graveyard when he knows he's got a Whip in his hand. So full price Murderous Cut will deal with Goblin Rabble Master.
Right. Just because it says you don't have to pay 5 doesn't mean you can't choose to. That's been true since before Force of Will, or was Force of Will where we learned that?
No God's willings here. Saw plenty of them in the semifinals and quarterfinals of, or I should say, of the World Magic Cup, but These guys have full access to their deck list. They've been practicing against each other's decks. There's going to be no surprises.
So here is Treasure Cruise. So 3 cards for Watanabe. It's land, Chandra we see there, and another land.
Yeah, left himself with 1 mana untapped.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Raise the Alarm mana up? Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Or Lightning Strike. Not the most blistering of starts for Yuya. I mean, Shahar with those 2 Murderous Cuts has been huge.
Right, and if you look at the graveyards, we always talk about where people should be looking within the game. If you look at the 2 graveyards and you see the fact that, now one of the graveyards is gone, but
I thought you were going to say empty with a Treasure Cruise means you're ahead.
Right, but what I'm going to say is that there are 2 Rabble Masters there and a Jeskai Ascendancy that was in there earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And that has to be good news for Shahar.
So he goes with the Whip, again, continuing to slow roll that Sidisi.
You're sitting there with 6 land in play. And, yep, that's a fair amount. Obviously, he's already had a chance to look through with Treasure Cruise, so that sort of increased his likelihood of keeping on laying the land. But he comes in, 1, 2, 3, the usual bounce off, and 2. And you will use 4 mana, and here is Planeswalker time for Chandra Pyromaster.
He immediately ticks that guy up.
Right, how big a deal do we think Chandra Pyromaster is likely to be in the matchup? Any clue, Randy? What would you feel about Chandra?
I mean, this is not the matchup where Chandra is at her most devastating.
Okay.
Right, the ability to pick off small creatures isn't super relevant, but the ability to get extra cards is. So, I mean, she's still quite good. Shahar doesn't want to leave her hanging out for very long if he can help it.
So in a sideboarded game, Patrick Chapin and Kentaro Yamamoto, there is an Anafenza the Foremost in play against the Sidisi deck. But we also know there's a Hero's Downfall on top of the Sidisi deck, thanks to a Courser of Krufix.
Interesting. Whip bringing back the Sidisi that had gotten spilled earlier.
Right. And Yuya says, I would like to Lightning Strike your Sidisi.
Oh, this way she's not in play when these cards get spilled. Yeah, no zombie tokens are generated because Sidisi was not around when that creature went to the graveyard.
Yeah, there's another Sidisi gone to the graveyard. Doomweight Giant also in there now. You can see third card down.
Watanabe has more Lightning Strikes to repeat that trick.
One thing we've seen from Watanabe, though, it's easy to sort of talk about him being the aggressor and he didn't make a fast start. But we've seen it's a trademark of his play that he is so unbelievably patient in games where he's meant to be ahead and dominating. They just go, yeah, I'm still playing. There's still plenty of time. It's all fine. And there are a number of games we've seen him win, not just this weekend, but over the years, where just patience is such a virtue for the Japanese master.
Yeah, and he's got the ability to sideboard this into a control deck.
Yeah, I had a chance to do an interview with all these players about their sideboard plans before the semifinal starts. So we'll get to hear from Watanabe about how he sideboarded. But he is planning to be, the more controlling.
Is he bringing in end hostilities?
He is.
I watched William Jensen helping out against Shahar. I watched, Josh Utter-Layton, and none of those guys predicted that Watanabe would sideboard into end hostilities, but they all thought it was terrible. They were like, Tom Martell was playing at one point. He's like, why do I have these cards in my deck? This seems awful. It's just the wrong way to set the deck up. But none of those guys is quite the master that Yuya Watanabe is. Very interesting. I'm very interested in seeing how that all plays out.
But before that, they will have to finish game 1, which right now stands at 19-10. I was about to say in Watanabe's favor, but that could be misleading.
Yeah, this game is going to be decided over the next couple of turns. I mean, either Watanabe is going to be able to push through or Shahar is going to start gaining life off of the whip and gaining value off the creatures that he's whipping back. Courser is good. Wow.
I'd like a Doomweight Giant, please. We saw it arrive in the graveyard off that Sidisi. And away goes your board presence. Constellation's been such a great mechanic. My word, Doomweight Giant's an awesome card.
Yeah, attacking the Chandra. Yeah, the Whip of Erebos is bad news for Yuya. Shahar's been able to spill just enough into the graveyard. You know, the one-way founder found a Sidisi, which found more food. Now there's another Sidisi hanging out there. Doomweight Giant went in for value. Graveyard, definitely an important resource here. You see, remember that the full-price Murderous cut, too. Just
right.
I didn't have a sense of, you know, if he had gone for the play of Sidisi and then Delve, he might have been taking stuff away he was going to want later.
So here's Hordling Outburst. In comes the team. Leave no scraps. Well, that's actually Shahar's plan. He isn't proposing to leave scraps on the table. He's proposing for them to die repeatedly and use his whip to take him to victory here in Game 1 of the semi-finals. Remember, if you're just joining us, the best 3 out of 5 will advance to the finals. On our off-camera match right now, Patrick Chapin is 1-0 up with his Abzan mid-range deck against Kentaro Yamamoto from Japan with Sidisi Whip. And BDM, I know you're keeping an eye on that one for us.
Yeah, Yamamoto had an opportunity to Hero's Downfall, a turn 3 Anafenza from Patrick Chapin, but he hasn't had any kind of whip. He may maybe have taken out some of his combo-y cards, knowing how Patrick was going to sideboard, and is content. We actually killed Courser of Krufix with that Downfall.
Oh, wow. He's only got 2 Heroes Downfalls, too. It's actually one, Pat was very happy with all his Planeswalkers versus a deck, Yamamoto, there's only running 2 Heroes Downfalls.
Yeah, and Patrick is sitting on a hand that ultimately is going to play End Hostilities right now. Something he brought in from his sideboard.
Well, not while he's got Anafenza, he's not. Meanwhile, was that Stoke the Flames taking out the Courser?
Stoke the Flames deals exactly the 4 points needed to put Courser of Krufix in the graveyard.
But Shahar's got a second Doomwake Giant in his hand.
Runs out to another Courser.
Interesting.
And there's Thoughtseize, we now know, on top of his library. So does Yuya, of course.
Do you use the whip here, or do you just hardcast Doomwake? It's gotta be tempting to just hardcast the Doomwake, yeah.
That's what you get.
Nail the tokens you made from that Hordling Outburst. Clear everything. This one doesn't go away at end of turn and can attack again next turn. Yuya's in trouble.
Yes, 1 point on Chandra Pyromaster is all. At the moment, he is really neither Jeskai nor tokens. Meanwhile, very much whip is the key to Shahar Shenhar's dominant position here, though not in terms of life total currently, but very dominant position on the board here in Game 1.
Yeah, he did gain 4 from it on the Doomwake Giant attack on the previous turn. So he's starting to get a little bit of life too, which, I mean, versus the Jeskai deck, it's trying to deal, you know, trying to finish you off with Jeskai Charms to the face. Every little bit of life helps.
It's funny, I'm looking at this match between Chapin and Yamamoto, and they both seem to have sideboarded into much more controlling decks. You see End Hostilities and Disdainful Strokes on either side of the matchup.
Well, that's in some ways good for us because it means we'll get plenty of chance to have a look at them during their semi-final. As you see Watanabe still trying to fight his way out. You see his cards on the right of your screen. I mean, the hand is by no means terrible. There's Jeskai Charm.
Is it the Chandra card? Using Chandra to try to generate card advantage. That's what she does. Do you hit Shahar? Do you hit the Courser? He's going to hit the Doomwake Giant.
So that goes back on
I'll
top.
put it on top, sure.
4 cards in hand for Watanabe. backup Chandra Pyromaster, Lightning Strike, Jeskai Charm, and a land. The life totals, as they have been for a very long time, 19 to 15.
Patrick Chapin's resolved a card that served him very well en route to winning Pro Tour Journey into Nyx. Elspeth Sun's Champion.
Wow.
And did she bring a little escort with her?
Yes, a little squadron of soldiers.
A triumvirate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that Yamamoto had Disdainful Stroke, but he tapped down for Whip, giving Pat the window to resolve Elspeth. And Yamamoto, like we said, with only 2 heroes downfalls.
Yeah, Patrick knew about the Disdainful Stroke because he had Thoughtseize and he'd seen the
of
other
course.
one on top. So there's 2 of them kind of stuck in Yamamoto's hand. So Patrick took the window to resolve his Elspeth.
So here's Jeskai Charm saying, let's get this back on top of your library. And Watanabe passes the turn.
Sending Shenhar backwards here.
But that only works when they're going backwards, but you're also going forwards. If you're just standing still, eventually they just catch right back up to you and go, hi, remember me?
I think we're at the point where Watanabe is just looking for a treasure cruise here into a Jeskai Ascendancy, into book of matches to
a Siege Rhino into a Dune Blast into a Wingmate Rock. Right. So here's Courser of Kruphix back again.
Yeah, the one Courser got to finish off Chandra. Seems worth tapping the whip for.
Mm-hmm. There you see the whip.
Wow.
Yeah, that is game 2 for Patrick Chapin. Elspeth Sun's Champion. The soldiers got an extra counter from the Anafenza, which has been down on the board since turn 3.
Yeah, Anafenza was just there for the whole time.
The whole time. Extra counter. Courser of Kruphix blocks it. Bioblight gets it out of the way. There's no creatures for Yamamoto, and he picks up his cards, and they are going to be going to game 3. Yeah. And we are not going to miss a moment of that game 3. We're gonna hold those guys back, and we'll pick that up after this game 1.
So Patrick Chapin, the innovator with Arbzan midrange, in a dominant position in 3 out of 5 numerically, 2-0 up over Kentaro Yamamoto.
That was not supposed to be that easy. I was talking to Patrick over lunch, and he felt like he was a small dog for the match because he was such a big dog in game 1. And he was on the draw. It was going to be really hard to win. Yeah. The information from Thoughtseize and Courser are probably really helping Patrick. I know that he's been doing basically nothing but testing this matchup for the last couple of days. Well, testing this matchup and the potential finals matchups.
You see Sidisi Brood Tyrant on the battlefield. You also see a zombie. That's because a creature card got put into the graveyard. That's what Sidisi does. So here's 3 more. You see Courser of Kruphix go into the graveyard, and that means another zombie.
Yeah, I mean, Yuya's going to go through the motions here. There's no reason to concede, but I cannot imagine the sequence of draws that gets him out of this.
Is there anything possible to gain when you already have the deck list and it's game 1 to not conceding?
There's a little bit to gain in learning how your opponent plays the deck. Like, you've been playtesting against your friends, so you know how they play the deck. But yeah, there is definitely some value in seeing the way your opponent sequences things.
Right, so it's not card knowledge, it's gameplay knowledge.
Yeah,
it's
by the
sequencing.
Way, Shahar there, speaking of sequencing, just quote-unquote untapped his Sidisi by attacking with Sidisi and then playing a second copy of the legendary creature and then choosing to sacrifice the one that he had attacked with.
Ah.
Putting more fodder in his graveyard, getting another zombie in the process. There's the treasure cruise Watanabe's been looking for.
Right, so we see Hordling Outburst go into hand. First of the 3.
Like a mountain and Stoke the Flames as well?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Stoke the Flames plan had a chance if it wasn't for the life gain coming from the whip.
Yep.
I mean, the whip is just hitting Yuya from these 2 different angles. It's both generating value on the board in terms of zombies and attackers, also padding Shahar's life total.
reminder that Patrick Chapin and Kentaro Yamamoto Game 3 is coming right up at the end of this Game 1. Whereas some total of 3 life points have changed hands, apparently, if you're just tuning in. But no, a ton has happened here in Game 1, and it is very much advantage Shahar Shenhar.
The defending champ.
Versus the previous champ.
I know. I mean, I kind of knew that once the World Championship became a 16 or 24-person event, somebody was going to win it twice eventually. I did not expect to see the last 2 champs in the top 4.
18-19, right?
And of course, we have three players in this top 4 who've all been as far as the finals of a World Championship.
Chapin with a mere 2nd place is below average for this field.
And incidentally, in that 2007 final, he lost to Israel's Uri Paleg.
Playing Obzon.
If only he knew it at the time. Yes.
We called it Doron back then.
Right. So we could yet see Patrick Chapin in a World Championship final against Israel and Shahar Shenhar, 7 years after his first go-round. So let's get Chandra very dead, please.
Throws in an extra zombie just to make sure lightning strike or something can't save her.
Right. And you had a little giggle there because, well, that's a good response to Hornet Queen when you know you're in this much trouble. Are we about to enter the scoop phase? No, not quite. But as board positions go...
Yeah, that wasn't Burning Wish for end hostilities, so...
It was not. All right, there we go, boys and girls. Shahar Shenhar leads Yuya Watanabe by 1-0. And there you see the feature match area, the players waiting patiently at the back table for us, where Patrick Chapin, the innovator, is already 2 games to the good over Kentaro Yamamoto, and Yamamoto will get us underway here in Game 3. And Randy, you were saying that the players very much seem to have sideboarded into a pretty grindy strategy here, pretty controlling.
It's definitely the case that Yamamoto has a lot of that in his deck. I think Patrick, it depends. When he's on the draw in particular, he likes to take a lot of the creatures out of his deck, or at least he sometimes does. But I mean, Patrick's definitely mixing it up. He definitely has different plans for being on the play versus the draw. I mean, this draw is obviously not exactly blistering.
Even if he brings the same 13 cards in every game,
different cards can come out.
Different cards are going to come out depending on the scenario and what he learns about Yamamoto's deck.
Now, I think all the versions of Patrick's deck, though, are going to have those 2 on offenses.
So
it's definitely a power.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly powerful card against the Sidisi whip combo. I mean, the fact that creatures don't go to the graveyard means Sidisi's not generating zombies. There's nothing getting there to come back with the whip later. It's just an extremely powerful card in this matchup.
So 2 Siege Rhino, Utter End, and Thoughtseize plus lands are the hand that Yamamoto has written down. So that's the information he has right now. Thoughtseize will go away. So now a fair way off before Chapin can do, in theory, anything. Double Siege Rhino and Utter End is his hand that Yamamoto is aware of, now with 1 additional land in play for the very sharply suited Patrick Chapin. Again, we see him deciding to sort of go with the look good, play good approach.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something he's done for all of his top 8 appearances since his return to the game. I mean, if you remember even going back to that World Championship.
Oh, yeah. Different color tie today, I think.
Yes.
Sorry, Kentaro. Thanks for taking 1. I want to see what you've got.
Oh, there's no land in that hand.
Bad news. I play more than 1 Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Or just bad information. It's probably not news. So there's Yamamoto, who now knows what Chapin has got to see in terms of Yamamoto's hand. There you are. You've got the Soul. You've got Hero's Downfall, Doomweight Giant. There you see Reaper of the Wilds, the 4/5 down at the bottom.
The card there, which is the worst news for Pat, is the Soul of Innistrad. Okay. He does not want Yamamoto to have access to Soul of Innistrad because a lot of the ways Patrick can win these games are just he can play a grindy game. He can kill things. But if Soul of Innistrad ever gets into the graveyard, it's just this looming threat that eventually Yamamoto is going to get to the point where he can just pull them all back and just go threat, threat, threat for the next 3 turns.
Right.
I tell you, I can't believe how many times I've already seen sideboarded games of Standard Magic where the scripted turn 2 or turn 3 play is Thoughtseize away your Disdainful Stroke.
Sure. Sidisi came off the top for Yamamoto. That's pretty good. Oh, but no land. Right. It's not good. He needs land.
And Patrick's going to start deploying Siege Rhinos here.
Is he going to be given time to get back into the game for that one missed land there? I mean, are we at the point of red alert, or is the one miss kind of acceptable?
Well, this Siege Rhino can get Heroes Downfalled. Now, that's also one of those 2 Precious Heroes Downfalls capable of killing Patrick's Planeswalkers. So there's definitely a window here where Patrick wants to try to close the game out. I don't think Yamamoto's at quite red alert, but if he misses the next land drop, then he's in trouble, especially if he draws something he can't cast, right? If he draws a 4+ mana card next turn, this may be way, way under our expected length of this semifinal.
Yeah. If he finds a land that comes into play untapped, he can play Reaper of the Wilds.
Or Sidisi.
But we also know that Patrick is holding Utter End, and he won't have the mana to give it Hexproof.
Hornet Queen, that is terrible draw for Yamamoto.
And let's not forget that the red alert happens a lot more and a lot louder when you are 2-0 down in the best of 5.
And another Siege Rhino.
And the Siege Rhinos travel in packs.
Oh, boy.
Patrick Chapin, ladies and gentlemen.
Usually at the back of the pack. Very excited to see them.
Closing in on a 3-0 sweep.
It's a pretty good poker face. I don't know that I'd be able to hold the smile back right there.
Now, come on, have a land, please, Yamamoto.
Nope. Flops his cards.
Did he get a land?
Don't
He's
think so.
looking. Body language says no.
Oh.
He did. Okay, that's kind of a start.
Trying to decide if he wants to hide behind Sidisi or hide behind... he does.
And we see land, Reaper of the Wilds, and another land go into the graveyard, which means 1 zombie comes onto the battlefield, as per the instructions on Sidisi. Nonetheless, this next phase of the game begins with Kentaro Yamamoto 2-0 down and on 12.
There you look at Patrick's hand. Siege Rhino.
Oh, Elspeth?
And Elspeth.
Has he got 6 mana yet, or is he on 5?
He's got that forest in his hand. I think that's the 6th mana.
I think you're right. Wow, all 3 of those spells would be awesome this turn. It's just like, which is the better line? Take the window to resolve an Elspeth. Remove the Sidisi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow just playing a Siege Rhino, I think, came in 3rd this turn. Wow. Elspeth did good work for Patrick in Atlanta.
Did some good work for him last round as well.
Is the lady going to get it done again for Patrick Chapin?
Sounds like Watanabe's taking a mulligan to 6 on our other table. They haven't started game 2 yet.
So Yamamoto trying to develop a board, but it's a board that has a Planeswalker on the other side of the table.
Yeah, Kentaro can't really pressure this Elspeth. And we talked about how the Soul of Innistrad was bad news for Patrick, but that's later. Right? There's this window where, like, Pat is usually the early aggressor, and then with Sidisi, Yamamoto can sort of start to take control of the board. But once Patrick's Planeswalkers come online, we're in that window of the game where Patrick and his Planeswalkers are ahead. The true late game belongs to Yamamoto, but I don't think Patrick wants to get there.
Yeah, bypassing step 2 of that explanation, Randy, is a big deal for Chapin, where Yamamoto's trying to have his take a bit of control of the early mid-game, but at the same time, we're already at Planeswalker point. Phase 2 and 3 are jamming against each other right now.
That's fair.
And that's great news for Chapin.
Yes.
Over on Table A, they're underway, and Watanabe resolved a Goblin Rabble Master, but it quickly ate a Bile Blight.
Patrick's going to cast End Hostilities here. Clears away the Sidisi, gets the Sylvan Caryatid. I think that was what put him over the top.
Absolutely.
Kill your Caryatid.
Regenerate my tokens.
Trade Sidisi for Siege Rhino is kind of a fair trade. But yeah, Elspeth gets to make more tokens onto a clean board now. Wow, no land for Kentaro.
So now Chapin goes into battle once again with 3. Presumably he will make another 3. Here they come. So we're 2 attacks away right now. And Chapin is going to dump onto the board. Here's a Siege
One attack
Rhino.
away now.
1 attack away indeed, and we are 1 attack away from Patrick Chapin into the World Championship final. And he doesn't blink an eyelid.
Taking care of business.
Who
Dress
is
sharp,
this man,
play sharp.
Brian David Marshall?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
Patrick Chapin, since his victory at Pro Tour Journey to Nyx, has said, there's only one thing I've wanted to do in all the 20 years I've been playing Magic, since 1994, when I heard about Zach Dolan being the Magic World Champion. I wanted to be the Magic World Champion. And he's been just head on in that direction ever since.
He has played 34 rounds since the beginning of his Pro Tour title. 19 there to win the title. Then hostilities resumed in round 1 of the World Championship. He has now played 34 of 35 potential matches to claim that path and go the distance. But we are back to find out who will join Patrick Chapin in the World Championship final. And we are looking at Shahar Shenhar on the right of your screen and Yuya Watanabe on your left. And we are in game 2 of a possible 5 with the eponymous Jeskai Ascendancy from the Jeskai Tokens deck for Yuya Watanabe attempting to hit the battlefield.
One of them's already hit the battlefield, and it was sent to the graveyard by Sultai Charm.
All right. Sultai Charm doing the business against artifacts and enchantments.
Looks like Shahar stopped playing lands at 4.
And Yuya doesn't, after that early Goblin Rabble Master, hasn't had a threat to play.
Wow. This is a mulligan to 6 for
Yes, it
Watanabe.
is.
Thoughtseize for Shahar. What's the draw? Fires that off, sure.
All right, so we get to have a little look here at what is only 3 cards currently.
Cruise, and Disdainful Stroke. What do you take here, Randy?
I mean, probably the Cruise. I mean, Shahar does have 1 Disdainful Stroke in his hand. I think you take the other Cruise and then plan to stroke the first one.
So you take 1 Cruise, leave Watanabe on cruise control.
Yeah, no, Shahar does have a Dig Through Time in his hand, so if he's planning to dig soon, and he's about to the point where he can consider digging, then the stroke makes sense. Okay. Yeah, he takes Disdainful Stroke because he wants to resolve his dig, and he figures if he does that, then he's in a better position to fight that second Cruise.
Add another one to what you said there, BDM, about Thoughtseize. Take the Disdainful Stroke. Thank you.
Yeah, that's become a real staple card, certainly in Game 2s and everything we've seen here.
Look at those numbers for you.
Oh, yeah, 25 years old and 404 pro points. But that's not even counting
what he's winning here.
The dozen or so on the line here this weekend. For him.
3 Pro Tour top 8s, 2 Worlds final days in addition. You don't even see the 7 Grand Prix wins up there. There's not enough room to put all of his results up.
Right. Yes, an extraordinary player. If you're wondering why he isn't in the Hall of Fame yet, because I know a lot of people sometimes ask, Yuya Watanabe, how is he not in the Hall of Fame? BDM, you're the historian. You should just explain the rules of this.
Because we haven't gotten to the class of 2017 yet. Players have to have 10 years of Pro Tour experience in order to be eligible for the Hall of Fame, or 10 years since their first Pro Tour
debut, yeah.
for their first Pro Point on the Pro Tour. And Watanabe's came in 2007 when he won the Rookie of the Year award.
So still a ways to go for Watanabe, and still a ways to go for Shahar
Interesting.
Shenhar. And here's a second Jeskai Ascendancy.
Not going for the Treasure Cruise. I think Yuya knows that Shahar probably has a disdainful stroke from the fact that Shahar left him cruise.
So there's the card drawn off whenever you cast a non-creature spell.
Well, he played Ascendancy. He looted while his hand was cruise. He's forced to discard a good one because he drew Disdainful Stroke, I believe.
Right.
No, he has had a land since then. I missed the draw phase.
Right.
No, he does have to
So
discard
there's the
Disdainful Stroke.
Well, he does have 3 cards left in hand, I believe. So it's Cruise X, I
think it's
believe, is
Chandra.
his hand. Okay. There we are.
There you go. Chandra and a pair of Treasure Cruises. Wow.
This means, though, that Shahar has a window where he could dig.
Yeah.
Although he may not know it. I mean, well, yeah, you discarded a Disdainful Stroke. Shahar went to all the trouble of thought seizing one of them, and you just discarded the other. No blue mana untapped. I gotta think Shahar is digging here. Yeah, he's just cracking his fetch land, so he's got more Delve fuel. He's gonna have to exile 4 cards if he taps out for this dig.
That's exactly what he does. And his hand is terrific.
Right.
You know, kind of a nightmare hand for Yuya Watanabe.
I mean, he could consider taking a land from this dig through time.
So 5, 6, 7. We see a whip
Yes,
going
we
in.
do.
Last couple of cards were lands, but there's plenty of other goodness there. We see
Sultai Charm.
Right. We also see Doomweight Giant in that collection.
He's already holding a Doomweight Giant. Bile Blight particularly good against the token strategy.
Yeah, he's looking at Whip Sultai Charm with what he... That was his first draft. Now he's double checking.
Although we didn't join this game right at the very beginning, it is starting to take on a very familiar cast. Here we are, life total 17-14, no real pressure on Shahar right now. Not a ton going on yet for Yuya Watanabe. Shahar Shenhar's hand getting pretty stacked and getting more stacked by the minute. This is good stuff from Shahar.
Yeah, this matchup looks reasonable for him. I mean, we've got a short sample size here, but I know that these guys have been playing. I've come across Shahar playing against various Platinum pros in the hotel lobby a couple of times. And they seem to think Shahar's got an edge. He's the better late game deck. He's got some life gain. I mean, Yuya's great, and Yuya's deck is great, so it's not much of an edge, but they did seem to think that they had a slight edge.
Well, and talking to the Japanese players, they had actually more limited resources in terms of their preparation.
Oh, yeah?
They basically had to play test with each other.
Okay.
You know, Kentaro Yamamoto and Yuya Watanabe were basically helping each other test.
Wow.
Yamamoto doing a lot of testing also on Magic Online with some friends at home in Japan.
Interesting.
As we see,
But didn't have that kind of like council of elders that Shahar Shenhar had.
Okay.
Watanabe. Hard to tell that he's in potential trouble here in Game 2. He is very tough to read.
He was down 0-2 in this tournament. He's not worried about
He's
going
fine.
down 0-2 in the finals.
He's fine. He's got plenty of time. No problem.
So cast a Planeswalker.
Chandra with an
Twice.
island left. Shahar knows about the treasure cruises. So if he uses his disdainful stroke on Chandra, then a cruise is going to happen. See the loots from the Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah, the 4 treasure cruise in this deck are so beautiful.
They really are.
With the Jeskai Ascendancies. I mean, I watched Neil Oliver treasure cruise, like pass the turn, untap, and treasure cruise again, paying no more than 3 mana either time because he just had so much looting going on with the Jeskai Ascendancy.
All right. Here's the cruise. Is it time for disdainful stroke finally?
Not yet it isn't, because first we have more Jeskai Ascendancy triggers. There's Goblin Rabblemaster in and out. There's Mountain in and out.
Yep.
There's Treasure Cruise just out. But that means no more Disdainful Stroke for Shahar. Just the Barblight, Courser, Kruphix, Double Heroes, Downfall, Whip of Erebos, and Doomweight Giant then.
Just those?
Yeah, that's it. Only had all these.
I mean, Chandra can generate some advantage here, too. Any bad card you draws can be cycled into a good one or looted into a good one via the Ascendancy.
I think we're going to see Chandra draw one of those Heroes Downfalls after a Courser or Kruphix.
Yeah, he's got a Downfall Chandra, right? I mean, he could play Whip and plan to whip something back to attack Chandra next turn, but I don't think you want to let Yuya get a second draw phase next turn.
He certainly didn't want him to Treasure Cruise. He went through the trouble of countering that.
Right.
Yeah, and he's got those sort of shifted forward, so I think that's what's happening right now. Yep.
Go away, Planeswalker, please.
Yeah, it means that that second Treasure Cruise for Yuya is going to resolve. Or Elspeth is going to resolve. It's got to be the cruise. Elspeth is vulnerable to another downfall.
For players who are relatively unfamiliar, Randy, with what we're calling the looting ability, draw a card, then discard a card, obviously you are not gaining a card at any point when you're doing that. Can you just explain how potentially important these looting abilities are as we see Elspeth come down?
Sure. First, I'm going to see if our card viewer has Merfolk Looter in it. It probably doesn't, but Merfolk Looter from way back in Tempest, I believe, is the reason everyone calls this ability looting, of draw a card and then choose and discard a card. Mm-hmm. The advantage comes from the fact that every bad card Yuya ever draws, he can just use the loot ability to draw until he can find, hopefully, a good one, discarding bad ones. So he never needs to play more land. He's got the 6 for Elspeth. It just means that over the course of a number of turns, the quality of his draw phases just goes up.
Right.
You know, finding lands when you're desperate, getting rid of lands once you've got enough, turns into a virtual card advantage.
There's the 2013 World Champion, 1 up, in this best 3 out of 5. Already waiting for one of these two in the final is Patrick Chapin of the United States. Will he face Yuya Watanabe in the final?
You use Elspeth.
Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez.
I was thinking maybe he would use the Bile Blight there, but doesn't even need to. Doomwake Giant clears the way. Get in for 2 with Courser of Kruphix.
The whole point of Planeswalkers is that you get some advantage out of them because they kill the Planeswalker, but you've still got soldiers left. Oh, no.
Yeah, to take 2 cards.
Sure.
He's got the cruise. He's not dead yet.
Oh, no, for sure. But Doomweight Giant again proving, well, as you can see by the card, massive.
So 2 loots.
Does Yuya even have a card in his hand, though?
Yep, just 1 sitting under
I
there.
think it's his draw face. I don't think we know that in our card viewer. I think he drew it pretty quick and face down.
I think he may have chosen not to loot there.
Oh, it was a 3rd Treasure Cruise. That is the 1 card in his hand going into this. So he just chose not to loot. No reason to just mill himself for 2. Scrylands, I think, most people who have Jeskai Ascendancy seem to have come to the same conclusion. It's worth playing a Scryland. Like, you could save it in your hand as a bad card to discard with a loot, but getting the Scry ability amounts to the same thing, and now you've got more land in play. I think the only lands you'll see you play the rest of this game are Scrylands.
You're still trying to navigate his way into the match, get himself on the scoreboard at 1-1. Shahar trying to go 2 up with 3 to play with that hand. Double Satyr Wayfinder, Whip of Erebos, and Barblight. And to be fair, that hand is nowhere near as exciting as the 6 and 7 card hands we were seeing earlier in this, where he just seemed to have everything he wanted. And Watanabe, who was basically just sitting there with a couple of treasure cruises that might turn into something, well, they've kind of been parlayed into another treasure cruise and some action going on as well.
Well, it's not really action, though, because he only has 1 blue mana. So that Disdainful
Sure.
Stroke is not actually available to him this turn. Shahar could just resolve a whip. You use just that 1 island, right? I'm not mistaking any of his lands, right? That's 2 battlefield
Doesn't look
forts,
like
2
it.
plains, and a temple.
Yep.
Shahar will say, here's a Wayfinder. So we see the top 4.
I mean, you could have Erase. I mean, Shahar's whips aren't risk-free here.
Creature, Whip, and Drowned in Sorrow go to the graveyard.
I mean, Shahar probably also a little bit worried about committing too much to the board when I think he expects that you get brought in to end hostilities.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen one. I don't know if he brought it in yet or not. I mean, we've seen probably half of Yugi's deck. We've not seen a copy of End Hostilities, but it's not enough to know for sure either way. Wouldn't put it past Yugi, though, to sideboard here differently than he sideboarded against Shahar in the Swiss,
Right.
than he sideboarded against William Jensen in the Swiss.
So, card for Yuya. This is the one he kept on top.
Raise the alarm.
End Hostilities enters the hand, but something must leave. Looks like Lightning Strike. Oh, back we go. Do I want the burn or do I want the counter to leave? It's Lightning Strike that does go to the graveyard. Jeskai Charm joins, and again the conundrum begins once more. Something has to go.
I guess we do know the answer to the End Hostilities question now.
Yes. So he discards the Jeskai Charm. Or it looks like he was going to discard the Jeskai Charm. And reluctantly he does so.
Yep. That incidentally was half of Shahar's life total just discarded.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Shahar's had a whip in his hand for a while now. I think he's been building up to the point where he can whip and whip something back as a response so that he doesn't lose it valuelessly to an erase. Although, by not playing it last turn, Disdainful Stroke can stop it. It turns out resolving 2 treasure cruises gets you back in the game, huh?
How about 3?
Oh, 3. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. Loot.
Rabble Master in a couple lands. Plays a land. Wants the 2nd blue mana. I predicted he was only going to play Scry lands, but really would benefit from having a 2nd blue mana in play.
Mm-hmm.
How big is it?
Soul of Innistrad.
Yep. Exiles it from his graveyard. Use the ability to return Sidisi, Courser of Kruphix, and Courser of Kruphix to his hand.
Dear Lord, value.
There you get a look at Soul of Innistrad.
It's more of an avatar of value than a lord of value.
Oh, that was good. So here's Courser number 2.
Says, does that kill your tokens?
Do make giant triggers.
He's like, yes, it does.
You could have responded. Why you say does that? You raised this question because you could have responded with an instant, triggering the ascendancies, turning them into 3/3s. And just, I mean, the 2 life from that land is also relevant here for Shahar. Just making sure he doesn't accidentally bring burn into play.
Reclamation Sage says, I don't like this double looting you've been doing. Let's just cut it down to 1 every turn, shall we? And after an almost endless succession of digging through his deck from Yu Yu Watanabe, suddenly we see a battlefield that looks very lonely for the Japanese player, very dominant for Shahar. However...
Yeah. Yu Yu has to end hostilities now, and Shahar is going to be able to play... Shahar's plan, I think, is to play Whip and activate it to get a lethal attacker. But Yu Yu has a Disdainful Stroke.
So
anyway, yeah, here's step 1 of that sequence. End hostilities. Do you have a Disdainful Stroke? Yu Yu asks Shahar. Well, I got one on top of my library. Is that good enough? Not so much.
No,
The second end hostilities goes into
I saw
his
that.
hand from the loot.
So, away they all go. Destroyed, so they're in the graveyard, so that's going to be good news moving forward for Shahar. Yu Yu
Keep in mind,
passes the
Shahar also
turn.
has a handful of cards still.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
From returning 3 creatures with the Soul of Innistrad.
So patient.
Course
That's a value
Recruitfix,
game.
but also that is lethal next turn.
Oh, jeez.
So, the soul is on the top.
The patience he's shown with this whip is impressive. Shahar. Look at all the cards Yu Yu's gone through.
Yep.
And Shahar's like, oh, I just still got all... I get this giant grip.
Yeah, this has been great stuff by Shahar Shenhar of Israel, defending champion, closing in on a 2-0 lead.
This was the 1 land hand, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this was 1 land on the... 1 land, 6-card hand on the draw. No, 6-card hand?
I believe so.
Sidisi.
Or was that game 1? You had a 6-card, had a mulligan this game.
Yeah, you're right. So he is hoping he's going to be able to get to... Oh, he
Wow, yeah.
strokes
Well, I mean,
Sidisi.
he can deal with... Wow, he strokes CDC. That's interesting. With an end hostilities in his hand, I thought he would have been okay with that one.
Maybe he's not optimistic that the end hostilities will resolve at this point.
Mm.
Did he
He saw the
he knows
saw the
there's a disdainful stroke in
You're right.
Shahar's hand.
He knows that end hostilities can't possibly resolve, so he's got to deal with 1 creature. He didn't think he could deal with 3 through a disdainful stroke.
So Watanabe at 1, the exact number of bonus life required to still be in the running.
Everyone at 1 life, you can stay.
Does he even have a way? He doesn't have a way to deal with Courser in his hand.
No.
I mean, he can block it with a Rabble Master. That's all his hand does. He can end hostilities to get through the disdainful stroke. I'm not sure how much that accomplishes. I guess he gets him a loot. He might end, yeah, he can end hostilities to bait the disdainful stroke and get a loot effect. Or he can just play Rabble Master, planning to chump with it and do the loot next turn. I would think the loot is more valuable than settling
like
for
he
a
has a
chump
Stoke
block.
the
Oh, he
Flames
drew
in
Stoke
here.
the Flames. That changes things.
Goblin Rebel Master kicks off this turn of action for Yu Yu Watanabe. Does not trigger Jeskai Ascendancy, of course. So that's sitting there waiting for more good times ahead.
Yeah, Shahar's like, before you get into your attack phase, kill that. Token generating ability triggers at the beginning of combat. Shahar not interested in letting that happen.
I don't think we're going to see stoke the flames here on the Courser of Kruphix.
Sure.
Indeed we are, and of course
that's going to trigger the Ascendancy.
Right, and Shahar's tapped below Disdainful Stroke mana. So, bye-bye Temple.
And that leaves Raise the Alarm and Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, Stoke plus Raise the Alarm gets the Rabblemaster up to a 4/4. It doesn't die to Bile Blight.
Oh, very nice.
that's epic.
2 instants.
Oh boy.
And the Rabblemaster not only survives the Bile Blight, it also generates that Goblin, which gets in for a point.
Right. That was awesome. Yuya Watanabe. Remember that ball position that had 5 things on Shahar's side, nothing on Yuya Watanabe's side with Watanabe at 1?
I think you might see that again in a few moments.
We're not too excited then about the last turn.
Well, it was pretty exciting.
But in terms of its long-term repercussions.
I mean, Shahar gets to resolve a whip finally. It's time. It is time. What is he going to whip back?
Doomwake Giant to get rid of everything.
Well, not the Rabblemaster.
All right, sure.
Has to block.
But then gets rid of the Rabblemaster.
Yep. And he's got Disdainful Stroke mana. Soul goes away, but now, yeah, with this whip in play, Yuya needs to draw an answer to the whip, which is basically an erase, I think.
So here's a Chandra.
Wow. Do you stroke this if you're Shahar? I think yes. He thinks no.
Chandra says that's okay. Loot happens. And hostilities goes
yeah.
away.
So he is going to Disdainful Stroke. It's just that he wanted the Ascendancy trigger resolves before he's forced to make that decision. He says, no Chandra for you. Now here's the whip. Time to go get a lethal attacker. What do we got?
How about Reclamation Sage?
Yeah. May as well blow up the Ascendancy while we're at it. Can I whip back Reclamation Sage? Yeah. Kill you? Not yet.
I wish to raise the alarm. One of those gets in the way. Okay. How about this then?
He won't die. Finally!
He dies.
Wow.
And Shahar Shenhar leads by 2-0. It is a long road back for the 2012 champion of the world, Yuya Watanabe. The 2013 Magic the Gathering world champion is 1 game away from making it back to the final. So why don't we take a look at what these players are doing with their sideboards, and why don't we begin with Yuya Watanabe.
Brian David Marshall here with 2-time Player of the Year, former Rookie of the Year, Yuya Watanabe. He won the first Players' Championship, which became the World Championship. He's trying to go for a second title in this event. Yuya, please tell me how you practiced for this huge semifinal against another World Championship winner.
プレーテストは、チームメイトの金川さんと一緒に昨日一日やりました。
Yesterday all day, he practiced with one of his teammates, Mr. Kanegawa. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so now of these cards, what will you be bringing in after game 1?
After game 1.
追加するカードはどれでしょう？
このマグマスプレーと異端の過激以外のカード全部。
Okay. They all come in except Glare Heresy and Magma Spray.
Okay, that's a lot of cards. I know people are very excited about this deck. It was the big breakout deck from Standard from the World Championship. Yuya Watanabe, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Brian David Marshall here with reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar.
Yeah.
Shahar, if you're going to keep the title for another year, you have to have a pretty good plan for your sideboard.
You do.
Who did you work with to test for this event? How did you prepare for the semifinals?
I worked with Raptor, Tom Martell, Hayne, Jacob Wilson, a little bit of Huey as well. And basically, I was playing the World Magic Cup. So after the World Magic Cup, I started, like the second the day one was over and day two was over, I just went to the hotel and started thinking about the matches and started hoping to play.
So tell me which one of these cards are going to be coming in for you after sideboarding and what your plan is in the other games.
I'm going to be bringing 2 Reclamation Sages, maybe the 1 Drown in Sorrow, maybe the Solan Innistrad, these 3 Strokes, the Farika, the 3 Bowed Lights, 2 Sultai Charms, and the Dig Through Time.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want me to say what I'm going to be cutting as well?
Sure.
I'm going to be cutting the 4 Murderous Cuts, the Sylvan Caryatids, let me think right now, the 2 Ashioks, and a couple more cards I'm probably forgetting at the moment. But
okay. Well, good luck defending your title for Shahar Shenhar, Brian David Marshall.
All right, so there are the 2 players, and we so often in these gaps between games talk about the 3 cards that are coming in, and you know, where's it going out? And these guys are like, everything except...
Right. Yuya Watanabe is bringing in 11 cards, and Shahar Shenhar bringing in up to 13.
Crazy.
Well, what did you think about, you had a little bit of a grunt there when he said taking out the Sylvan Caryatids. You were like, huh.
No, it's just super smart. Right? I mean, he's expecting you to bring in end hostilities. He's expecting, he's bringing in enough reactive cards that he thinks the game can go long. So I think that Caryatid's not a great blocker because the tokens are going wide, so it's just blocking like 1 point a turn. It's going to get killed by end hostilities. It's going to, run this risk of being mana flooded. It hadn't occurred to me that you would take out all the Caryatids. Thought maybe you'd trim 1 or 2, and it made sense to me when I heard it.
Well, so if you're going to bring 13 cards in,
yeah, you got to take some stuff out. Yeah,
you got to do some work getting cards out of there.
It's definitely a sign that Shahar expects Yuya to be control-ish and not putting him under incredible early pressure. Shahar doesn't feel the need to accelerate into a turn 3 Sidisi, for example.
And not just the acceleration, he also doesn't feel the need to have a battlefield presence that early in the game. He doesn't feel he can get run over against his own empty board.
Right. I think Shahar was probably very happy to see Yuya play that end hostilities. I mean, obviously he lost his board and was about to win the game, but he believes that it's the wrong sideboard plan for Yuya. Certainly the Brain Trust, as of when I was leaving for dinner last night at 8 p.m., the Brain Trust around Shahar, they were all convinced that Yuya probably would board into the end hostilities version of his deck, but that they were happy if he did because they felt like they were in a better place against that version of Yuya's deck than against the more aggressive sideboarding potential plan.
Right, so here we go, gearing up for Game 3. Shahar Shenhar leads by 2-0. You see a Reclamation Sage, one of the cards that be coming in. You see Farika again. Sidisi, Brood Tyrant is there. Looks like he has a good shaping of land, so it looks like we are going to be underway. There you see Watanabe's got Treasure Cruise, Lightning Strike, Goblin Rabblemaster, and 4 land right now. So that is the mix. Again, pretty straightforward. Plenty of land, plenty of spells. Doesn't look like any reason not to go. And we are away with Watanabe under the gun, 0-2 down against the reigning world champion. Randy, piece together for us what we're going to see over the next hour, hour and a half, if Yuya Watanabe is going to be in the final.
Well, he's got to run off 3 straight somehow. He's got to put a little bit of pressure on the board and then answer Shahar's threats. I'm kind of in agreement with the way that the Brain Trust around Shahar was thinking about this matchup, though. The late game is where the Sidisi Whip is designed to go. So having Yuya slow his deck down and try to fight that fight, it feels like you're fighting on Shahar's terms.
Right. You see here, like this Thoughtseize, if he takes away that Goblin Rabblemaster,
right,
there's nothing that Shahar has to worry about
and
for
he does.
Several turns here.
Yeah, Watanabe already, without that Rabblemaster, in a very reactive place. He's got a Cruise, he's got his Stroke, which this time doesn't get taken away by Thoughtseize.
Yeah, Shahar's got a pair of Disdainful Strokes in his own hand, so he's going to be able to deal with that Cruise once it comes online. And Farika's another really good card in this matchup, by the way. Farika is kind of the trump to end hostilities. Like, you end hostilities, Shahar can just put a couple more tokens back into play. just lets Shahar win all the grindy fights.
Yeah, so we saw Tom Martell testing with Shahar, and it's great. Tom Martell's a great playtest partner because he's super competitive.
He always wants to win.
He always wants to win. We're like, Tom, how's this going? He's like, oh, Shahar keeps winning.
No, Tom, Shahar's your teammate. That's what you want to have happen. Not while he's got the deck of cards in his hand and it's his job to pretend to be Yuya.
If you listen carefully, you can hear the clock ticking. Yuya Watanabe needs, we feel, to be ahead in the game, to be the dominant force, to be the beatdown, to be the declarer of terms. Right now, that has not happened through games 1 and 2, and it has not happened early in game 3 because of that Thoughtseize in Shahar Shenhar's graveyard and that Goblin Rabble Master in Watanabe's graveyard.
Yeah, the other thing you want to see if you're a Yuya Watanabe fan is you want to see Jeskai Ascendancy in play.
Right, because then he can go find his threats.
And he can turn all of his extra lands into threats. That's kind of his card advantage engine.
Raise the Alarm puts 2 soldiers into play, but there's no Ascendancy to loot with right now, so it is just as straightforward. Here's 2 soldiers, and I'll send them in.
Yeah, I mean, Yuya is, I think, capable of playing this sort of bob and weave strategy where he's going to play these soldiers, he's going to sort of hit for 2. He's going to force Shahar to build up a board presence to deal with these soldiers, then he can wrath it away with end hostilities and play again. I mean, that's the strategy Yuya has brought. If he can get,
putting
2,
creatures in
4...
the graveyard doesn't... Putting creatures in Shahar's graveyard specifically doesn't always seem like it's punishing Shahar.
I'm just saying that if you can get into 4 or 5 damage with each Raise the Alarm, then the lightning strikes to the face start to become a real thing.
Here is Pharika, God of Affliction, down for Shahar Shenhar.
There you get a look. So for green-black, he can exile a card from a graveyard.
Creature card.
A creature card, yes, exactly. And then its owner puts a 1/1 black and green snake enchantment creature token with Death onto the battlefield.
Yeah,
he doesn't really care about the cards in Yuya's yard very much.
Yeah, I mean,
he's looking to just give himself a resilient threat.
Right. This gives him another way to use the creatures that he expects to build up in his graveyard, and by putting 1/1s into play, either to block tokens or recover from end hostilities. It's also potentially possible to turn her on, but that's not really the reason you play this card. Now, the card is particularly good against Whip of Erebos decks because you can get their creature cards out of their graveyard so they can't whip them back, but still good enough to want here as well, especially given the way Yuya has transformed his deck.
Watanabe attacks for 2, and I'm pretty sure that's as far at 13 life as Yuya's managed to get Shahar, now down to 11, as we see.
They got him to 10 in the first game before the whip came online.
So we've not seen single figures yet.
I don't think he went below 10 in that first game.
Right. Hero's Downfall says go away.
Hero's Downfall on 1 token?
Well, you just want to stay out of your burn
you
rage,
do what you got
don't
to do. He waited for Sidisi until he had 6 mana.
Yuya will say no to that. And Shahar will say okay.
But now he has a token he can make.
And he can still leave up Disdainful Stroke.
4. 2 mana.
The first Jeskai Ascendancy that appears, we imagine, will fall victim to a Reclamation Sage shortly thereafter. So Shahar has some insurance already against Jeskai Ascendancy. Here's Lightning Strike. So now Shenhar is into single figures. And now Jeskai Charms that just go to the face are starting to look pretty fun for Yuya Watanabe. In we go.
He's at 4.
Is Yuya on the comeback trail? He's got 6 cards in hand. That's a lot of cards to avoid 4 points of damage for Shahar.
And I think with a Treasure Cruise in hand, he was really hoping that Shahar would want to trade for his token.
Yeah. Would you make a token, please?
During my main phase.
It's an expensive token, though. Isn't that a Mana Confluence on a Yavimaya Coast?
He's hoping all the more.
And expecting all the less.
Wow, Yuya's offense is, though, that one token. He's had no
Part of
ability
his
to deal
offense
any
might become
damage.
this treasure cruise. He might be planning to do a point of damage off that disdainful stroke.
Sure. That's exactly what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, you take one.
I get you to lightning strike range.
No boat of gold for you.
Shahar Shenhar draws Sidisi.
Yep. His lands are kind of painful.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of take one sitting
Two
on there.
Yamamayakos, 2 Llanowar Wastes, and a Mana Confluence. Only one land he can tap for colored mana without taking pain.
For those of you wondering at home whether this means you should be playing 12 forests and 12 swamps, no, you shouldn't.
It's maybe one of the drawbacks of taking the Caryatids out of his deck, actually.
Sure.
I think now he will take one and make a token to trade. Now, Yuya does not have the ability to cast Treasure Cruise here. Doesn't have enough fuel in the graveyard because he had to use it for the delve on the first one.
Right.
Seder Wayfinder is kind of just what the doctor ordered. How about a non-pain land, says Shahar. Wouldn't mind some food for Farika either.
Thoughtseize, Whip, Sidisi,
Island,
and
that'll work.
Island.
Wow, down to 2. And he can't do anything about a lightning strike.
And Yuya drew.
Looks like a Rabble Master.
That's what I thought it was too. Shahar can't do all that much against a Rabble Master.
Which that is, as you say.
His pain lands have really softened Shahar up here. Doesn't feel like Yuya has done all that much, but you know, Raise the Alarm got in some damage. This Rabble Master's throwing some tokens off. Shahar's just done, I don't know, half the work himself.
I mean, Shahar was very live to the threat, as you say, using Hero's Downfall on half of a Raise the
Oh
Alarm.
yeah, he's done. I haven't seen him do anything wrong. It's just interesting that because he drew all pain lands, he softened himself up to the point where he's kind of in desperation mode, even though, from a card advantage point of view, he's set up for the late game. Yeah, well, if only he had lands he could tap for mana. I mean, the whip would be awesome, obviously. Does not have access to a whip. Seems like he's got to just, play Sidisi here? How much pain does it take to cast Sidisi? 1? Go to King. I think you go to 1 and play Sidisi. Hope you get a zombie.
You do indeed go to 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Polluted Delta goes to 1 the other way. That's a better way to go to 1.
So he's got an island, a swamp, a jungle hollow, and...
Note, by the way, that he has to hit a zombie here. If he doesn't make a zombie, then he can't block both the Rabble Master and the token.
Wow.
Yeah, you named 3 of the lands there, BDM, and the rest is just ow, ow.
The rest can cut for either colorless, some of them.
Right.
So
must hit a
here's
zombie.
Sidisi.
Here we go. 3, as it were, top decks.
I was just going to say the weirdest top decks we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, does you have a response? What's his response?
Oh, well, he's got Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, that'll do. Yeah, you got it.
That will do. Yuya Watanabe fights back with the Disdainful Stroke and says, thanks for all that free burn. Awesome. 2-1 to Shahar Shenhar. The reason the back table is empty because Patrick Chapin, with his Abzan midrange deck, took care of business in emphatic fashion over Kentaro Yamamoto with Sidisi Whip. Pretty much a very similar deck to what Shahar Shenhar is playing. 3-0 to Chapin there. And Randy, we still don't know which of these two, of course, will be meeting Patrick Chapin in the final. But will he be hoping, having beaten Kentaro Yamamoto by 3-0, to face another Sidisi Whip deck in Shahar Shenhar?
I think he'd rather play against Yuya. I think he sees himself as a slight dog against either of them from talking to him over lunch. But I don't think the Sidisi Whip matchup is all that good for him because certainly the Sidisi Whip players believe they're advantaged against Abzad mid-range. That's the reason they built their deck with the even better late game.
That's going to make Kentaro Yamamoto very disappointed, but a card that's been doing the business for Yuya, and we may see yet in the final because he's still battling, is the 8-mana sorcery. That's somewhat misleading. Why don't we take a look at the Treasure Cruise?
Yeah, I mean, this card has just become a central piece of basically every Magic format it's legal in.
Which is currently all the formats.
We'll
see how long that lasts.
Delver Secrets in Modern and Legacy. It's been huge.
Do you know how good a card has to be to create a new Tier 1 archetype in Vintage?
Yeah.
That's what this card has done. Just an awesome card.
At Eternal Weekend, covering both Legacy and Vintage, it was everywhere.
Yeah, great card. I mean, good in Standard. I think it's in a really good spot in Standard. I actually enjoy what the card does to Standard at this point.
It's certainly pretty sweet in Yuya's deck, where he has the ability to continually stock his graveyard with those Jeskai Ascendancies.
Yeah, I feel like it's good, but I don't know if I want to say fair, but fair enough. I mean, that's where R&D developed it, was to make Standard interesting, and I think they succeeded.
I'm kind of surprised not to see this card in the Sidisi Whip decks, but instead we've seen the Whip, which has been the big card.
Got other things to do with our graveyard.
Yeah, they don't want to exile cards from their graveyard, before they get a chance to whip them back.
Get better ways to exile them.
Yeah. Can be used with a Born Overlord. We haven't seen that one yet. that we haven't seen. We've seen Sidisi come back. I've seen Satyr Wayfinders come back. I've seen Courser of Crewfixes come back just to oh boy, I kind of want to land. I hope there's one on top of my library.
Yeah. I feel like the Devotion, the Abhorrent Overlord Whip of Erebos Devotion black deck must predate Kentaro Yamamoto showing up to Pro Tour Theros.
Yes, absolutely.
Saying, hey, what about this Pack Rat card? How about we go Pack Rat into Grey Merchant? That's our Devotion deck.
Yeah. So that, therefore, is on the right-hand side of our matchup with Shahar Shenhar, but Enchantments come in many, many forms, and certainly a card that is doing the rounds at the moment, and still, I feel, doesn't have its definitive home. It's such an interesting card, Jeskai Ascendancy.
Another cross-format all-star.
Yeah.
Right, we've seen this in Standard, Modern, Legacy, and I have to assume you've even seen this in Vintage.
Not really. It doesn't. It's really hard to keep a one-mana creature around. This one does not make the cut to Vintage.
Okay, so only a Legacy.
I don't know. Maybe the Fate Stitcher brew that Josh Utter-Layton unveiled on the world will make the crossover to Vintage.
I certainly know Dave Williams that Josh's deck has origins going back to Dave Williams playing
in
the
Legacy.
Fate Stitcher deck.
I saw Rich Shea actually won a 4-0 at daily event on Magic Online with the Legacy version of that Fate Stitcher deck.
Yeah,
so it definitely goes back at least to Legacy.
Yeah, it's a very clean deck.
I think that with Jeskai Ascendancy, people have been so distracted by the combo potential, the broken things you can do with the fact that all your spells untap all your creatures, that people haven't looked at the value strategy, right? Just use it as this awesome Glorious Anthem with some bonus looting the way Yuya has
here.
Right,
an awesome Glorious Anthem that fuels your Treasure Cruises.
Right. I feel like Yuya is making better use of that card in Standard than any of the combo decks have.
Yeah, and you saw this deck all over the World Magic Cup as a result of him playing it at the World Championship.
Exactly.
So we are into action of Game 4. Shenhar is in exactly the same position he was before the last game, needing one more to win.
Is that position where his deck has won all the games? Because I feel like Shahar's deck won that game too. He just won it for Yuya.
Wow. So Shahar will.
I think the position is writing down his opponent's opening hand as he casts Thoughtseize on turn 1, because that's what we keep seeing from him.
That's a pretty good plan.
This is turn 2, technically. And sees a pair of Treasure Cruises and a Lightning Strike and 4 lands.
Wow.
Again, no pressure from Watanabe.
Yeah,
early
none at all.
And Watanabe knows what's going on. He just pulls back. He's like, which one do you want, a Treasure Cruise or the Lightning Strike?
Took the Lightning Strike. Interesting. Shahar has a Sidisi in his hand. That makes a lot of sense.
Now, that was a decent draw for Watanabe because he found Goblin Rabblemaster off the top, because that will give him something to do after his Tri-Land comes into play tapped anyway on turn 2.
But Courser of Crewfix into Sidisi on top.
Yeah, and he's got an island in his hand.
He does have an island, okay. Think he'll play that before he plays his Yavimaya Coast?
Yeah, I don't think... Shahar's not going to be happy that you came up with a Rabblemaster. That's about the best thing you could draw at this point, I think. Did he come up with a Rabble Master?
That's what he found, yeah, last turn was Rabble Master. Hanging out on the left-hand side of Watanabe's hand, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Just says go. Maybe going to bide his time until after he can, to find an end hostilities, play end hostilities, and then stabilize the board.
Yeah, I mean, he does know Sidisi's going to happen. He can see the Sidisi on top of Shahar's deck. That said, how many people in the world would have said go instead of playing Goblin Rabble Master there? Who says go there? I mean, I think I get it. Like, as soon as he said go, and you're like, oh, end hostilities. He can't win this game unless he sweeps away all the Sidisis with end hostilities. He doesn't have the end hostilities, but in order to win this game, Yuya knows he's going to need to draw it, and then he'll want to have the Rabble Master afterwards.
Patience.
It's remarkable. The number of people in the world who would say go there. Well, it's apparently at least one.
Right. Yeah, we have evidence for that, for sure. Yeah, tremendous play by Watanabe, giving himself the best possible chance. Sometimes you can't do anything. We heard Team USA when they lost their semi-final this morning against Greece. Sometimes you can't do anything. And that's what happened in the deciding game there. Greece, of course, eventually falling to your new World Magic Cup champions, Denmark. But now we see who will be the individual title holder this weekend. And Shahar Shenhar is off to a decent start here in Game 4. Sidisi, Zombie, Corsa. Hang on, says you. Let's lightning strike this guy.
Yep. And he knows he's going to get rid of the whip that way.
Nice, without generating any zombies.
Mm-hmm. Whip, Satyr Wayfinder, and Disdainful Stroke go to the graveyard. We see Swamp on top of the library because of Corsa. And that will just go into play. And there's another land, Temple, on the top.
And another Sidisi in hand.
Right. Now, do you just run it out there? There was no end hostilities when you thought seized a couple of turns ago. And you know one of the draw phases was a Lightning Strike. You don't know the other one because Guki didn't play the Rabble Master. Shahar's got to be a little bit nervous about end hostilities. It's funny, the fact that Yuya is playing for end hostilities is going to make Shahar fear it even more.
Play around a card that Yuya hasn't drawn yet.
Exactly. Yuya's playing for it, Shahar's playing around it.
I missed the trigger.
Shahar forgot to gain a life from Corsair. He just admitted he missed the trigger. But yeah, he's going to go for it. There was no end hostilities a couple turns ago. You can't always afford to play around things your opponent might draw. He whiffs on a zombie.
Hero's Downfall now on top. And Shahar Shenhar.
If Yuya comes up with the end hostilities he's been playing for, he's actually in quite good shape here. Shahar's down to a Reclamation Sage.
He's a mana off from being able to cast his Treasure Cruise.
Yuya is, yeah.
Yeah.
But he'll get there. He basically needs an end hostilities to sweep away the Sidisi.
I'm wondering if he's at the point now where he needs to Lotus Petal his Goblin Rabble Master.
Well, he can take 7, right? He'll take 7 on this hit. He basically needs an end hostilities by next turn. Okay, yeah, he has decided that Rabble Master needs to get in a block. Trying to buy himself 2 draw phases to find end hostilities instead of just 1.
I mean, that seems perfectly reasonable. It's all fine to have a plan for after the end hostilities, but if you're dead before the end hostilities.
Your plan changes, based on what you draw or don't draw.
That whip on top of Shahar's library is kind of interesting. He said Sidisi already milled 1. Now Sidisi's going to mill a second one, and Shahar's late game gets worse every time one of those goes to the graveyard.
And we don't know if any whips have been shaved out of Shahar's deck based on trying to get that many cards into his deck out of the sideboard.
No way. He only plays 3. I think he regrets only playing 3 at this point.
Okay.
I was listening to him. He's talking about, when I have whip, people only play 3 because it's legendary, but yeah, he does mill it because he wants the zombie. He's not going to not attack with Sidisi. Shahar was saying that even when he has Whip of Erebos in play, the card that he most wants to draw is still Whip of Erebos, because in case he'll have one if the opponent removes it.
And then Hero's Downfall takes care of the Goblin Rabble Master.
Shahar is set up to win next turn. He wants to limit Yuya to this 1 draw phase.
Are we 1 turn away from knowing the World Championship finalists? Patrick Chapin awaits.
Keeps the Thoughtseize on top with his Scryland. Yuya has to draw end hostilities right here, right? His hand's got nothing. 2 Treasure Cruises and 2 lands.
And casting the Treasure Cruise won't find him an answer.
Yeah, he has to tap so much of his mana. I mean, maybe he can cruise into a Lightning Strike. I don't think so, though. No, he has to tap out.
Here we go then. On the top for Watanabe is a land.
Sir.
So now, deep in the tank for what may be the final time in his Worlds Week. He played for Team Japan as the captain, of course, on the World Magic Cup. He played 2 days of the World Championship. This is day 5, and this is what may be the last turn of the semi-finals.
I think Watanabe knows he's dead. He's just posturing. I mean, maybe Shahar will not attack. No, there's nothing.
He's just double checking. Is there any
He's
single thing I could draw?
He's capable of casting Treasure Cruise, but he has to tap out to do it. So
That's
he knows
the
it.
handshake. Yuya Watanabe is gone. The 2012 champion is out, and the 2013 champion, in an amazing performance, Shahar Shenhar, gets to go back to the final, and in a rematch of the 2007 World Championship final, it will be USA versus Israel, and it will be Patrick Chapin, but this time it will not be Yuri Peleg, it will be Shahar Shenhar.
I believe Yuri Peleg was the captain of the Israeli national team that year. He was certainly on it that year.
He certainly was.
This is just unbelievable for Shahar. He wins the World Championship last year, which was in and of itself a little bit of a surprise. He wasn't this well-known player at the time, had a quiet year, came on strong at the last few GPs of the season, and now he's back in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance by him. And Patrick Chapin, Randy, waiting in the wings.
He's been here before. He hasn't gotten any further yet than in the past.
All right.
Just wants that one more.
So that's the semi-finals wrapped up. Don't you dare go away. Patrick Chapin and Shahar Shenhar will be right here for your entertainment very, very soon. But why don't we throw it back to the news desk? Here is your host, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk here. I've got Ben Stark with me. Wow.
Yeah.
This is, I don't know, this is not really how I expected it to go necessarily, but here we are.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised to see Shahar and Chapin get through. I am surprised that it was so quick.
Yes, it went very quickly, actually a lot more quickly than we thought it would. So why don't we take a look at the bracket here and we'll see how this sort of came to be in the top 4. So as we can see, it was Yuya Watanabe versus Shahar Shenhar, which was it was really fast.
Yeah, and that's got to install a lot of confidence in Chapin because he's about to play Shahar now, and Shahar is playing almost the exact same deck as Yamamoto, the Sidisi Whip deck. The only real difference is, Shahar has Ashiok's, and those could be good against Chapin because those are traditionally pretty good against Abza and Corsair decks. But as a whole, for Chapin to, just really destroy Yamamoto in that, semifinal, 3-0, 30 minutes maybe.
Yeah. That was really, really fast. Now, on the other side of the bracket, of course, we had what you just watched. It was Shahar Shenhar versus Yuya Watanabe. Shahar defeats Yuya 3-1, kind of quickly, too.
Yeah, I don't think that, Yuya or Yamamoto had the best draws in that matchup. But, you really watched, and the cards were really shining. Like, when we watched out, that last match between Shahar and Yuya, Yuya's deck was online. Yuya had Jeskai Ascendancy. He was looting. He had, End Hostilities. He burned Shahar out one game with a Lightning Strike and then, got him low. Shahar took a lot from his Painlands that game. But as a whole, it really didn't seem like it was that obscure. It seemed like a pretty natural play out for that match where Shahar was playing these more dangerous mid and late game cards and Yuya was just, looting and finding some answers and then kind of coming up short.
Yeah, that is kind of how it felt. All right, why don't we take a look at the first of our 2 competitors here because we've now reached the finals, Ben. It's been a long road for these players, and we've got some really cool storylines that are sort of coming to fruition here. The first one, Patrick Chapin of the United States. He has been playing Magic professionally for years and years and years since the earliest stages of tournament play. And I actually found it as a big surprise, and I want to hear your take on this, Ben. When he won the Pro Tour, I think if I was a full-time Magic pro, winning the Pro Tour would be my goal, right? I think I would be like, I won the Pro Tour, I have accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. Of course, I'd like to do it again. But he actually didn't stop there. He said, my goal is to win the World Championship, and winning this Pro Tour is a means to that end.
I could understand that. You know, it might be a tougher feat to win the Pro Tour in the sense that there's 350 players. But really, if you're a top-level professional who's been around the game as long as Chapin has, you know, you want to beat the best. You know, I kind of felt that last year playing in the semis of Worlds. You know, every round you play against somebody good. You know, you play against somebody great. I mean, at the Pro Tour, most players are good, but not everybody's great. You know, in the World Championships, I mean, you know, last year I played Reed Duke 3 times, Shahar Shenhar 3 times, Brian Kibler 3 times, you know, and the other opponents were Martin Musa, Willie Adele. You know, you're talking about all good players. And, you know, to put up the record you need to make the top 4 and then to win the World Championships, you're beating platinum level pros. You're beating Hall of Famers. You're beating the very best in the world every single round.
Right.
So I think, you know, of course winning the Pro Tour is an enormous accomplishment, but I think for a top pro who's been around the game for so long, you know, I think winning Worlds is kind of the ultimate.
Yeah, you know, I think that there's something to be said too for the title of it, right? I mean, it carries a certain weight with people who aren't in the Magic scene like we are, where you can say, I'm the world champion of that game. And it just rings true for people that are like, what is this thing you spend all this time on and you go away to these cities on weekends and you can say, I'm the world champion of that. I mean, that just carries a lot of weight, I think, with, you know, from a personal perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are 4 Pro Tours a year. There's just a lot more Pro Tours than there are Worlds. You know, you are the world champion 2014. There are 4 Pro Tour champions in 2014.
Yeah, just based on rarity. Let's take a look at what Patrick is going to be battling with here today. We just saw him in the feature match for a little bit, but maybe if you didn't quite see the whole deck, Ben, what is he up against? Abzan, or what is he playing with?
He's playing, you know, a mid-range 2-control-ish version of Abzan. It's got, you know, 2 Elspeths, 5 Planeswalkers. So it's very similar to the deck that Ari Lax won Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir with. It's also pretty similar to the deck that Patrick Chapin won the block Pro Tour last year with.
Yes.
Also. So, you know, it's kind of funny that, you know, Chapin won that block Pro Tour and then, you know, said to himself, well, I've won the Pro Tour. I'd really like to win Worlds. And then here he is in the finals of Worlds with the same deck.
Hey, it's working for him. Why stop, right?
Yeah, that he used to win the Theros Block Pro Tour. So, you know, I don't know. It's pretty cool.
He seems to have found a niche here.
Yeah.
Now, talk to us a little bit. I want you to run over the matchup, not necessarily the sideboard stuff, but the matchup when we get to that part. So I would like you, though, to tell us just sort of in a broad sense for viewers watching at home that maybe aren't as familiar with the deck, what is its main game plan? What is it trying to do?
Sure. Chapin's deck or?
Chapin's deck. We'll look at Shahar's in a minute.
Well, Chapin's deck is the one that it isn't really doing a specific thing. It's not necessarily super synergistic. It's disruption. And it's these great threats that are tough to, you know, answer. Because, you know, let's say you have good disruption, but your threats are all just very easily killed by removal and leave no lasting effect on the game if they're killed. You've got a problem because your opponent's probably got some removal. But when you have threats like Courser that can put a land into play, Siege Rhino that drain lives for 3, Wingmate Rock that makes a copy of itself, Read the Bones draws cards. It's not a threat, but it's a way to get card advantage. Abzan Charm, another way to get card advantage. Sorin, Elspeth, and Ajani, you at least get 1 use adage, even if they kill. So really what Chapin's trying to do is disrupt the opponent with 4 Heroes Downfall, 4 Abzan Charm, 4 Thoughtseize, and he's trying to play his own, gain a little advantage from his own threats, even if they answer them.
Okay, so this incremental advantage thing is something that we're going to keep an eye on.
Right.
Let's see how Chapin got here. You know, I want to look at how he got here through the course of the World Championship, but the thing I really want to look for is to see if he played Shahar.
Yeah, and look at what I'm talking about, right? In a Pro Tour,
look at that lineup.
In a Pro Tour, your opponents are good, of course, you know, but you're not going to have 7 rounds in a Pro Tour where you play against Eben Flock, Kentaro Yamamoto, Sean McLaren, Shahar Shenhar, Yuki Ikechawa, Paul Reitzel, and Lars Dam. Do you know how many Pro Tour top 8s he played against here?
No kidding. That is a lot there for sure, including at least 1 champion there in Reitzel, another one in Eben Flock, another one in Sean McLaren. Yeah, it's
and
just
Shahar
stacked
Shenhar,
up.
last year's world champion.
Right, and And we'll notice here in Modern, he did beat him. Let's take a look at his day 2 and see if he played Shahar again. He played him twice more, so this will actually be their 4th time meeting in this tournament. He lost to Shahar in Limited, but this could be telling here, Ben. He beat him in Constructed 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a great feat to beat Shahar in Limited. He's an excellent player, but it has no real bearing on the outcome of this match. Whereas, you know, they did meet already, you know, and we saw Chapin beat him 2-0. We just saw Chapin also beat Yamamoto 3-0, playing almost the exact same deck as Shahar. So, I mean,
yeah,
you know,
that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, the results we have so far kind of tell us that maybe this matchup favors Chapin.
Yeah, and I think even more so than one match, right? We're not going to put a lot of stake on, okay, well, Chapin beat him 2-0, but you can also kind of figure out what Shahar's up to, how he plays a match, how he views the certain cards, how he may be sideboarded a little bit, get some more information. So let's take a look at Shahar Shenhar. His competitor, Shahar Shenhar, is already our reigning world champion, and he's looking to run it back. And this is a big deal because I don't think it's ever happened.
No, I'm pretty confident nobody's ever won Worlds twice.
No, they haven't.
And I'm 100% sure nobody's ever won Worlds twice in back-to-back years.
Unbelievable feat if Shahar's able to pull it off. He's only 21 years old, too. It's so easy to forget how young he is. You know, we call him little kid sometimes. It's like 21.
Last year when he won Worlds, he was 19.
He was 19 years old.
To get to be the world champion of Magic at 19 years old.
I mean, he just turned 21 as well. He's already won 3 Grand Prix titles as well. I mean, he's strutted his stuff. He doesn't have a Pro Tour top 8, but there's a big yet at the end of that, I think.
I mean, he's played in, you know, 15 Pro Tours maybe. He's got good finishes, of course. You know, it takes a little bit of luck to crack the top 8. I mean, you know, often one match separates top 8, you know, possible championship from 12th, from 15th, from 18th.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. So why don't we take a look at Shahar's deck? He has brought Sidisi Whip to fight with, which also a mid-range deck, you know, not dissimilar to Patrick Chapin's, but this one takes a different tack.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is more synergistic. It has less good disruption. So, I mean, he's looking at, you know, Sidisi to fill his graveyard and Sator Wayfinder to fill his graveyard. And then he's got Whip of Erebos to bring things back. And also Soul of Innistrad to bring everything back.
Everything back over and over. We've seen that happen repeatedly.
Yeah, and Soul of Innistrad is amazing because you don't have to play a lot of it because you find it by milling yourself and putting things directly into your graveyard. And then if you have just one of it, that pretty much goes over the top of anything. So I think we can safely say that Shahar's deck goes over the top of Chapin's deck. The question is going to be if he gets to do that, because we know that Chapin has all that great disruption to maybe kill those Sidisis, to take the right cards out of Shahar's hand, to kill the Whip, or to keep it off the board, you know, utter-end it even after it hits play. So I think, you know, Chapin can answer Shahar. Shahar can't necessarily answer Chapin, but if Shahar goes unanswered, then Shahar is going to win.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Let's see how Shahar got here. We're going to be looking at a lot of the same things just because I'm still looking to see if he played Chapin, but we already know that. But as you said, I mean, it's also just fun to look at the opponent list.
Can I just read that list of
go
names?
for it.
7 rounds. There's no rounds we're leaving out here. Willie Adell, Sean McLaren, William Jensen, Patrick Chapin, Stanislav Sifka, Ivan Flock, Owen Turtenwald.
That is absurd right there.
5 PT champions in 7 rounds, I believe.
Let's see. Sean, Huey, Chapin, Sifka, Flock.
Yeah, and the non-PT champions, Willie Adell has 4 Pro Tour top 8s, and Owen Turtenwald is the #1 ranked player in the world right now.
Yeah, he's got a pair of top 8s himself. So, yeah, that is, it is absolutely absurd. And that was only one day.
That's one day. That's why Worlds is so special to these top pros, because it's a chance to really, you know, show what you have playing against all the other, you know, best players in the world.
Yeah, which is truly incredible stuff. You see his day 2 here, and it's another just murderer's row. And of course, we noted Patrick Chapin twice on there with defeating him in Standard. So interesting stuff. Now I want you to take a little bit of time here, Ben, to try to set up how this matchup's going to play out from a viewer perspective, right? Let's say, you know, I've played some Standard here and there, but I don't know all the intricacies of every interaction. But I know what these decks generally do. You've explained it to us as well. Sure. Explain it to us about what we should be looking for. Maybe some keystone cards or something to look for. You say, well, look, if Shahar gets X, then this is really bad.
Right. Well, I think the key cards for Chapin are the disruption.
Okay.
Chapin's threats are all, you know, kind of substitutable in this matchup because Shahar's deck doesn't play a lot of good disruption. Threats like Siege Rhino aren't nearly as good as threats like Elspeth because they can just be murderous cutted, and that's the only removal Shahar really has access to. But as far as if Chapin's going to win, he needs to keep Shahar off his game plan. If Shahar is playing Sidisi, then Chapin kills it, then Shahar plays whip and starts whipping back Sidisi and other creatures that go to the yard from it, I don't think Chapin's going to be able to beat that. But if Chapin thought seizes the whip, if Chapin utter ends the whip, if the whip just stays off the board, and Chapin can answer the whip and Sidisi and Shahar's main things of getting things going and building his combos and a synergy, then I think Chapin will probably win.
I heard you say whip about 100 times there. Super key card in the matchup?
Super key, because Chapin has more than enough removal to answer Shahar's threats once. He cannot, on the other hand, answer all of Shahar's threats twice, and a lot of those cards, like Sidisi, put 3 to 6 cards in the graveyard every single time they come out. So for a deck like Chapin's with Courser and Caryatid and Siege Rhino, if Shahar plays Sidisi, even if Chapin's tapped and he gets the mill and he hits a creature and he makes a 2/2 zombie, then Chapin kills Sidisi, that's fine by Chapin. But if then Shahar plays a whip and brings Sidisi back and he mills another 3 cards and then maybe attacks and mills another 3 cards, he gets another 2/2 or 2/2/2s. Now he's got a bunch more cards in the graveyard to whip back after that, probably another Sidisi, if not Hornet Queen, things that are tough to answer. And then, Chapin's not going to be able to beat all of that.
Okay, now from Chapin's perspective, he needs to find kind of a balance of disruption plus pressure, is that correct?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's so much pressure as it is threats, in the sense that Chapin's deck is not fast. In the Pro Tour Chapin won with this deck, I believe he played Fleecemane Lions, and
yes,
he had more of a true mid-range deck. It wasn't an aggro deck, but it was a deck that wanted to play things every turn and pressure opponents. This time he's not playing Fleecemanes. He's not really playing anything aggressive except 2 Brimaz. And they're not even necessarily that aggressive. I mean, Brimaz a 3/4 for 3.
Sweet blocker, too.
Sweet blocker, exactly. But he is playing 2 Elspeth, one of the most powerful cards in the format, a Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, and 2 Sorin. So you're talking about 5 Planeswalkers. So those are near impossible for Shahar to answer. I mean, and even if Shahar answers them, they're still going to generate some advantage, that incremental advantage that you were talking about before, because they 1-for-1 and he still gets the value of having used them. So Chapin doesn't have to draw any particular threat. He needs to draw good disruption, keep whip off the board, and then whatever threats he draws should be fine.
Okay, and again, I keep coming back to that whip, right? That
whip is a key card in my opinion.
Now, I want your opinion. Who do you think's favored here? Let's take play skill off the table and just say that they're even, just based on the deck list.
I got to go with Chapin.
Think Chapin's favored?
We just saw him beat Yamamoto 3-0. It's virtually the exact same matchup. He beat Shahar in the Swiss. I mean, of course, listen, nobody's that big a favorite in any matchup of Standard. Chapin may have won both those matches, and he may have been a favorite, but he may have been a small favorite, 55 to 60%. So anything could happen, but I got to go with Chapin.
Okay, you heard it from Ben. He predicts Chapin, but not by a lot. It's a close one. It's time. We are ready to head back to the booth where Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler, and our own Rich Hagan await to bring you the finals of the World Championship.
The players are ready. We're ready. We know that you're ready. 5 days of Worlds Week are about to come to a pulsating climax. Patrick Chapin against Shahar Shenhar for the World Championship. Let's get this party started. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the final of the Magic the Gathering World Championship for 2014. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Brian David Marshall and Randy Buehler. There you see Patrick Chapin, the innovator, the Pro Tour Journey into Nyx champion, back at his 2nd World Championship final. It has not been done before. 2007, he finished runner-up to Uri Peleg of Israel. Can he go one better here? His opponent back for a 2nd Worlds final himself. Both players there. Shahar Shenhar of Israel, your reigning, defending world champion. Brian David Marshall, who wins?
I have to pick Chapin here. I've been so impressed with not only his play here, but his anticipation of this moment from the moment he won Pro Tour Journey into Nyx.
Randy Bueller, same question. Who wins?
I'll pick Shahar. I think if I'd gone first, I might have picked Patrick, but I mean, I think it's really close. I do think Shahar's deck, if he can get to the mid game, get toward the late game, he has the better positioned deck for this matchup. I mean, the reason, the case for Patrick is more that he's better with Abs on mid range than anybody else. The Sidisi whip has been beating Abs on mid range relatively consistently, except it never beats Patrick.
So there you see, Shahar Shenhar begins with a Thoughtseize. He sees Siege Rhino, he sees Sorin, Solemn Visitor, he sees Murderous Cut, and he sees a somewhat different arted Thoughtseize on the other side of the table. Sylvan Caryatid, the only non-land permanent currently on the battlefield, that's from Chapin.
Much like Patrick Chapin himself, it's a throwback Thoughtseize.
There you see Shahar's hand. It includes Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, Corsair, Hero's Downfall, Sidisi the Brood Tyrant, at 1,000 miles away right now, but who knows how this game could go long. Hornet Queen for 4 and triple green.
Interestingly, the deck that Shahar's playing is a deck that Willie Adel built. And he did not ultimately like the Ashioks in the main. And when he played in the World Magic Cup, he put them back in the sideboard.
So we will not see Sorin Solemn Visitor, at least not that copy, from Patrick Chapin. And just looking at his list, he has one more.
Patrick goes right to Siege Rhino.
Oh, yeah. Turn 3, why not? It takes Ashiok out of play for sure, right? Turn 3 Ashiok, no good. Shahar's going to have to deal with this Rhino first.
Which he can, should he choose to. And the fact that he's got rid of a Planeswalker already means using the Hero's Downfall is less of an issue, perhaps?
Yeah, Patrick's Planeswalkers are definitely one of the ways he can win this game. Shahar has 3 Hero's Downfalls in his list. That's one more than Yamamoto had in the semis.
And he does use it just before Patrick's attack step. Breaks a fetch land, gets a swamp. Ran into issues with pain lands we saw earlier against Yuya. Not that he can get those.
So let's have a Thoughtseize back the other way, give a bunch of information out, and Patrick Chapin will go to work writing down the cards that we have already seen from Shahar's hand. The Ashiok, the Corsair, the Sidisi, and the Hornet Queen.
Does Patrick take the Ashiok here because he doesn't have an answer for it?
Wow, he might have to. Yeah, his hand is Murderous Cut and 2 land.
Yeah, so he does actually end up taking the Ashiok.
Planeswalker's gone on both sides of the board then, without getting as far as the battlefield. Five cards for Shenhar. Added a Thoughtseize. Now, he still has very good information about Chapin's hand. Is the value here to firing off another Thoughtseize, Randy, or is this safe for later time?
I mean, I think it depends whether he wants to play Sidisi. His curve says play Sidisi.
So we've seen this sequence a lot. Someone plays the Sidisi with the ability on the stack, use a removal spell. When the cards go to the graveyard, Sidisi is not there anymore. And even if you would get a zombie with Sidisi in play, you don't, because it's not there.
That ooh from Randy Bueller is not about the land, and it is not about another copy of Sidisi. It's about that top card of the graveyard with the shining orange beacon of mythicness on it, Soul of Innistrad. We may see that play a pivotal role here in Game 1 in the best 3 out of 5, remember. As we do see another Planeswalker, and this time Patrick Chapin goes for Ajani, Mentor of Heroes. He has 1 copy of it in his main deck. There you see Ajani. A lot of words on that one.
Yeah, Patrick's choice of deck here owes a lot to Ari Lax's deck that won Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. He's obviously made some changes and adjustments to it, but he really liked the Planeswalker package from Ari's deck.
So you can't always tell with Ajani because both the first abilities are +1 just by looking at the dice to see how the loyalty works, but he of course went to look at the top 4 cards.
And whiffed.
Right.
And Chapin's empty.
Yep. That is, in fact, cards in hand on the screen.
But Ajani is going to help him do something about that, one would think.
Well, I mean, that's the plan. And
Eventually.
I know, well, he doesn't have eventually because of Soul of Innistrad. I mean, I know I talked to Patrick over lunch, and he was saying that card is such a trump. If it gets randomly spilled into the graveyard, it's just this looming, dooming, sword of Damocles hanging over his head.
So we see 2 Courser of Kruphix, a Hero's Downfall, and a Sylvan Caryatid were the 4 cards revealed by the 6 loyalties on Ajani, Mentor of Heroes. The Courser comes down, and we will need to see the top card of a library. And it's a land. So that will go into play in time-honoured fashion.
Patrick did not want to see a follow-up land there.
Shahar will shuffle away the land that was on his next looming draw horizon.
Surprised to see Evolving Wilds in a standard deck, Randy?
A little bit. I mean, it does.
You have so much of your deck where you're looking at the top of it and you have so much information. I guess the extra shuffles, maybe?
Well, it's also the case that there aren't enemy color fetch lands. Right, your polluted deltas can go get blue and black, but you want to be able to get forests, and it can get a forest or a swamp or an island. Like, it is the only fetch land that can do that.
We're getting close to Hornet Queen range.
We really are. Only 1 away right now. Murderous Cut is on top for that man, the Israeli Shahar Shenhar.
Hey, Greg, we can actually look at the Patrick sideboard video because he was talking about this.
So,
almost the same matchup if you want after game 1.
Thoughtseize reveals information. Sata Wayfinder to go with that Hornet Queen plus a forest in hand for Shahar, so he will get to 7 mana, and of course he will have 3 green readily available. On top of Chapin's library now is more land.
I think we're going to see Shahar pass the turn to activate the Soul.
He's only got 5.
Yeah. He went with Thoughtseize. See what's going on. And Chapin will take another look at the top 4. We already knew about the land. There's a Courser, a land, and a Brimaz, King of Areskos. He's got 2 copies of Brimaz. And that middle ability on Ajani, Mentor of Heroes.
Yeah, this is Pat's late game. Right? He does not have Whip of Erebos. He does not have Hornet Queens. His game is Planeswalkers. That's what's supposed to push him over the top at the end. The other thing he doesn't have in game 1, by the way, is any way to deal with Hornet Queen. Like, the card Hornet Queen is devastating against Patrick's deck.
That you get a look at the legendary Cat Soldier, Brimaz, King of Areskos, that is now on the battlefield at the top of Chapin's curve there, you see. Here is Hornet Queen, 7th land, income, not just 2 Flying Death Touch Hornet Queen, but 4 1/1 Flying Death Touch tokens. And the board is getting very busily packed. Life total still high for both players. But now with the Air Force on Shahar Shenhar's side of the board, that Ajani, Mentor of Heroes may not stay unmolested for long, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's basically nothing Patrick can do about the Hornet Queen. I mean, it's essentially a 5-for-1. And, oh, by the way, there's Whip of Erebos on top of Shahar's library to potentially bring it back.
Ugh. Thoughtseize on top for Chapin.
A single Utter End in Chapin's list can deal with the Whip. Main deck.
Right.
Yeah, keep in mind he brings in some 13 cards in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just saying that unlike in the semifinals where Patrick got a game 1, which was able to just kind of win it relatively quickly, game 1 goes long, Patrick's in a lot of trouble, and that's basically what's happened here.
So Ajani will tick up once again.
No, there's the Utter End. Now on the bottom. Near the bottom, anyway.
And a Wingmate Rock is up on top. The one Wingmate Rock in his main deck.
Yeah, that Hornet Queen's so good. And the reason people play Hornet Queen is to play it against Abzan. He's good in a lot of matchups. This is the one where you can just naturally get to 7 mana and cast it.
Right. He's good in play against everybody. But there are some
He's
decks that
fast
don't,
enough to hard cast.
There are some decks that just don't give you the time to get to play him. Patrick's deck is not one of those.
Surely the Hornet Queen's are her.
Her, yes. I've jet-lagged my gender pronouns.
Sorry. Get an Ashiok involved and really confuse you.
2 mana for Sato Wayfinder. Let's have a look at the top. There's a Courser of Kruphix there. And in fact, 3 land to go with Courser of Kruphix. Another Hornet Queen on top of the library for Shahar Shenhar. And there's Whip of Erebos. So although the board is looking very busy and there's Planeswalkers and Brimaz and Corsa, well, things are starting to get out of hand here on the right-hand side of the table with that Whip of Erebos you see. Now, all those creatures have lifelink in addition to just, flying and death touch.
Yeah, if you've looked in on any matches this weekend and seen a board state where, a game stall where someone was at 72 life, it's probably been because of Whip of Erebos.
Mm-hmm.
Not a Johnny's Ultimate?
Oh, I wish.
Huh. So, in come the Flyers, aiming at a Johnny Mentor of Heroes.
The Queen is the flyer left on defense. Shahar would love the opportunity to block with Hornet Queen. Get it into the graveyard. Please attack me. Please kill my creature.
Chapin will draw Wingmate Rock, and Thoughtseize, which seems to be the story of this game one, he just can't seem to not see them. Here's another one on top of his library. But he will up the loyalty on Ajani to take a look at that Thoughtseize plus 3 more. Land, and I think Hero's Downfall.
Swing and a miss.
So now Sylvan Caryatid on top. Sylvan Caryatid and Hornet Queen, the cards on top. One of those is a little bit better right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the things the Abzan deck doesn't have that you see a lot of maybe like the green-black Constellation decks that sort of fill that same spot in the metagame for a lot of players is there's no Doomwake Giant to deal with the Hornet Queens.
Right. Hornet Queen is a lot of the reason why so many Doomwake Giants are running around. Everybody's got Drown in Sorrow or Anger or End Hostilities in their sideboard so that you can recover from a position like this. Doomwake Giant is a card you can put in the main deck that helps you recover from a position like this. Not in Patrick's deck, though.
Life totals currently going up.
It's really interesting to me how Shahar, 3 Grand Prix wins and a Worlds win, and now here he's back in the finals and looks like he's going to go up a game in the finals, but with no Pro Tour top 8s. It's interesting how you'd think of the Pro Tours as being this kind of in-between tournament in terms of difficulty, in between the Grand Prix and the Pro Tour and the World Championships. Okay, Wingmate Rock, sure. It'll help clog the board up for a turn or so. But I think that part of what's going on is that Shahar's the kind of guy that the longer he gets to play a format, the better he gets at it. Right? He's a tuner, and he goes so deep with his technical play that when he gets time to truly understand all the intricacies of the decks and the matchups, he just gets to be one of the best players in the world.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Pro Tours are fresh formats may not play to his strengths as much as it plays to the strengths of some of the innovators of the world.
Sam Black, for example.
Or Patrick
Chapin. Yeah, pun very much intended there.
Sure.
I fully expect to see him in a Pro Tour top 8 kind of any tournament
Did he
now.
just blank on his Polluted Delta?
I think that was Polluted Delta and Whiff. But it's interesting how Worlds and the Grand Prix are in this sort of more similar, especially from a constructed point of view than the Pro Tours are.
Sidisi on top right now. So you can see both Sidisi and Whip on screen, though not yet paired up.
So Whip back a Hornet Queen, get 4 fresh Wasps.
Yeah, and we're at the point where ARBS on mid-range is called mid-range, not ARBS on control. And mid-range kind of happened a few turns ago now.
Yeah. Control happens in games 2 and 3 of sideboarding.
Right.
And 4 and 5.
And 4 and 5.
Yeah, there are no cards in Patrick's deck that can get him out of this. The cards that can get him out of this are in the sideboard. Now, interestingly, Patrick does not have any Drown in Sorrows in his sideboard.
Right.
I mean, that's a card that a lot of Obzon decks do have for this reason.
There you go. Scoop them up. It is 1-0 to Shahar Shenhar. He leads. And that means that Patrick Chapin will have to turn to his sideboard and find some answers that will win him at least 3 of the next 4 maximum games. He is 1-0 down in the best 3 out of 5. But he has 15 cards to work with, as we all do when we sideboard. Why don't we take a look at what Patrick Chapin has in store? Lots of ones there. Singletons include Utter End, Glare of Heresy, Murderous Cut, Planeswalker Liliana Vess, Ditto, Nissa Worldwaker, and Dune Blast, and then more. 2 Anafenza the Foremost, 2 Read the Bones, 2 End Hostilities, and the biggest contribution to the sideboard, 3 Barblight. Randy, any sense of what goes on here?
Yeah, no Drown in Sorrows, but he does have 3 sweepers. The 2 End Hostilities and the Dune Blast are absolutely crucial to preventing Hornet Queen shenanigans from just getting completely out of control. Those are the most important cards. The other card which is crucial to this matchup is Anafenza the Foremost. The ability of Anafenza to just prevent creatures from going to the graveyard is good against Sidisi. It's also good against Whip. It's also a 3-mana 4/4.
You also mentioned sweepers. Bileblight's quite the sweeper.
Sure.
In this matchup where you have 4-8 Wasps
No,
in play.
and hilariously, you Bioblight the tokens away, leaving the Queen herself in play, which is almost better than a Drown in Sorrow. Like, you'd rather have the Queen in play, and just fine, I'll take 2. Elspeth versus Hornet Queen. Elspeth can make 21 tokens before the Queen herself can take down Elspeth.
Yeah. If a Queen doesn't have followers, she's just a Hornet.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Glare of Heresy is about the only card you can reliably say Patrick won't bring in this matchup.
Right.
I don't believe he's bringing in the Nissa in this match, but it's entirely possible.
Sure.
All right, so looking for sweepers on the Patrick Chapin side of the board to get out of the way of Hornet Queen and her many followers. What about the other side of the matchup? Let's take a look at Shahar Shenhar for you, and we'll see what he has to offer. Again, plenty of singletons. There's Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, Drown in Sorrow, Soul of Innistrad, Farika God of Affliction, and Dig Through Time. The 2s are Reclamation Sage and Sultide Charm, and then 2 sets of 3s. He also has 3 Bileblight, but his other 3 is Disdainful Stroke, one of the real big cards of the week, Brian David Marshall.
Yeah, Disdainful Stroke, I imagine, to be maybe the 3 first cards he slams into his main deck configuration in this matchup, knowing especially what Patrick's going to be doing after sideboard with some sweepers of his own, some sweepers that he'll be bringing in.
I think Soul of Innistrad is the first card that gets Windmill slammed in.
Right.
But that's fine. The Strokes, you can be excited about the Strokes. The Soul is the most exciting card here.
So Farika God of Affliction also, for a lot of the same reasons, I think is going to come in here because he gets to rebuild after an End Hostilities.
Yeah, it can help when the game goes grindy.
Assuming he can deal with the Anafenza first.
Well, yeah. I think Ashiok is also coming in. I mean, I think that the reason that the 2 Ashioks are in his main deck already is for these mid-range matchups. Shahar definitely likes that card. Thinks it's well positioned for the grindy long game matches against green decks.
Mm-hmm. And then you just always go for a Dig Through Time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not getting attacked by, Fire Drinker Satyrs or Battlewise Hoplites, yeah, sign me up. 8 mana cards.
The
Bring
Soul
'em
of
in.
Innistrad that we've seen, Randy, going into Shahar's graveyard, is that something on the other side of the table that you're able to ignore in terms of the mental energy whenever cards are getting flipped into the graveyard? Or is there a slightly sort of sick feeling as they're going, oh, okay, here's Sidisi, I'm going to just put some more cards in my graveyard. Is there a Soul of Innistrad there? Is there? How do you sort of feel about that? Sort of on an emotional level, I guess.
I think it's in between, actually. I think
Right.
that it's important to keep track of whether there's a Soul of Innistrad randomly in the graveyard or not, because I think it changes the way you have to play. Like, strategically, and I mean, emotionally, I don't think Patrick is very, very emotional. I mean, he wants this, but he's all business. I mean, he's been in this seat before. He's not going to get distracted by the emotions of the moment. But you know what? If when he sees the Soul gets built into the graveyard, he knows he has to maybe gamble and try to win a little bit faster. He knows he has to try to close the game before the Soul has time to matter.
Speaking of people who've been in this seat before,
sure.
Hall of Famers, Patrick Chapin, obviously a Pro Tour Hall of Famer. Hall of Famers who've been in a World Final. Patrick Chapin is one of them. He already was in a World's Final. John Finkel, Bob Marr, Kai Buda, Ben Rubin, Frank Karsten, Patrick Chapin, Makihito Mahara, and Guillaume Wafatapa. Wow. The winners are Finkel, Buda, and Mahara. You have a whole bevy of Hall of Famers who've been in a top 8 or a top 4. But, you know, there have been 0 repeats before this weekend of players in a final.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now you have both of them.
Not only has there never been a repeat world champion, there's never even been somebody who's repeated a finals appearance.
Yeah, and now we have 2 players repeating their finals appearance here in this match.
Yeah, it certainly helps that the tournament is only 24 players now.
Sure.
I mean, some of these stats these things were gonna happen.
I tell you what, though. But yeah, from that point of view, that's true. But also, let's remember that some of the world's matches in the past, where you had a lot of pro players up the top end, and then you sort of combined it with the world team competition. You had players, who were the number 3 seed on relatively small countries with not a ton of Magic experience, and a lot of day one. You look at the top of the standings after day one of Worlds in 2003 and 2006 and 2008, and you see a lot of big names up at the top because they got to play against a standard that was not quite Hall of Fame standard. You look at day one of the World Championship here, and you start with a Player of the Year, followed by a Hall of Famer, followed by a Pro Tour champion, and then you're at 0-3 and out of the draft, and let's start playing constructed.
Yeah, no, it is the toughest field ever assembled. This tournament every year is the toughest tournament of the year in terms of the quality of the field. It's just a little bit less variance when you've got only 24 players.
Yeah, almost as many Hall of Famers have been in the top 8, by the way. 24 players in this event. 23 Hall of Famers have been in the top 8 or top 4 of a Worlds.
Shahar Shenhar ends up sending his hand back. I think we saw a look that saw just 1 land and 6 spells. That's relatively straightforward. For Patrick Chapin, he has a pretty land-heavy draw as well. Looks like to me like he had 5 land, a Bile Blight, 1 other, and so...
And an Elspeth.
And Elspeth, that's right, yeah.
Good eyes, Rich.
Yeah, so, I don't know. Obviously, the Shahar mulligan is pretty straightforward. Would you have been tempted, Randy, by the mulligan if you're Patrick Chapin here in Game 2? 5 land it's a lot of land.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 land, 2 spells. You have to think about those. I mean, 6 land, 1 spell is pretty much an auto mulligan.
Sure.
I mean, maybe you can paint a scenario where there's 1 spell that's so impactful in a match that you would keep it, but I struggle to think of one. So yeah, 5 and 2, those are on the edge. I think the thing is that Elspeth is great, and Bile Blight is relevant enough. You've got, it's an above average 2 spells. And if you're going to 4, are you really going to do better than 2 good spells?
Right. And if you is there any extra value in seeing a sideboard card? Right, Bile Blight's a card he's made that's come at some expense to his main deck.
True.
So he sees that Bile Blight, he says, I wanted this here for these games, and seeing it, does that maybe, make it count for a little extra of a card?
Yeah, it means it's an above average spell.
Now that looks much more manageable. 3 land, 3 spells, Seder Wayfinder, Farika, God of Affliction there, Hero's Downfall. That looks perfectly acceptable, thank you so much. Although, is he Hollywooding here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is going to sigh and then keep, and Patrick is not buying it.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's not buying it. We don't talk a lot about Patrick's mental game, but it is among the best.
Right. So here we go. Patrick Chapin underway with a Temple.
Yeah. And one of those 6 lands was a Scry land.
Oh, sure. Even better. I remember a PTQ back in the 90s. Pat Chapin played in the top 8. He convinced his opponent to mulligan to 0 in Game 2. He spent Game 1, he won with like a scroll rack to just put extra cards back into his library and like decked the guy all the way down to the bottom of both libraries. Convinced his opponent that, you know what, if the opponent had just had 7 more cards in his library, it wouldn't have been possible for Pat to win. It's like crazy winter orb, prison lock, and he just literally played it out to the bottom of the library to try to trick the opponent, and the opponent was just like, I'm going to mulligan to 0. You can't win. Turns out, when your opponent mulligans to 0, you can advance in the PTQ.
Speaking of 0, that's how many lands Shahar saw off of his Seder Wayfinder here on turn 2.
Yep, you may put a land card from among them into your hand, but not if you don't see one. So we just have a 1/1 in play instead. But we do have some fuel in the graveyard.
Another scry land from Patrick.
And backup Elspeth is now in hand, but we're going to see the first Planeswalker of this particular game being Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver. So Chapin will reveal the top 3.
It's a little better than the Ashiok Shahar had for turn 3 in game 1. There was already a Siege Rhino in play by then.
Right. Back we go to Chapin. There you get a look at Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver. That's what Shahar has in play, getting ready to do its thing.
Courser of Crucifix for Patrick. Oh, and there's a Hero's Downfall.
Up we go.
There goes a Hero's Downfall.
And a Corsair, which therefore goes, as it were, under Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver.
Wow. And he turns his draw phase into a land while he's holding a bunch of land and his Corsair in play. Ashiok doing work this game.
Now, we've seen an ultimate on Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver already today, but it was not on the winning side.
No, it was not the way that game wanted to go for fans of the Greek team.
Reminder for those of you just joining us, Denmark are the World Magic Cup champions for 2014. They defeated the Cinderella team of Greece in the final. A tremendous match and a tremendous tournament for both of them, but Denmark hold the trophy for this year. Who will join them in the epic photo shoot? Will it be Shahar Shenhar, 1-0 up in this best 3 out of 5, or will it be Patrick Chapin chasing down an elusive world's title?
I like the images floating around Twitter already. Dane Blast.
Yes.
Choose one country, destroy the rest.
Wow.
Shuhei who's here at the Japanese coverage side for Nico Nico, was running around saying Dane Blast at lunch.
Courser of Crucifix is on top.
Right. Plays Courser of Crucifix from under Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. That's Patrick's Courser in play, and it also finds him a land.
Yep, they're in different sleeves, so hopefully that won't be an issue at the end of game 2.
Patrick's draw has not exactly worked out.
No, it's not been great for him, not least somewhat forced to happen by Shahar, who is waiting patiently for Chapin to do his thing, which right now is looking like land number 6. He's got plenty to choose from. Still, as it continues, the land, Windswept Heath, Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth available. And he is going to try and thin his library somewhat further.
Right. He's going to play right into a Disdainful Stroke here. But needs to get something going.
Oh, yeah.
The the fastest ever Elspeth that never even attempted to hit the battlefield.
He just tapped his mana and put Elspeth in the graveyard.
Right.
Yeah.
Got the sideboarding report, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Chapin took out all 4 Caryatids. He took out Brimaz, the 1 Wingmate Rock, the 2 Sorens, the Ajani, the 1 Murderous Cut, in order to bring in the Bile Blights, the 2 Read the Bones, 2 End Hostilities, the Utter End, the Dune Blast, and the 2 Anafenzas. So no Nissa, no Galere, no Liliana, no Cut. 11 cards. Different.
So while that's happened, Ashiok has gone up, and we see now a Siege Rhino under the Ashiok, while Utter End and End Hostilities are paired up in the Exile Zone as you look at the screen above Chapin's graveyard.
Shahar sideboarding brought in the Ashiok that we expected, brought in the Disdainful Strokes, the Soul, the Dig, the Pharika, exactly the cards we were talking about. Did not bring in the Bile Blights or the Drown or the 2 Reclamation Sages or the 2 Sultai Charms. What's coming out is often more interesting than what went in. He trimmed half of his Caryatids. He took out his 2 Doomwake Giants, took out 2 of his 4 Sidisi's, and a Thoughtseize.
Chapin with 5 cards, but Shahar Shenhar with a nice board position here in Game 2. Remember, he is 1 up in the best 3 out of 5. Here we see Abzan Charm from Chapin. So he is going to go further into his library. 2 more cards he gets. Passes the turn back with no land permanents. And Shahar here is, well, he's got a Pharika down there and is going to go, I'm going to Ashiok down, Siege Rhino. So I'll have that copy of your card as well. So half the creatures on the battlefield belong to Chapin but are sitting on Shenhar's side of the battlefield.
How close is he to being able to attack with that Pharika?
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, there
Smash.
it goes. The 2 extra pips off of the
that plus the
Siege
Rhino.
Rhino, and then 2 pips off of the Courser of Krufix.
Lethal, right?
That makes Pharika a proper god. And Chapin is looking.
Doing some math. He did not think this game was ending this turn. Not that
he has Bile Blight to keep himself alive. He can also turn off
Bile Blight Pharika.
He's going to cast 2 Bile Blights, and he's going to kill the 2 Coursers of Krufix.
No, I think he's going to kill Pharika.
Oh, he's going to kill
Yeah.
Pharika. Okay. Well, killing the Coursers would also shut off Pharika, but I guess he just wants to.
He'd rather get rid of it.
Yeah,
I mean, he can
get
let
it
refill.
the-
He basically needs an End Hostilities
Get
anyway.
the heck out of here.
And
if
we've
he's- if
already
he's-
seen 1 exiled with Ashiok.
Abzan Charm. That is, he can Abzan Charm into End Hostilities. But I mean, he's going to need an End Hostilities anyway, definitely once Pharika gone after that resolves.
Mm-hmm. So, Chapin uses up all his spare life.
Nope.
And does not find an End Hostilities, and by 2-0, Shahar Shenhar leads Patrick Chapin, and he, this 21-year-old astonishing talent from Israel, is 1 game away, not just from 2 world titles, but say it loud, say it proud, back-to-back world titles.
Wow.
Just something that has never happened before.
I feel like it's not even been contemplated. What were the odds? Somebody winning this? I mean, only 24-person tournament, but still, the odds of somebody winning this tournament back to back is incredibly impressive.
Well, a card that was very impressive in Game 2 for Shahar Shenhar was Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Why don't we take a look at the Planeswalker? Ashiok kicks off with +2 to exile the top 3 cards of Patrick Chapin's library. -X, put a creature card with converted mana cost X, exiled with Ashiok Nightmare Weaver onto the battlefield under Shahar Shenhar's control. That creature is indeed a nightmare for Patrick Chapin, it turns out, in addition to its other types. And -10, as we say, we saw that earlier in the World Magic Cup final with Greece, but it did not play out.
Yeah, that was actually one of the craziest sets of turns I've ever seen.
The end of the World Magic Cup?
Yes.
It was absurd. One guy has the game. I could not imagine the scenario.
It's like
it was like a runner into 0 out somehow.
I can almost see the meme. You like top decks? I got top decks for your top decks for your top decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Siege Rhino into Dune Blast into Wingmate Rock. All predicated on taking taking Disdainful Stroke with a Thoughtseize at a point where you couldn't even win, where it seemed impossible.
Yeah, it was helped by the fact that the Ashiok that had been depleting the library instead got ultimated. So then Ashiok was not able to put creatures into play.
Right.
Because it didn't have enough loyalty anymore.
Loyalty is very important, and I know that outside watching this, there are so many players invested, not just in a friendly way, but in hours and hundreds of hours and traveling to tournaments and discussing decks to these two players, because although on screen you have a Patrick Chapin and you have a Shahar Shenhar, off screen you have a support network of pros who are absolutely devoted to seeing their man claim the trophy here.
This is Pantheon versus Channel Fireball Pantheon versus classic Channel Fireball team here.
Sort of.
Right, sort of.
I mean, the Pantheon kind of split up into different groups for this field.
Sure.
I mean, the Peach Card and Oath guys worked together. Patrick basically worked with Paul Reitzel.
Right.
It was him and Reitzel.
Reitzel, and then worked at home, not at the tournament, with Michael Jacob and Matt Sperling.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that was essentially Patrick's support network. Shahar worked with Josh Utter-Layton, with Tom Martell, and with Paulo Vitor Damarosa
and Willie Adel. Willie Adel, who built this deck that he's playing right now.
Yeah, and incidentally, congratulations to Willie Adel and Team Brazil for making it to the top 8 in a weekend of dreams coming true for people. It is no doubt that the Brazilian team making Sunday was a huge deal, and there's such a passionate community down there in Brazil. Great job to make it to the top 8. Well done, and Willie Adel has a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, let's also congratulate Josh Utter-Layton on building the modern deck that helped Shahar get here. Throwing around some congratulations. I mean, Shahar went 3-1 with the modern Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck that Josh Utter-Layton put together. That team may have broken modern.
There were a lot of people on Josh Utter-Layton's team who decided to say on social media, am I imagining things, or is February going to be a very good month?
Yes. The next Pro Tour is also modern, it turns out. And having Josh Utter-Layton on your team is a pretty nice thing to have going into that Pro Tour.
Right.
So, Patrick Chapin, 0-2 hole. Thinking back to another famous 0-2 hole, Luis Scott Vargas. Randy, you and I were in Berlin, and we were able to look out the booth, and one of the people you saw in the front row of that was Patrick Chapin.
Sure.
Rooting on Luis.
One land hand. That's going back.
Straight away.
Wow.
Let's not forget that when Shahar was at 2 wins last time round against Reed Duke, we watched Reed Duke mulligan. And mulligan, and mulligan, and not quite to 3. I think 4 was where the horror stopped.
That was game 4, though. That's not an omen yet.
Yeah, sure. This has been a match of parallels. So we talked about the rematch against the Israeli national champion. It's the same floor reporter in Tim Willoughby that was there at Worlds in 2007.
Yep.
Shahar really, starting to build a legacy. Win or lose this match, his ability to pilot these decks through this field is truly incredible.
And keep in mind, his Israeli team made a fairly deep run in the World Magic Cup, so he was playing for every single possible day of this event. Today's actually his least stressful day.
It's funny.
Yeah, he played every round.
Yeah, I believe Israel actually had one of the best 8 records in the field, too. The way you pick the top 8 teams is, of course, with this potted system, which I happen to be a big fan of. Top 2 teams from each pod to advance. But Israel did great on day 1, did great in their first pod, but they stumbled into an 0-3.
What are the 6 cards? There's 2 land there. There's an Abzan Charm, there's Utter End, there's Bile Blight, and there's Hero's Downfall. It's a Temple and a Windswept Heath. Now, what do you do here, gentlemen?
I think he's keeping it. He's showing it to the spotter.
I think you have to. Handshaking a little bit.
Loosening the tie.
Grabbing at the tie.
All right.
Okay, guys, good stuff. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Patrick Chapin, can you keep Worlds Week alive? We've seen 4, nearly 5 days of action.
Push to the bottom.
And now there are no more results to come except this one, the final of the World Championship. Land from Shahar. You see his hand, Seder Wayfinder, Corsair, Downfall, Tyrant, and Queen.
See a black mana source.
Yes, off the top.
You know, being able to cast that Utter End to take out a whip, pretty crucial in this matchup.
Definitely.
So, land number 2 and pass. Take a point. Here's Seder Wayfinder. Doesn't have to...
Another whiff.
Wow.
Yeah. But still 2 lands in hand or 1 land in hand.
Yeah, it did spell a queen for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, Sidisi whiff, not really delivering for Shahar so far, but the whip absolutely has. Land number 3. 5 cards in hand for Chapin, having mulligan to 6. Shah having not gained a benefit from his Seder Wayfinder, other than, I'll hit you for 1.
And stock my yard for later.
Yeah. Not full value, let's say. And he's going to send immediately away for his 3rd land. You see the rankings of the players, both inside the top 25 players in the world, of course. Shahar at 14, Chapin at 19. Expect them to rocket up the standings on the back of their performances this weekend, because 1 pro point for every match win, 2 for each win on Sunday. As we see Farika, God of Affliction, on top of Shahar's library. And now a Corsair in play, that's why.
I think we're going to see Brimaz here.
Now, didn't Brimaz come out after game 1? Am I imagining that? I'm pretty sure that's what we said.
Yes, it
did. Yeah. So this is a change in strategy here for Chapin.
Well, Patrick said it was a even if he brings in the same cards every time, different cards come out depending on player draw, depending on what he's seen his opponent do.
Shahar's out of lands, too, by the way. I mean, it may become an issue if Corsair can't find anything on top of his library.
Right. I think we're going to see... We are going to see Brimaz. I mean, Utter-Ending the Corsair is also a possibility.
So let's see what's on top. It is not a land. It's a Thoughtseize. Still no land for Shahar.
It does have a downfall for the Brimaz. I mean, the only spells... I guess he could play second Corsair. He could play Farika. I gotta think he downfall Brimaz before tokens start flying everywhere.
Especially as all you really want is time.
Right.
And that's what he does.
For only the 394th time this week, are Bueller correct about a line of play?
Second black still eluding Patrick here.
True. That's a good point.
And now he is going to Utter-End the Corsair.
Well, now he knows Shahar missed a land drop. He had not seen his hand. He didn't know that Shahar was so desperate for lands. This sequence makes a lot of play. You don't Utter-End it But then when he's out of land, you do. But
there's another Corsair. Once again, we're seeing Shahar's lands do damage to him, though. He's taken a little bit from that Llanowar Wastes.
I think that land showed up just in time.
Chapin's not burning, though. This is not a succession of lightning strikes and stoke the flames in the future. Could be some siege rhinos with bonus burn spell attached. It's a land for Chapin.
And it looks like a black source.
Yep.
Does turn his hand on. Interesting. Corsair kind of did the damage. Got a free land. We also know there's a land on top, so Shahar's going to hit his land drop next turn whether he has a Corsair or not. I don't know if it's worth killing that Corsair now. I think that's what Pat's thinking about.
Go
Declines.
ahead.
Inside the draw phase.
Yep.
Now that I see that there's a land on top that you could play for free, I'm going to kill Corsair before you get the opportunity. So yeah, Patrick waited to see the draw phase, and then did that inside.
So I think we may see Sidisi here.
Chapin at 7.
Actually leads off with Thoughtseize. He says, what are you holding?
2 Bile Blight and a Hero's Downfall. We've known that all the time. We didn't even have to pay life for it.
I've got Chapin's new sideboard, by the way.
Okay.
He only has 1 End Hostilities in his deck.
Oh, wow.
And he only has 1 Elspeth in his deck. And he's got back the 2 Brumazes.
Okay.
The rest of it looks the same.
Any changes for Shenhar?
Nope.
Shenhar's like, that worked out perfectly. So Scry, he knows it's a temple. He knows it's a temple of mystery.
I think you want to draw land here, don't you?
Yeah, that's what he...
Yeah, it's even a Scry land,
his
right?
instinct was to get rid of it, but now he's like, on second thought, I kind of want that. Shahar goes to 11. That's his lands doing him in again. But again, I don't think Patrick can really punish him. Not without running Siege Rhinos. And Patrick draws for the turn. So now we know he only has 1 End Hostilities. We know he only has 1 Elspeth.
Yep.
Are the Read the Bones still in there? I know that's a card he really
Yes.
he really likes after sideboarding.
He doesn't have a lot of life to play with, though.
Oh, he's down to 6.
6 points away from a back-to-back world title for Shahar Shenhar. Can he do it?
It's pretty insane.
Shahar's dad, Ariel's been here all week.
Yep.
Along the rail, rooting on his son in the World Championship, or rooting on the Israeli team in the World Magic Cup.
Just like last year.
Yeah. Having just an unbelievable amount of pride in his son's success. It's been fun to watch.
And I know Shahar's teammates have given him grief over the years. Lucky Shahar and little kid luck this. He's 21 now. This is not little kid luck.
Well, he said little kid luck ran out at 21.
Yeah,
There's
this
Sidisi.
is skill. This is pure skill, and it has really been a delight to watch.
Is there a way back in for Chapin?
Yeah, draw his 1 End Hostilities. Here he's going to Bile Blight. He takes
Ouch.
damage. We were talking about the land doing damage.
Oh yeah.
To Shahar, but it has been all pain for Patrick.
Does kill the city. Sees a response to the trigger though, so no zombies. That 1-Satyr Wayfinder though is here's 25% of your life.
Yeah, Patrick falls to 3 on the attack.
Chapin draws a Siege Rhino. It's not an end to hostilities, but it is an end being on 3 life.
He goes to 2 for a moment.
Yeah.
And then up to 5.
Wow, the
Shahar
sweats
goes
are
to
on.
7.
Yeah, no, this is pretty tight. Siege Rhino's not small.
Shahar.
There's a 7th land for Shahar. It comes into play tap, though.
A Soul of Innistrad and a Hornet Queen for Shahar.
And the land to play either of them next turn, but
We can play Soul.
He can play Soul. He can play Soul this turn.
It's got to be the line, right? I mean, I guess the other option is to make tokens with Farika.
Yes.
So there's the Opulent Palace, land number 7. And Shahar has a Palace of Riches in hand with that Soul of Innistrad and Hornet Queen.
Yeah, he wants to make death touching tokens specifically. If he plays Soul and Patrick can remove it and hit him with Siege Rhino, that's kind of bad. But he can make multiple death touch tokens here. He'll get trampled over for a little bit, but he'll take down the Siege Rhino.
So he passes the turn. Chapin has drawn a Courser of Kruphix for this turn. This is a man who will have to be carried out on his shield. Courser reveals land. Land
Gain a
comes
life.
into play. Edge closer to parity at 6 to 7. But another land on top.
He can shuffle that away.
Yep. Are you looking at a back-to-back world champion? 2013 over Reed Duke. 2014 2 up and 6 life points away against Patrick Chapin. Or will the man who never knows when he's beaten find a way out from here? This one is not done.
And Pat's got to figure out whether he wants to attack with Siege Rhino into the threat of death touching tokens from Farika. He knows he would get to trample over, but he also knows he would lose his Siege Rhino. It's a tricky spot.
Yeah, first he wants to look at a fresh card.
Let's see. What am I going to draw next turn? Let's find out this again. Just more information that might influence this decision. If he has like Siege Rhino on top of his library, then suddenly getting through 4 damage would sound awesome. Hard to get through 4 though. What is it? Oh, still a land. He's got another fetch land, though. He can repeat the trick. I don't know how many forests and plains does he have? That's all of them.
That's 2 forests, 2 plains.
That Windswept Heath is dead. All it does is reshuffle.
Oh, that's the job he's looking for.
I mean,
right
it's
now.
still fine. Yeah, he doesn't really need the 8th mana here.
The sum total of what he desires from it.
It means he won't be gaining a life, though, from the Courser, the way he did with the first fetch land. So go down to 5 in order to reshuffle to get information about your next top deck. That's what he's thinking about. His hand is what, a single Hero's Downfall?
Yes, which costs him
2 life.
2 life to cast.
So many little edges.
And Shahar's hand is absurd. All right, Siege Rhino's going in. Shahar's got, the first one is pain-free, right?
First one is pain-free.
A black and a green. Here, you see Farika.
Its controller, its owner, gets a 1/1 black and green.
Yeah, he wants multiples. Not interested in taking trample damage, so he's going to put 2 in front. Hero's Downfall could get it up to 3 points of trample. Super smart from Shahar. If he'd put 1 in front, he would have run the risk that this Hero's Downfall could get him to 3, which is kind of a magic number when your opponent has Siege Rhinos in their deck.
Patrick's considering it.
Knocking him to 4?
He says, okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure there's that much difference between 4 and 5. Trample over for 2.
Chapin passes. He has the lead in life. But Shahar has the lead in games, 2-0.
And the lead in
Hornet Queens.
Flying
in
creatures.
7.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That is not what Patrick wanted to see.
Did he have to take any damage to do that?
I don't think
so. No, he did not.
Yeah, Opulent Palace.
Opulent Palace, Temple of Mystery.
Time
and
to crack
Forest.
Windswept Heath.
Yeah, you have to, right?
Yeah, he needs to draw. He needs to draw, basically end hostilities. I mean, Bile Blight might be useful.
He's taking 6 in the air.
He's going to just... Looks like he's just... Nah, he went to untap and then thought again.
Well, he can do it during his upkeep. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter.
Okay, sure. So shuffle away off a Windswept Heath. When that deck reappears at the top left of your screen, we are going to be a top deck away potentially from a new and returning and repeating world champion.
Yeah, basically,
in Shahar Shenhar.
It needs to be Bile Blight or end hostilities.
Bile Blight would drop him to 3, and he would take
Read the Bones
2.
lets him keep going.
He would go to 1.
Dune Blast would also be good.
He needs, ironically, to end hostilities to keep hostilities going.
Dune Blast would be the...
Dune Blast is the best.
Okay. What is it?
Abzan Charm. Can he afford to draw 2?
So that comes into hand. On top is a land.
All right, that gains a life. Abzan Charm would leave him with 5 mana. He can Abzan Charm.
This gets him to 7.
Dune Blast no longer an out, though.
Another Abzan Charm on top. You see 8 land available, 8 mana. And there's Shahar, who's been so cool and calm and collected all through 5 days.
Llanowar Waste pings away.
Even he can see how close he is. That's the first card. Here's the second.
It's not end hostilities.
Let's read the Bones on top. Chapin at 3. Shenhar at
Can't
5.
do the next one. Hero's Downfall is not good enough. Patrick's going to work through the math, and I think he's going to have to extend the hand.
5 days for this moment, for that not quite so young man. 21 and twice #1. He is your back-to-back world champion. Shahar Shenhar Israel. Do it. And Shahar claims the title over Patrick Chapin, and that is just an astonishing performance. Because look at
There's the
that.
smile.
There we go. 23 of the best players in the world, and you have to go through on Sunday Yuya Watanabe, the 2012 world champion, and then Patrick Chapin in his second world championship final. And Shahar Shenhar is your world champion for 2014. Welcome back to the booth. Rich Hagan sitting alongside the historian and the Hall of Famer. And we are done. BDM, incredible.
Incredible. 2 years in a row, he's had to go through a murderer's row, semifinals and finals to become the world champion. Just 2 unbelievably composed, dominating performances by a young man, who I think has still not hit the peak of his powers.
He's only 21. He's got plenty more years of great magic in front of him. Randy, thanks to you. Thanks to Brian David Marshall. Why don't we hand it back to the news desk? And that means it's time once again for Marshall Sutcliffe.
And he did it. I almost can't believe it, but I also can at the same time. Shahar Shenhar is our world champion yet again. I was sitting here last year. I mean, it wasn't exactly this desk, but and Shahar Shenhar won. He did it again. Ben, what did you make of the finals there?
Well, I mean, obviously you saw, Shahar drew a little better than Pat. Pat had problems with taking too much damage from his own land, losing all his end hostilities to Ashiok the previous game. But, we saw some excellent magic.
Some sweet plays down the stretch.
Yeah, if you even saw the last couple turns of that game, my first gut watching the game was, hey, why didn't Shahar just cast Soul of Innistrad? If he has removal, you almost want it in the yard. And then I quickly realized that I was like, wait, maybe Shahar is going to make 2 tokens in double block, because one of the last cards your opponent could always have after they've had the opportunity to cast all their permanents is a removal. And, Shahar could definitely beat a removal there because he had Hornet Queen for the following turn, and he had Farika in play, even if, Pat had a sweeper or something in answer to the Hornet Queen. So it was a great play by Shahar to play around spot removal there. If he single blocks that Siege Rhino and then it gets Hero's Downfalled, he takes 4 damage going all the way down to like 1. He doesn't have lethal on the following turn for Pat. He has Hornet Queen, but he doesn't have lethal. So then Pat gets to attack with the Siege Rhino, and Shahar has to throw a ton in front of that, or with +2/+2 from Abzan Charm or more removal, it could kill Shahar because Shahar's at 1. So then that opens the door for Pat a lot, because if Shahar throws a ton in front of it, the Siege Rhino can take out a lot of those creatures, and then maybe Pat can go on to win that game. Maybe. I mean, it's a tough game for Pat, but maybe. The way Shahar made the 2 blockers and double blocked the Siege Rhino, making sure to kill it, kind of closed the door on that game for Pat. And then actually, we were watching, I was like, well, even if Pat draws End Hostilities, he's still going to have to beat Farika, so this is a really tough game for Pat. Then he draws Abzan Charm.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's actually the perfect draw. I mean, you'd rather see End Hostilities because you could always just draw the Abzan Charm next turn, but that's almost the perfect draw because Pat needed more ammunition to be able to beat the Farika after End Hostilities. So I'm like, all right, he draws Abzan Charm, he gets to put lands into play off the Courser, and he gets to Abzan Charm. If he finds the End Hostilities now, he might also find another spell off the Abzan Charm and his next draw step. Maybe he's still alive, but then the End Hostilities didn't come, and Shahar took the match.
And that was it. Shahar Shenhar becomes our champion. Why don't we take a look at how he got there? We had the top 4 bracket, of course, for the World Championship, in which Shahar had to work his way through, well, one of the toughest possible fields in any Magic tournament you could ever play, right? I mean, these World Championship lineups are absolutely off the charts, and you can see in the top 4 here that it was as simple as, beating Yuya Watanabe and then beating Patrick Chapin to become our champion. Of course, Patrick beat Kentaro Yamamoto from Japan. Japan putting 2 players in the top 4, neither of them able to make it into the finals, however. And we've got a new champion.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Shahar. Well earned by him as well. You said you were impressed by that last play. What did you make of the play overall?
Oh, overall, it was very good. I mean, obviously, Pat and Shahar, top players, they've both been here before. I mean, Shahar won this tournament last year. And, I thought he was, a little bit of an underdog in this matchup, but it's standard, and I thought it was a close match. Last year, I thought Shahar was a massive underdog to Reed Duke in the finals.
He was a huge underdog.
And then he was down 0-2, I believe, also.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Shahar, really playing great Magic, doing everything right, and, rewarded for it.
Okay, well, we've got a 2-time world champion back-to-back now. We haven't had that before.
Never.
Congratulations to Shahar Shenhar. But for now, let's go over to Rich Hagan for the award ceremony.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the award ceremony for the Magic the Gathering World Championship 2014. We begin with our finalist, beaten but unbowed, winning $20,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the innovator from the United States, Patrick Chapin. Patrick Chapin winning $20,000. An amazing performance and an amazing player. But now the champion of Magic the Gathering for 2014, as he was the champion of Magic the Gathering in 2013. Will we ever see the like again? The champion from Israel, Shahar Shenhar. Okay. Shahar, let's do all this again like we did last year. Okay. First question, family in the building once again. What does that mean to you?
Everything.
That was easy. And now we'll go for a slightly longer answer with, tell us about the friends who have helped to make it possible, because only one man can turn that final card sideways, but it takes a lot of people and a support network to end up with a trophy like that.
Yeah, so I started off testing with Paulo, Willie, Tom Martell, and Raptor. And just the last couple hours, Tom, Raptor, Hayne, Jacob Wilson. I really don't want to miss anyone else here, but I think that was it.
So, what are you doing in 2015? Fancy another go at this?
I'm definitely going to go for it. I'm qualified now, so we'll see what happens. I'm not going to call anything. I'm not going to jinx it. So.
Very wise. Ladies and gentlemen, with his family and his friends behind him, once again, I can't believe we're saying that, the champion of the world is Shahar Shenhar. Shahar, Israeli, good. Let's take you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
You heard it. Shahar, really good. It's not untrue.
It's not untrue.
I mean, we got to give it to Rich for that. He is absolutely correct. Shahar, insane Magic player, only 21 years old. We have a back-to-back world champion. BDM, I want to take a minute with you, though. We're actually going to get Shahar in here for an interview.
Oh, sweet.
But before we do, I wanted to ask you about some of your highlights. We were here since Sunday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been here for an entire week. We had the World Magic Cup. We've crowned our champions, Denmark. And now we have the World Championship with Shahar Shenhar. Any highlights for the week from you?
So many highlights.
Right?
So many highlights.
I feel like I'm bombarding you. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
no,
I'll just throw you under the bus with, you have to come up with your list and rank it now.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, watching, it starts off just before round one of day one of the World Championship, watching players open IRL Vintage Masters packs.
That was so sweet.
Right? Watching Josh Utter-Layton draft a Mox Jet, play a turn 1 Wild Mongrel, and make a turn 2 Arrogant Worm, thanks to the powers of cards printed first in 1993.
That was a highlight.
Right? That's just absolutely insane. Vintage Masters was a treat to watch. And we watched Shahar Shenhar go 3-0 in that format, drafting goblins and contentious pick. He picks a Chain Lightning over a Beetleback Chief.
Yes.
You can watch his draft. It was such an exciting format.
Yeah. Now, what about for the World Magic Cup? What were the things that sort of stood out to you from that?
I obviously huge kudos to Martin Mueller and the Danish team for being the World Magic Cup champions. But for me, the Dominican team that came in, the Garrick helm, and
I saw you stole that from me.
I didn't steal that. They gave it to me. They gave that to me. They came over. They made a point of giving it to me because I was so impressed with it. And the animal pelt over the shoulders. The Greek team in their jerseys. The Team Peru in their Team Peru zip up. Their hoodies in red, and the Guatemalan team
with the
Uruguay, so unbelievable with their just how sharp they looked all week. I love the national pride, and then a step further than that, the teams that make it to the top 8, even if they don't make it through to the finals and win, all of those teams, Willie Adel bringing 2 new Brazilian players onto the Pro Tour. Nam Song-wook bringing more Korean players, more players from South Korea in his bid to get a Grand Prix in Seoul. Getting more players onto the South Korean players onto the Pro Tour and exciting people at home.
Which is great. Such a great gamer culture there too. So
I just love it. I love watching the World Magic Cup as it just completely throws gasoline on the competitive fire for players in more than 70 countries all around the world.
Yeah, for me, every time we leave a World Magic Cup, I'm always left with a lot of images, and the images are usually a player playing and then his teammates huddled around, and it creates a certain electricity. I get to be down in the feature match sometimes, either running the feature match or doing the iPad down there, and I can't. It's hard to describe how much different it feels.
Well, mostly you can't get close enough to see what the cards are because there's 4 people huddled here. Right? You're like, hey, get out of the way.
Right, but you're forced to look at it and say, look at what's happening here. Like these are 4 minds, hopefully working together.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get in the way of each other.
I mean, it was really interesting. We saw the Slovakian team that made it into the quarterfinals. We saw them in the last round of the Swiss. Nothing irreparable. We saw them get a little heated with each other. I said, "What are you doing? Why did you sideboard this way?" And
there's a lot on the line.
There was a huge amount on the line, a huge amount of data to process, and you know, big differences in experience sometimes between the captains of those teams and some of the other players.
All right, I am told we've got Shahar Shenhar. Let's bring him on for his winner interview. Our new world champion, sort of.
Let's go. Here?
Yeah,
Goes right there,
This
Shahar.
goes right here. I'll just hold that up for
Shahar,
you.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You are the world
Congratulations.
champion.
Thank you.
Once again, talk us through that last turn sequence as you were coming down the stretch against Patrick.
Well, I knew what he had on top of his deck, so he had to sacrifice. So it's basically just ends hostilities or nothing. And the second I didn't see the ends hostilities, I thought it was over once he Abs End Charmed. Yeah, when I played the Horny Queen, he was at 6 life, and he had to take down 2 damage off each black source he was playing, or 3 off Abs End Charm. So he went down to like 3 or 4 life, and he was dead from there. So.
What about the play with the where he attacks with the Siege Rhino, and you have the opportunity to make those tokens?
Okay, yeah. So if I
that was super sweet.
Yeah. So if I chump block there and he heroes downfalls, and I take 4, I go to 3, and then I can die to a top deck Siege Rhino. So I just wanted to make sure I'm going to lock this up. And I had Horny Queen and Sullivan Estrad, and I knew he was really, really low and was down on card. So I just wanted to go, if we have to the little bit of the late game if he draws the Siege Rhino, and if he doesn't draw the Siege Rhino, he's just dead anyways.
Yeah, that seemed like a really great play. Now, what was going through your head? Did you ever let it seep in, like, I might become the 2-time world champion? You're the first one to do that.
What was going through my head?
Yeah, like, you know, I always wonder, like, when you're playing and you can see the finish line, because when you're in the middle of day one, you know, you're just battling, right? It's not like that. But now it's like, wait a minute, I am really, really close to winning this. At what point does it start to seep in for you?
Probably, let's see, after I Thoughtseize him and I saw BioBlight, Hero's Downfall, I thought I was going to win that game. I was a huge favorite to winning that game from there. Yeah.
Now, your family's been here the whole time. You told Rich it meant everything to you.
Yeah, I've only answered that question 10 times.
Yeah, I want you to elaborate, though. I mean, there's a lot of people watching.
Yeah, my family is here. They came here all the way from Israel. They wanted to visit, Nice as well, and we're going to Paris right tomorrow for the week. So I'm just going to go on vacation with them. My sister was in Berlin and then came here to watch me win. So yeah, it's really, really awesome having them here. My dad keeps me hydrated, keeps me, buys me food, gets us pizza. Like he bought the Israeli team pizza twice. We weren't even hungry, but he bought it anyways.
What about now? You played more Magic this week than anybody.
That's what I was just going to ask. You played every single round of the World Magic Cup through Swiss rounds and pool play.
Yeah.
I mean, we're tired. We weren't even playing.
I'm pretty tired.
How are you feeling?
I'm pretty tired, but I'm actually a little disappointed because I wanted to make Israel even prouder and get the team into the top 8, which we were very, very close to doing so.
Yeah, you had a fantastic showing in the World Magic Cup.
You have leaving something on the table for next year.
Yeah. winning Worlds and the Team Magic Cup.
That's the goal now.
Yep.
I mean, your standards have risen, rising and rising.
I was just going to say, what do you want to say about the team you got to play with throughout those rounds? Tell us about Israeli Magic, how excited they are, and where.
I have no idea how excited Israeli Magic is right now. I haven't talked to them.
I guarantee you they're very excited. And if you check your phone, they're probably tweeting at you like crazy.
I'm sure. The team was awesome. 2 of them were quite young, 17 and 19.
Wow.
The blue-black control player played really, really well. I never saw him make any mistake that I actually wouldn't have made myself. He played quite well. He got a little bit unlucky in the last couple rounds. I did too, and so did our teammate. The 19-year-old was playing red-white aggro, and he also played awesome. Like I was very impressed with all of them. And the limited player, of course, who was sitting out, I think he may have went undefeated in limited. So yeah, it was great. I hope they're here. I hope all 3 of them stay next year.
For the World Championship, you prepared for that event with 2 of your teammates from the Grand Prix, Tom Martel and Paulo Vitor Damarosa, but also Willie Adel and Josh Utter-Layton.
Yes.
Talk about the process of the 5 of you guys working for this fairly small tournament. You guys made up more than 20% of the field.
Yeah. It's 24 players, and
a little less than 20% of the field.
Yeah, last year it was, but it's 24 players, so having 5 people is not that bad. 4 is probably the perfect number. I would say 6 is way too many, and then 5 is like either a little bit too many or just right. So I probably want to do that next year again, 5, maybe 4. So we met up, Tom, and Raptor and I, Josh, we went to Ottawa and Strasbourg, and then we met in Strasbourg. We met Willie Edo and Paulo after we were, not in Strasbourg we met, but we also were testing on like Facebook and stuff. We only got to test with them in person in Strasbourg, and then we met here in Nice for a little bit, and yeah, that was it.
I have an important question, Shahar.
Sure.
You hungry?
I'm starving.
He's always hungry.
Your dad didn't bring you a sandwich? Come on.
He's probably out there, Shahar.
There goes his Parent of the Year award.
Congratulations. You're the world champion. Everybody's proud of you. You did a great job. It's going to do it for us here from the World Magic Cup. And of course, you're hungry too? All right, well, he's hungry too. Here, go buy yourself some more. But for us, of course, we want to thank everybody here, the crew, the judges, the players, everybody on the coverage team, our World Magic Cup champions, Denmark, our new world champion again, Shahar Shenhar.
Our new old world champion.
And most of all, you, the viewer, thank you so much for being with us for this long and awesome week of Magic. We certainly look forward to seeing you next time. For everybody I just mentioned, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe signing off. We'll see ya.